3. So first, in the PGS 1, 17 Gaming finally won that trophy first time in their career. And in PGS 2, Sonics had won.
These two champions, Sonics!
Yeah, it's really exciting to see two teams that were powerhouses of their regions be able to come through and win at those big events. It was really exciting for the fans too. And then also we had the APAC teams, Cerberus and Daytrade, really playing well last year. Yeah, they may not have won event, but they looked really, really good overall. Their firepower is tremendous, so everybody's really excited about these teams coming into 2024.
Cannot get that.
The PGC 2023 went to Danawa Esports, and it was first time in 3 years that Korean teams won the PGC, right?
Yeah, it was a really dramatic win. What an awesome team they had. They played so good in the finals. Really a special moment to be a part of that.
And 17 Gaming was, again, really close to winning, but yeah.
They're always really good. I mean, they're always right there. They're such a strong team. Incredible players on that team, so it wouldn't surprise me at all if 17 wins another event this year.
Yeah, I'm sure that they'll come strong this year too. So now we have to talk about the PUBG Global Series 3, which fans would be anticipating is the first PUBG Global Series of 2024. PUBG Global Series 3 will be held in Shanghai, China from May 20th to 26th with a total prize pool of $300,000.
So we've got 24 teams that are going to be coming to compete. Still should be a great event. A lot of familiar faces, a lot of our best teams once again are going to be there, and some new faces, some new teams. So it's really exciting to have this event now, finally in Shanghai.
Yeah, so we'll have 10 global partner teams as well as 14 teams that qualified from the regional series. PUBG Global Series is very simple this time with group stage and final stage, and the teams will compete in the group stage for 3 days, and only the top 16 teams will advance to the final stage.
Exactly, and we'll be playing across 4 different maps. Erangel, Miramar, Tago, and Vikendi. As usual so far this year, we've seen these maps across all the regions. Now we're going to find out who can be the best team in those final 3 days when we crown our champion.
So let's find out who will be the champion of PGS 3, the very first event of PUBG Esports in 2024. So 10 global partner teams have secured their spot in PGS. Previously, we had 8 global partner teams, but now we have 10, and we have expanded global partner teams in APAC region. So new coming team is Cerberus Esports and Daytrade Gaming. Welcome! So these two teams from APAC region, Daytrade Gaming and Cerberus Esports, have been showing wonderful performances in the global events, and I think fans are really expecting these teams too.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with Daytrade, a team that's been together for quite a while. They have a ton of experience at global events. You're really excited about this team if you're a Thai fan. They are really, really consistent. Yeah, last year maybe not the results they wanted in terms of the global events, but I think with their consistency and everybody kind of sticking together, I think they should be a really strong roster.
Next is Cerberus Esports from Vietnam. I think if APAC region has a chance to win the global event, I think it would be Cerberus Esports. How do you think?
I agree. I think this team has tremendous firepower. It's just a matter of being consistent in the finals, right? We saw them so many times dominate in the group stage, have unbelievable moments. Everybody's going to remember Tycon's play from last year. Himas was insane last year. It's just a matter of them getting to those finals and performing at their best, and then they can absolutely win a championship.
And Cerberus Esports won this event out of all APAC teams.
They are definitely going to be hungry to do really well at PGS this year.
So next is Sonics, that we all know of. They were PGS 2 champions, but after changing the roster, they didn't do that well in PGC 2023.
Yeah, I think obviously their results were disappointing for them, for sure. I think still trying to figure out how to get everybody on the same page, get Kickstart really integrated well with this roster. Still a bit of a work in progress, but you can see that the potential is there. Like, their damage numbers are really, really good across the board. So this is a team that I think it's just a matter of time before they really pop off.
So next is 17 Gaming, the PGS 1 champion and the runner-up for PGC 2023.
Yeah, I think these should be one of the favorites for the tournament. They're an insane team, especially internationally. I think most people would consider them the best Erangel team in the world. They are definitely going to be a threat. Everybody's going to be picking these players on their fantasy rosters. It's going to be really high expectations for them.
And let's see if 17 Gaming can earn another title in PGS. So next is Twisted Minds from EMEA region. This team is well known to be very consistent in in this single same roster, but this year they have brought example from Navi.
And this is a player who is extremely highly regarded for his fragging ability. We already saw it in the EMEA League. He was doing really, really well. This guy has tons of experience, has won a championship. He's an insane player, so I think this makes a lot of sense for Twisted Minds, who's always been really close to winning one of the international events, but has come up just short so many times. So maybe this is the player they need to get them over the line.
So let's see if Twisted Minds can finally hold the trophy this year, starting in PGS 3. So next is Navi from EMEA region also. This team was the PGC 2022 champion, but all the roster has been gone, and this is now newly formed Navi.
You know, this roster coming together, there were a lot of question marks about it, but getting third in the EMEA League was really impressive. DFX was playing really well, you know, formerly of the Wu, a really strong performance from him. I think this is a team that is going to have some questions about them as well coming into PGS, but who knows, with how they performed in EMEA, they could definitely do some damage.
Next is 4 Angry Men from China. Surprisingly, Godfrey is back after the ear break last year, and he's recently performing in PCL as 4AM.
Yeah, this is a team that has a lot of potential. We've seen some big days from them in their regional league in particular. At the global stage, yeah, definitely disappointing. You would think with HS and ZP on there that this should be a pretty strong roster. You know, Wang Zai as well from Infantry. I have high hopes for them, but with Godfrey taking some time off, obviously a legendary player, but can they really get it done with this roster? We'll see.
Next is FaZe Clan from EMEA region. FaZe Clan tried to work out with this current roster last year, but didn't end very well in the global stage.
I think FaZe has a lot of potential, and I think they know it. They've been talking about publicly how they're not as consistent as they want to be. James has been really, really good this year so far, so I think definitely this is a team that if they can get it all together, we saw at PGC that towards the end of the year, they got 6th place, they were playing much better. It's just, can they find that consistency in time for PGS?
Next is Genji, the gold partner team from Korea. This Genji is very new, and fans were not expecting a lot from Genji before the BWS started, but they've won 2nd week and 3rd week before the finals, and they showed that they're still the strong Genji.
I mean, Barpo last year was bragging out of his mind. This year, he's still playing very, very well. Tosi is really stepping up for Genji. Rex and Adder, the old teammates from T1, looking strong together. What really impresses me about this team is their teamwork. They play really well off of each other, so I'm very excited about Genji this year.
Last but not least is Patrick Road from China. Para wasn't performing well in PGS 1 and 2, but after changing the roster, they have proved themselves in PGC 2023 ranking 4th. And Exif is always a best player, one of the best players in China and in the global scene, and is still fragging out in PCL.
Yeah, he's amazing. I mean, there's no doubt about him. He is still the consistent performer for that squad, so they should be a threat again at PGS 3.
So let's move on to the teams that have qualified from the regional series. First is from APAC region. First team would be the Indonesian team, and it's been a while since we had Indonesian team in the global events since PCS APAC.
I mean, this was definitely one of the biggest surprises, a very welcome surprise for sure to have an Indonesian team back at a global event. There's some players in here that we know a little bit about, but they've never had like strong performances at global events. Certainly they're going to be a dark horse, but hopefully they can perform.
So next is 3 Thailand teams. We have a lot of Thailand's teams coming in from the qualifier. And first is Arena. I think some of the players are very familiar to the Gold fans. And I have Laritz is a twin brother of Flash in Day Trade Gaming.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I mean, those esports families, they've got a lot of good players there. So I think, to me, this is a team that, yeah, didn't do so well at PGS 2 when they made it last year, so they made a change. They bring in Jacob. He looks really good. He is by far like one of the strongest fraggers in his region. So this was a huge pickup for them. Got them back to an international event. Let's see if they can continue to build on that momentum.
Next is Armory Gaming. I think global PUBG Esports fans would be familiar with this team name, but the players are quite new to us.
Yeah, these are some players that we're not going to be super familiar with at the global level. Still, potential is there. I mean, you could see it that they were fragging pretty well during the PTS and during the APAC qualifier. So I think certainly anything's possible with these Thai teams. Like, we know that they have a lot of cracked gamers. It's just a matter of putting it all together for these global events.
It's quite same with the Valley Thai Esports, the next team. Do you have any information about this team?
Well, this was pretty crazy. I mean, they took down Magnetic Thailand, which is Escalusia's team, in the very last match of the day, they got a chicken dinner to take that final spot. So this is pretty crazy for them. What a way to get here. A lot of new players in terms of global stage. Kiss and Latte looked really, really good. So, it's exciting to see these new teams here. Again, we're just looking to see how they're going to perform against some of the best in the world.
So let's move on to the EMEA qualifiers. First to say is former Mad Bulls and now picked up by Virtus Pro. If you look at the players, there are very familiar names here. Ibiza and Quizzy and everything.
Yeah, exactly. This is a team that a lot of EMEA fans in particular are going to be very familiar with. I think everybody knows Ibiza from his time on Team Liquid, but they played extremely well. Lucarux in particular was insane during the qualifiers. So this is a team you got to watch out for. There's a ton of veteran presence on this team.
Yeah, ranking second in this competitive region would prove themselves, and let's see how they perform in PGS. So next is Hull Esports, the famous Turkish team. The familiar player, Code Marco and Kepa, has joined this team.
Yeah, and they were really big additions to this team, right up there with Ruin in terms of the fragging power. So all of a sudden, you went from a team that was maybe kind of, middle of the road in the international events that might start really pushing towards like the top 5.
Next, we have 3 teams from Korea who have qualified from PUBG Weekly Series. First to start with is Kwangdong Fix, with Salute coming in from Danawa Esports.
Yeah, no doubt. This was a team that had very high expectations. Looked a little shaky at the beginning of PWS, but over the course of the season got much, much better. Their results were incredible in the finals. This is a team that has tremendous firepower from top to bottom. No doubt they are going to be a threat at the global stage.
So next is D+ Kia. D+ Kia also struggled last year and formed totally new team with Seoul from Danawa Esports.
They picked up who is by most considered the best player in the world. So this is definitely a team that are going to have tremendously high expectations for. Bringing Star-Lord in as your primary IGL most of the time. It looked a little shaky again at the start, but towards the end, it really started to come together. So this could be a scary roster, no doubt.
So last team from Korea is GNL Esports. The players are all new to the global stage.
Yeah, this is the team that surprised me the most, but in a very good way. I've been watching, Roy, Hammer, and Stella for years in the PWS. They've always been kind of middle of the pack, close, but not quite able to reach those higher stages. But now they finally kind of put it all together, bringing in this young player, Young, who's been a nice fit for them. But really, those veterans have been fragging out and carrying GNL to strong performances in the PWS.
Next is 3 teams that qualify from PUBG America series. First is Team Falcons, who have ranked first in recent PAS. Team Falcons have picked up the entire Luminosity gaming roster with Flood, Mime, Brillo, and Snakers, and with its players, there's no doubt.
Exactly. I mean, this should be a very strong team. They performed really well in group stages last year at times at the international event, so now it's just them getting into those finals and then performing really well. I think everybody knows they're capable of it. We've seen it so many times. It's just getting there and then performing is going to be the big question, but certainly they're capable.
Next is Shoot to Kill, and TSM have picked up this team again for PGS. Team members are all familiar, right?
No doubt. This is a really, really good team. I really like Purdy Curdy as the IGL. Bringing in Sparking has brought a tremendous boon to this team. He has incredible firepower, as we've seen time and time again, both regionally and at international events, so this is a team to fear for sure.
Last team coming in from America's region is Legacy, with young, talented Brazilian players. And even though the team was third, Gizera was a kill leader in PAS3.
Yeah, he's an insane player. Coming into PGC last year, he was a player that everybody in Americas was talking about, really expecting big things out of him and Legacy. Didn't quite work out at PGC last year, so now we come into 2024, and hopefully this team can perform even better than they did.
Next is teams from China, one of the most competitive regions. The first team is New Happy, who secured their ticket to PGS 3 by winning the recent PCL. New Happy seemed to struggle after winning PGC 2021 a bit, but they came back and proved themselves in PGC 2023 by ranking 5th. And bringing Longscar to the team this year made them even stronger. They've won both PCL Spring regular season and the Grand Finals. And the well-known key player of the team, Ming Ming, is still on his best form, ranking 1st and 3rd in kill ranking for regular season and the Grand Finals. Let's see how Longscar perform in his new team too, and see how New Happy can rise again in the upcoming PGS 3. The second team to qualify from China is DD Team. They finished second in the recent PCL. This team performed in PGS 2 last year, but beside that, they don't have any records in global event. However, bringing Shen, the super rookie of PCL, was a big change to the team. Shen was the kill leader in PCL Spring Grand Finals. His kill ranking rivals were Mingming and Aixlef, the veterans in the scene, which makes us to expect even more from Shen. Let's see how DD Team perform with its new roster in PGS 3.
Look, we always know that the Chinese teams are competitive at the global stage, so we're really looking forward to these two teams coming into the event.
The first step of PGS 3 would be group stage, and the group distribution has already been announced. How do you think about this group?
I mean, they're all so close. Like, just looking at them, it's an insanely stacked group for all three. I don't really see a group that stands out to me as like the group of death that we usually talk about. Every team is going to have a really difficult time getting out of these groups.
Yeah, the three groups seems very even, so I think the 3 days of group stage would be really competitive. So next, can we guess who's gonna be the PGS 3 MVP? The PGS 1 MVP was Seoul from Danawa Esports, and PGS 2 was Tiggleton from Sonics.
I mean, it could be Seoul again, who knows? D Plus is there. They don't look as strong as Danawa did last year, but who knows? I could definitely see maybe Aixlef from Petrichor Road really popping off. He's definitely a candidate. I could see Example from Twisted Minds having a really strong performance just like he did in EMEA. There's a ton of good players out there. Maybe somebody from the Falcons comes through and has a really good performance. There's so many good players out there. It's really hard to choose who's going to be the MVP.
Yeah, and I think Himas would also have a chance to become the MVP if the teams that bears Esports stay still till the end in the final stage. Yeah, so please stay tuned till the end to find out who will win the MVP in PGS 3. It's always very hard to see what's coming in PUBG Esports, but if there are teams that have high possibility to win PGS 3, which teams that could be?
I'm definitely keeping my eyes on 17 Gaming again. I think they've got a really strong chance. I think this may be Twisted Minds time. This feels like their best opportunity to win a global event. They should be one of the strongest rosters for sure. And then one of the last teams I'm looking at, I think this may surprise some people, is actually Gen G. I know they had a rough finals, but before that they were really dominating. The teamwork is incredible. They're so smart. They're really good about their positioning, when to take fights, when not to take fights, things like that. They trade incredibly well. I'm really high on this Gen G team actually.
I think teams from APAC regions will have chance this year as they're coming in as the global partner teams too. Especially Cerberus Esports from Vietnam being so consistent in this region and in the global stage, I think they might finally have chance in PGS 3 too. So we've been talking about the participating teams and key points about upcoming PGS 3, and before wrapping up, I want to talk about Fantasy League, your favorite.
Absolutely it is. I think for us casters, we definitely really enjoy the Fantasy League. It gives us a lot to talk about and to think about with the players.
So this time in Twire Fantasy League, we can change the pick every day, so stay tuned for every match and every day, and we'll have a total leaderboard for PGS 3 and 4, and if you win the first place, you can win the prize, the gaming chair. So don't miss the chance to earn that prize too. We also have PGS merchandise that can be purchased online. You can check out in the PUBG Esports online store, so don't miss that too. So this is it for today. PUBG Global Series 3 will kick off on May 20th in Shanghai, China. So don't miss it and stay tuned for all 6 days of matches and check out which team will be the first champion of 2024 PUBG Global event.
Obviously, I'm really thrilled for this event. It's always cool to get that first look of the teams of the year, to see where everybody's kind of at, to see what they need to work on, to see who's going to be our favorites as we get towards PGC towards the end of the year. So certainly going to be really exciting to check out all the action at PGS 3 and 4.
More information and contents about PUBG Esports and PUBG Global Series will be on PUBGesports.com, so please check out, and I'll see you in Shanghai. Bye-bye!
It was another off day. I was dying over and over again. And with every death, I miss old Erangel and its gunplay. When suddenly, something strange happened.
Hello? Who's this?
I'm Shroud. Who are you?
No, I'm Shroud.
I came in contact with a familiar face.
Who are you? Wait a minute. That's my old room. You're me from the past?
Wait. You're future me? Oh my god. Yeah. Listen, I don't know how this happened, but this is actually so great. I have an idea and you can help me with it. We're going to bring old Erangel back to the present. Okay, so first, you're going to join PUBG Corporation as a developer. Bring Wacky Jacky 101 along. It's always good to have more help. Job interviews are difficult, but don't worry. You'll have an upper hand because I know the future. And once you're part of the team, you'll need to get close to the main developer and insert the Easter egg.
What is with this window glitch? They're going through the window like that?
You should share this idea with the devs. We should introduce vaulting into the game. I'm sure this will be a game changer, as it'll enhance the quality of life and strategic aspects of PUBG.
Yes!
The developer's now part of the team.
Wow.
And now our main mission's about to start. Bring back Erangel. Just let me know when it's done. And I'll be waiting for your signal.
Hey guys! We did it! We did it! Look! Look at this go! Look at it, bro! We did it! Dude, this is crazy!
Insane, bro. That's insane.
Get over here, man. Guys.
It's done! I can't wait to show you this next part. Okay, all I need to do now is enter the code, pass me, gave me. I really hope this works. The OG gunplay is back. Let's go. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. I don't know how this happened, but this is actually so great.
You can just take it off.
I forgot to, I didn't know what to do. I was like, whoa.
They're still singing. Amazing. I found many people only here at 8 a.m. like in the park. Oh. Grandpas, grandmothers singing for like 2 hours in a row. It's like literally amazing. Yeah, I feel like definitely it's a vibe. China feels great. It's very interesting. It's absolutely different. I was checking the population of the city and I was like, oh well, there are gonna be like thousands of people everywhere, anytime.
How is it playing with Longska? He's a good teammate?
他是一个很好的队友，也是一个很有趣的队友。
I remember at PGS 1, I met Longska, and he goes, Tickleton, and he flexes his pecs. Strong.
Em thấy rất là kiểu là một người rất là bắn rất là hay, rất là tốt á. Bạn ấy còn hơi yếu đối với em thôi. Team châu Á thì em nghĩ có team KDF, Quang Đông Fit á. Team họ khá là mạnh tại vì team họ là nhà vô địch của Hàn Quốc.
Wow, what is this?
这个是中国的粽子。
Oh, it tastes like tea.
包子。
Ah, awesome.
I just know
大包。
打包.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why? Like cold?
可以给你们一些中国的
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh
中国
wow.
的钢笔毛笔，
Oh,
谢谢。
my girlfriend will like this.
这就是他们三个的。
Oh no. Cannot.
He'll do that with it.
Thanks, bro.
代表中国文化吧。我给你们三个一个东西。
What is this? Not now. I mean painting.
Em nghĩ trong đây sẽ là một bức ảnh của idol của em, tên Go tên.
No. No.
I mean it's China. Like how could I know? Like everything possible.
很有趣。
What is this? What does it mean? Like waiting? What is this?
欲尽信佛，与爱相约。自己的身高、年纪、体重，然后还有工作这些。
Outdoor dumbbell.
PUBG.
Him when the last time he held a pen was.
等一下会带你们去一个很有意思的地方，你们猜猜那边会做什么？会有很多人聚在一起。
Oh, like Tai Chi, yeah. Okay, 我们走。I am looking for a girlfriend. Good. Okay. Nice.
You're pretty.
Let's go. I like this one.
这些人就是在这里寻找自己的爱情吧，你们自己来找。随便问一个吗？随便问一个我会害羞的呀。好好找对象吧。哦。
Good. It's good.
喂。哎。怎么样？哎，你给我打。
Yes.
他好在我们国内找对象吗？哦。好。腔调比较好。啥没有？腔调好的，是不是？你精神啊。
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay. 漂亮. Okay, is that beautiful? Okay.
I would say, I mean, I'm very happy to stay here because it feels like amazing to talk to the best players around, like from other different regions. Amazing. Thank you for organizers to like invite us here.
No, it might be friendly now, but once the game starts,
Oh yo.
PGS 3，一起加油吧
Fighting!
！耶 ，fighting！
Fighting. 加油！
兄弟，
안녕하세요,兄弟。
兄弟们，兄弟。
拜拜。Oh, yo, hey, good to see you. Hello, yo, good to see you. Oh, hey, James, let's go. I don't know. Okay, guys, welcome to Shanghai. Okay, let's go, guys. 冲！ Oh yeah. Beautiful. Go! Oh, pop, давай. Hey, look who's at that UAC. I see someone landing at that UAC empty compound. Bye, guys. Hey, bro. Ah, no. Thank you, whoa. Thank you, bro. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry. Oh, alright, push up. Yeah, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Come
up, bro. Easy, bro. Easy. Whoosh. Whoosh. I'm gonna run. I'm gonna win, guys. Go, go, go. Chum, chum, chum. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win with the car. Oh.
Oh, 1 grenade. Oh, 2 grenades. Let's go.
We're gonna win, Star-Lord. Yeah. Wait, let me check for grenade. Nice, I found 2 grenades. Okay, nice. Let's go, let's go. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Good teammate. Yeah.
GG, bro. Good karma.
2-on-1, everyone.
We're going together. I got. Let's go. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go, let's go. Yeah. Let's go, Star-Lord.
GG, my friend.
Ah. Oh. Go into the plyo. Let's go. Oh. Let's go, Star-Lord. Let's go. We go to finish line. Let's go. Hey, congrats, bro. Let's go.
For me, I like the Erangel Classic better because of all the houses are cleaner. I like the way the grass and the trees look and the way the guns feel.
우선 저는 5년 전으로 돌아간 느낌이 좀 있었던 것 같아요. 살짝. 왜냐면 너무 오랜만에 봤던 것들이기도 하고 하니까 좀 추억을 되새김할 수 있었던 그런 경험이었던 것 같아요.
It gives me like a really good vibe, and it's just really fun to play again.
对于我来说的话，其实就是特别怀念，然后在进入某些特定的一些房型的时候，真的是让我感觉到满满都是回忆。
우선 저의 첫 이 배그의 어떻게 보면 에란겔 클래식 이 맵에서의 첫 느낌이 저는 좀 이제 흔히 말하는 캠핑러, 좀 이제 쫄아 있는 플레이어에서 시작을 했었고 이 재미를
My first day of PUBG was playing with a friend of mine, and we won our first game in duos. We got an 8-kill chicken dinner.
我第一次玩 PUBG， 其实就是感觉这个游戏非常的紧张刺激，让我充满了那种赢得这场游戏的那种快感啊！所以说我感觉当时真的是也是玩得非常开心，就是紧张刺激。
I like the old one more, just because of the bridges. I really miss like the old bridges, and yeah, that's it.
Yeah, to the new players, have fun, and to the old players, good luck.
환영합니다. 뭐라고 해야 할까요? 뉴비분들은 들어오면서 무서워하지 말았으면 좋겠어요. 아직 착한 사람들도 많고 무서운 사람도 있긴 있는데 최대한 도망가면서 게임을 클린하게 좀 즐겼으면 좋겠습니다.
我想对新玩家说一句话：趁现在赶紧回来玩 PUBG， 可以让你回到17年的夏天。
Yeah, lots of studying, lots of watching games of really good teams, like PCL teams. They're really good. So watched heaps of those games. Had some team talks. We'll probably do more review as a team. I think that we have a really good roster, and like we've been working really hard. I think we can win, but our goal is to just be competitive, make sure that we solidify ourselves as the best American.
感觉看待自己国家是很开心吧，还好在哪打都一样，进决赛就是胜利。
Yeah, it's first time in China. It feels pretty good. I like to always visit new countries, and China was always in my bucket list because it's pretty important in PUBG. Finally I'm here in Shanghai. I'm glad to be here. We did a lot of team preparation. We studied a lot of teams, practiced as a team. Always ready, boys.
I 我是觉得这么多些年能在中国办一场 PUBG 的比赛还是挺不容易的。
然后你这种老将重回赛场有什么感觉吗？
确实会感觉心里边会有点不一样，因为真的我也是有个一年多没打了吧，算是啊，突然一下上场还是感觉会有那种紧张刺激的感觉。
네, 이번에 상하이에 처음 오기도 하고 상하이에서 경기를 처음 하는 거예요.
처음 오시면 한국에는 가장 중요한 자질이 무엇인가요?
승부욕이라고 생각해요. 그냥 승부욕이 없으면 아무래도 경쟁을 하는 그 직업이다 보니까 승부욕이 없으면 제대로 할 수 없다고 생각을 해서.
ครั้งแรกครับก็ได้เปิดหูเปิดตาดีครับก็อากาศที่นี่เย็นด้วยครับกำลังพอดีเลยครับก็รู้สึกเฉยๆครับเพราะว่าแต่ละรอบก็เหมือนกันหมดครับก็แต่ชอบสนามที่นี่สวยดีครับผมคิดว่านักกีฬา e-sport ควรมีสภาพจิตใจกับสภาพร่างกายที่เข้มแข็งแล้วก็ฝีมือของตัวเองครับทำให้มี performance ที่ดีครับก็ไม่ได้หวังแชมป์ครับแต่ขอ MVP ครับ
İlk kez Çayır'a geldik. Çok farklı bir ülke. Ülkemize göre garip hissediyoruz yani buradaki. Yani e-sporcular için de en önemli özellik çalışkan olması ve kendini geliştirmeye açık olması. Bu iki özellik varsa zaten oyuncu kendini geliştirerek üst seviyeye çıkacaktır.
Urgency is the name of the game here for PGS 3. It's day 3 here for the group stage. We have A and C battling out to figure out who is going to be the next teams moving through into that grand final. We already know a few names that have been able to make their way there, but we definitely don't know exactly who is going to be falling out throughout the day. We have some teams in Group B whose fate is absolutely not in their hands anymore. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kalaris, and I've got Avenger to join me for this one. I'm scared for some of those teams at the bottom of Group B.
Yeah, and we talked about a little about like you kind of want to start, but here you have your faith in your own hands. You know, you see, if we got to get 30 points, we have that chance to do it ourselves. But the teams out there watching, we have 8 of them. Some of them, they are not going to be making it out of that. We have The lowest one, of course, 4am, 43 points. I think they are not going to be making. I think it's our cutoff point is going to be higher. It's going to be high 40s, low 50s, somewhere between the 48 to 52 point mark. The question is, are we going to have more teams that's going to go out like Bleed or like D+, depending on how much points are going to be given out. We have some teams that have been sponging a lot. We have had some teams that have been taking so many points away from kind of the overall table of available points, which makes our cutoff lower, and that's what some of our teams are going to be continuing to kind of hope for today.
True. Very, very true here. We'll see if they can kind of prevail, considering that it's going to be difficult for some of those teams towards the bottom. Of course, though, we have the best for PGS3, as always. Thank you to VSPO for being able to make everything happen here in the studio. We also have Anderseat, who's going to be supporting not only us, the players as well, so you can check them out and get some support for yourself. And we finally have Zowie joining us here as well, with the 2548X gaming monitors, making all of these games possible for these guys over on the stage as well. And that's it. Bish, bash, bosh. Oh, I'm
to
good.
get all the hurts running.
Yes, lots of hurts. Many, many hurts were had. All right, we've got lots to talk about, though. A versus C. This is a bit difficult, considering that there are some teams sat on the cusp, and they're in a position where it will be difficult. However, also, just to mention, you guys at home can be getting some drops as well. You need to have your Crafton ID attached, and you can actually be able to get some of those, so make sure to be checking that out through the time that it is available. If you're not able to get them in certain countries, there will be some codes that are going to be coming up, so you might be able to get them through that. And for console players down the line as well, they'll be going live after the server maintenance. So plenty of stuff for you guys at home to be able to get your hands on as well. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, keep your eyes tuned in chat, and otherwise, of course, make sure you link that up. That's the most important thing to get the codes coming through there.
All right, let's talk about A and C then.
Yes.
Because as you mentioned, some points were sponged up towards the top. We kind of have a anticipated cut-off point for these teams to be able to go for. We currently find ourselves in that third day of the group stage. We'll be moving on into that grand final for 16 teams to play things out to become the champion at PGS3. But what's most important here is because Twisted Minds and New Happy sponged up so many points, maybe that cut-off's a little bit lower here for day number 3.
Yeah, for sure. And we have no double elimination, no brackets, no nothing. It is the last day before the finals here. Starting on Friday, as you see on the screen here, and it's going to be super interesting. I'm obviously super excited, but it has been very dominant for some teams. And my question is, how many kind of teams? I think a lot of teams are going to come from A and C. I don't think we're going to see more than 1 or 2 teams from B coming in. As you see here, ABC on your screen, we are playing A and C today. It is the last match here. They're going to be playing 12 total. It's not a lot to determine your fate. And of course, they are going to be playing for $300,000 here, James, with 100 grand for the winner.
Not bad, not bad. And even if you do not qualify for the grand final, there's still a little bit to play for, right? You're going to be cutting off like 500 each placement. So there's still a little bit that you can get. You'd much rather be 18th or 17th compared to 24th.
For sure.
A lot more money there available to you. And the road to PGC is all important as well. We not only have our regional point distribution that is going on, but PGS points across the 4 PGSs for the year.
Yeah, huge amount of points. And of course, you need to get in the final to get some of those points here. Only top 16 gets some. This is our participating teams across the whole region, of course. But yeah, a lot of points to be had. 4 PGSs this year. 8 of the teams are going to be making it to PGC. And an interesting thing that's going to be happening this year is that our regionals are going to be done before PGS.
Correct.
So we're going to potentially have some teams that are sitting at home having played their regionals already, and they're going to be cheering extra hard for their regional PGS teams to try to make it through, to take some of those 8 spots home to the region there. So that's the first time we're going to be seeing that. That's very interesting, and we're going to be, of course, going to be seeing that later in the year in October and November.
Please do well. Please do well.
Please get one more regional spot through PGS home for us so we can go through. Yeah, A and C here, as we've been talking about, some big names so far that are a little bit of kind of rough situations. They need to have a few good games to put themselves in, but the points overall is extremely tight.
Yeah, no, absolutely. If you think about teams like
Mình xin gửi lời cảm ơn đến những người đồng đội và ban huấn luyện. Tất cả mọi người đã luôn ủng hộ mình và tin tưởng mình. Có lẽ là do mình đã tập luyện chăm chỉ hàng ngày và không những thế là nhờ vào sự may mắn nữa. Sau khi giành được top 1 ngày hôm qua thì bọn mình đã xác suất vào vòng chung kết và mình sẽ có thể hiện tốt tại vòng đó. Tuy mình tự tin vào kỹ năng của mình nhưng mà ở đây là sân chơi thế giới nên là mình cũng phải bắt cẩn thận và không chủ quan. Mình nghĩ mà nếu như bọn mình thi đấu Với một phong độ như thế này thì mình nghĩ không sớm thì muộn, bọn mình sẽ làm được.
There, of course, was Himas after his absolutely unbelievable performance from yesterday. It does bear repeating here that coming into today, he so far in PGS has 156 kills across all PGSs. That is a record so far. Never mind the fact that yesterday, at the end of it, he broke it with 12 kills in one single game, Avenger. That was unbelievable.
Honestly, one of these guys here coming in, and especially, of course, Ixlift and Himas to be looking at in this tournament here, they're going to be popping off. Ixlift, home turf advantage. Himas, he's been a beauty to watch throughout these tournaments, right? Of course, such a young player to be able to do this. And yeah, 12 kills, insane amount of damage. Well, I believe it was 1,300 total. A impressive step to go into the 1K club for this.
I think one thing that's so impressive about Himas' progression as a player is that we came to 2022, PGC Dubai, and everyone was like, Tycon, this kid, Tycon. The discussion was about Tycon. It was so clear that Himas had worked so hard to progress alongside that kind of wonder kid, and then be able to put up the performance he did. So it's created this unbelievable roster around those two especially that makes them ultra deadly.
Yeah, super crazy to see. And just to go back to this, how impressive it is with the amount of kills, 156. The closest player is 130. Example. So he has 26 more kills than the second player in overall PGS through PGS 1, 2, 3.
Well, Example did well for Twisted Minds.
He did.
So, the 125 points for them across the 2 days that they were playing. They are in the grand finals alongside absolutely new happy TSM with 89 points across their 2 days. I gotta say, it's really cool to see.
I'm so happy to see them back at this very top level here. And this is the teams, most of the teams that we're going to be looking at here are bottom 12 teams. 8 of these guys, potentially, are going to be going out. I think still 4 AM, we should be seeing 8 teams passing them today.
There is a chance for the bottom 4 teams. However, Virtus Pro 13 points, Armory Gaming 12 points, Legacy 8 points, Daytrade 6 points. They're going to have to significantly step up what they did yesterday because it was nowhere near enough, Avenger.
Yeah, for sure. If you had a single-digit day, then I feel like it's going to be extremely hard. You have to have an insane performance. Again, we're talking about high 40s, low 50s for the cutoff, right? It's a big day, especially against some of the teams that are already potentially inside, and you're chasing them, and they're just going to be having fun with it. Of course, we are playing Fantasy League as well. 5,000 G-Cons for first place. That's impressive. But I'd rather want to chair games. What about you?
You want a chair? Yeah. You want a chair? I'd like a chair. That'd be nice. We've got ourselves our fantasy teams right now. Today, I think I did captain Himas because let's be actually no, maybe I think I went Ixleft actually. Once again, we're back to the never mind. It doesn't matter. The point is that independently of one another, we picked very similar rosters. Avenger.
Everyone has Hakatori. A lot of Ixlefts and a lot of Himas. I like that Poro didn't go with any Cerberus player. That was my strategy for yesterday. I was like, everyone is going for not good. No. Everyone was going for Cerberus players. Like, if I have to put myself in front, then I have to go for someone else, and it didn't work off. But if sure here, Hakatori, big percentage pick here. Today, I feel like it was the first time I was like, okay, you have to have like a really cheap player. Yeah. I think both Nixie and Hakatori is great options here. But a lot of people still have Example, even though he's not playing. That's kind of weird. Let's see if that's updated. Maybe people forgot to update it. You still have a chance. Actually go in and check your Fantasy League and make sure that you have updated your team for the teams that are playing today, of course, ANC.
So I guess people are crunching the numbers. Hakatori, of course, is one of the top 5 from Group A and C in terms of points to prize ratio.
Right.
So that does make a lot of sense. For me, I want to talk about Petrichor Road and Ixleft.
Yes.
One of the reasons I picked him, and you can maybe justify why you picked him as well, is because realistically and kind of when you look back into the years, the annals of history here for PUBG Esports, this is the location Petrichor Road has done best historically.
Yeah.
And here, he looked great yesterday. I felt, in hindsight, maybe I should have gone with him. I think today, he's going to feel even more comfortable as Ixleft. What do you think?
For sure. The comfort levels that you're able to bring by being here. Let's not talk too much about this because I'm last. But still a chance to catch up. But now that everyone has Hakatori, it's not going to be there. I'm going to be catching up. We're going to be starting with the Wrangle, going to take over Kingdom Miramar. But I think you're right. I think Ixleft is a player that, of course, insane player.
Yes.
But being at the comforts of your home, basically,
yes,
is going to be a huge impact. 50 points in one day for them. it was of course overshadowed by some of our performances from our other teams that did insane. Twisted Minds and New Happy and so forth did insane, of course. But
Correct.
50 points in one day is still super impressive, and they only have to bring in 5 points, 10 points today, and they're fine. But I think they're gonna frag out, and I think they're gonna put pressure on the teams, potentially contesting their spots if there are any hot drops, any worries. I wouldn't be hot drop Pero. And if you're a team that are behind Para right now, I would be backing off that. Even if it's my main drop as a team, I would be backing off where Para is landing.
They don't need much to be able to qualify on through here, so they're going to be very dangerous.
A little bit scarier.
Very calm and confident. I mean, if you think about yesterday, this is the level of play that we're seeing right now. Is if you think about it, they were somehow, with 50 points, overshadowed by almost 3 teams. Twisted Minds, New Happy, Cerberus as well. So that's insane. But let's talk about some of these teams. Virtus Pro, only 13 points on the day yesterday.
Yes.
There was some expectations. They did not meet them.
Gen G did 53 points on day one, but only 12 on the second one. So they need to have such a big game as well for them to go through. Also, Navi here, of course, looking good. 37 is fine. 10, 15, 20 more points and they're fine. But they're a team that also come here to make a statement.
Yes,
it is their first time on land with this lineup here, and the players are very inexperienced compared to some of the other players that are here. So they are definitely here to make a statement, and I'm hoping to see what we saw, a little bit more what we saw from them on day one.
But that's the thing about the Navi roster, right? It feels like this is like the future of PUBG almost, right? You're saying they're inexperienced on land. That's absolutely true. They've been able to do all right so far, and they do look like they're having quite a good time with it. Very young kids trying to push on forwards here. It will be interesting to see how they do. But let's move on now. It's time for day 3, PGS 3.
The difference is when it comes to the international tournament, there are the best teams with absolutely different play styles. It can be European, American, Asian, and all together. So the success is going to be to play without any mistake and win the tournament.
Для мене перемога це буде значити початок нової ери для Na'Vi.
ถึงพวกผมจะเป็นเจนใหม่แต่ผมก็จะทำกันให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับ Tujuan kita di PGS 3 ini untuk juara.
It's a new year and there's new talent. For a lot of these players, it's their first time at LAN, so I'm sure the tension's going to be high. This will make for an interesting, sweaty look.
So a lot of teams coming in, but honestly, I don't have any advice for them because I want to see none of them succeed. So hopefully you don't learn, and we'll see you at the bottom.
I mean, it feels really good to be back. Like back in the day when I was playing on the Liquid, flying everywhere, everything was just becoming pretty normal. And now I just realized like I really want to appreciate this moment. I just really try to realize it in the moment and really enjoy the time that I'm here. And I really want to perform with the boys, and I feel like we can do really well at this event. It may have been a few years, but I still got it, if not better.
对我来说意味着很多吧。虽然 PGS 它的赛事等级不像 PGC 那么高，但它也是一个比较重要的冠军嘛。这相当于一个小的世界赛冠军嘛。这个还是蛮希望有机会能拿到的。不能回头，只能先向前。
为什么回归？是因为无聊是一方面，但是我觉得梦想才是我最终的目标。我还没有完成我的梦想。我回到17之后呢，大家肯定会看到一个不一样的17，会比以前更凶猛的17。我會讓大家知道什麼才是真正的老兵不死。
Là một thế hệ chơi sau, và để nói về kinh nghiệm thì mình sẽ không bằng được 3 người đó. Để nói về kỹ năng thì mình cũng không thua gì mấy, cho nên mình muốn gửi lời chúc đó là cẩn thận cái mũ.
我想说的是，看到我的 ID， 你们不要害怕吧。
죽여버릴 거야. 기열이 형이 이제 저희를 우승을 줬다고 했는데 저희가 기열이 형을 기다려준 거기 때문에 이번에 PGS 3에서는 기다리지 않고 조금 더 격차를 벌리도록 하겠습니다.
PWS 때는 너네가 운이 좋았잖아. 이번 PGS에서는 확실히 밟아줄게. Let the show begin.
Gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for
young boss. Eating real good, so a man's gon' floss. Got my weight up in my view real posh. You a frisbee man, so that mean you get tossed. Bought a new clip, studio in the back. Numbers ran up, had to spit it with the chaps. Realest in the city, in my record, I fact. But your man's only chat when he do it in the raps like Jack. Man, try go lost and don't really care what it cost them. You don't wanna cost them. My lifestyle awesome, couldn't decide if my gal wanted to, so I bought them. Don't run track, but I run up a check. Run, do it real big, gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
All right, let's get to it. Groups A and C. Avenger, who do you have your eyes on when it comes to day number 3, the final day for the group stage?
I gotta say, I have my eyes on Falcons. I have my eyes on FaZe Clan because they need to perform. They need to step up. They need to make sure that they get into the top 16 here.
Talking to Falcons about how they were approaching today, seemed not too worried about how things are going.
Good.
I think it does help the fact that, of course, you know, those two top teams that have sponged up quite a lot of points. It makes that potential cutoff a little bit more reachable and attainable. But we've seen, as you know, the likes of Sonics, 47 points from their first day. TSM is already qualifying on through. That region is getting better and better.
It is. We also have 17 Gaming, and they are 34 points. They need to have a good day. They need to reproduce a similar day of what they did, and then I really want to see them in the finals. Like, they're a team that we know are capable of doing great things once we get to globals.
Players getting ready. It is getting heated up here for day number 3 of PGS 3. It is time as we now have Erangel on the cards. Game number 1 of the day. Let's head over to the commentators.
Thank you so much, Kale and Avenger, for the great breakdown coming in today, number 3 here of the group stages. I'm Toby, I'm joined by Godspeed. And Godspeed, if there's one thing that's for certain in a very uncertain world, that is that in every single tournament, in every single elimination stage of PUBG Esports, it always comes right down to the wire.
It always does, whether it's an LCQ or essentially this is an LCQ, right, for groups as we head straight into the grand finals. And you can tell the energy in the back, right?
Oh,
when you
yeah.
walk past certain team rooms, for instance, when I walk past Cerberus, they're all smiles, everyone's happy, everyone's excited. Some of the teams on the cusp and some of the teams struggling, a little more serious. The tone is not as happy, and so here we are. This is going to be an absolute terror of a day, and I can't wait.
Pressure is on. 6 games from now, 8 teams will be eliminated. And here we are on a wrangle to kick off match number 1 of set day. I'm hoping not to see any hot drops, but having said that, we are in a stage where some teams early on today will guarantee themselves those qualifier spots, and they can then, with free reign, go out and start harassing other teams. So it might just happen down the line.
Yeah, I mean, Cerberus, essentially, if they have a good couple games, as they had a, 50-plus point day yesterday, they can pretty much target anyone they want. They can target Sonics, Falcons, really strong teams that they don't want in the grand finals with them, and that's a very smart thing. And I think you and I share similar thoughts on hot drops. I hate them.
It's especially in a no last chance format, it can be very, very punishing to try and go for that first circle. Though, you know what? I love the fact that we have a little bit of a military chance. So we only have one team down there. FaZe up to go south side. I actually wouldn't be surprised to see FaZe down here on that southern side, up to go all the way up towards Milta and get vehicles from there. They usually loot Milta, but now they have military also themselves. They might also just stick around. And speaking of FaZe, well, here they are mid-air. Hopefully for them, their parachutes don't fall apart.
Yeah, especially with the way that the plane landed, correct? I mean, not that many teams are going to be on the east side, especially towards Milta, so they should have a free rotation over towards Farm. As now look over towards Weebu and Spaceman and the rest of the squad. Shen, I mean, we have expected a lot from Shen, especially this squad, and so far they've been a little quiet, Toby.
It was a quiet start for them, definitely, compared to the dominance they asserted under DD Team before they got picked up by Weibo in PCL, like the Chinese qualifiers coming into, or the Chinese Regional League coming into this tournament. Definitely a team that I'm hoping to see go out and do great things. But again, never count out a man like Shin. Just like we saw with him as yesterday, Shin has, in all honesty, the exact same pop-off capabilities. And around what is now a very comfortable roster in Weibo, I'm hoping to see them going out and doing great things here today.
I mean, I'm reminded of one of the games in PGS 2 right on Death Road where Shen was in basically a 1v3 with almost no ammo, and he still made it work, and he still clutched it out. So he is an incredible player from Malaysia, and he, I'm sure, will try to lead his team to victory here. Is looking at the circle, okay, we had similar circles yesterday, right? Where it looked very much like it was going to go just to Millie base, but then it pulled back and forth, and so this one should go north, right, Tony? I mean, it should
you
go
know what?
north.
I'm gonna say, off of everything we've seen as of late, I'm just gonna stop trying to predict stuff.
I think that's wise.
The game has its ways of doing the most unlikely things. Therefore, I think FaZe being on military right now seems like a very promising location for them to be in. We'll see though, just about 2 minutes from now, whether they'll be rewarded for said position or not.
VP, again, another team that I would love to see. While seeing Ibiza back competing, it's just really cool, you know, seeing Show as well, Godvi, right? All these players that were legends or built their legends early on back to compete now with kind of the younger generation, you know, the Himas, the Tycons. And so it's been really cool. And this is a team that has a lot of potential as well, not just Ibiza. Lucarex as well has been awesome for this team. And so they're going to be looting Yas, and they have a fairly free rotation in. It's just Petrichor is waiting in the wings right there in school.
Petrichor usually not a team to try and set up fights and ambushes early on, but having said that, also not a team that will shy away from a potential engagement opportunity should they see one coming. So as you said, a lot of teams opting to go down on the southern side of Potato, southern side of Pachinki Hills here early on to claim as much real estate as possible. The only issue with that is Cerberus and E-Arena down here already have taken a lot of real estate. So curious to see if Cerberus will get to keep this space for themselves or not as we head on over and see a highlight from Daytrade.
Daytrade doing a significantly good job of winning this fight against the Expendables. Don't lose your control and lose your head because Cerberus is right next to you. They dealt with it very delicately. The rest of them can now focus on Cerberus. It's a nice whip around, a quick double kill from Pooches.
And opening to knock down Jacob, and whoa! It really goes to show that Fnatic really had no space in the world. Here comes the Panther! Oh, no runs! Immediately!
Daytrade is a team with a lot of history, and they are very, very talented, but they really slipped up, unfortunately. They're coming into this day with basically single-digit points, and they need to have just the biggest 6 games they can possibly muster, because there really is no room for them to drop, you know, any donuts or even low-point games. It's all going to come down for this last day for them.
Yep, I said it on day one. In a 12-game format, you have 2, maybe 3 bad games you can go out with, and everything out of that, you need, like, your good games just to have to be that much better. Now, having had 6 points, like 1 point per game in their day one, they need back-to-back phenomenal performances. But then again, I mean, we saw it right there in the clips. They take out, I mean, the likes of him as Tycon and all other good Apex players in their region quite often. So not completely unheard of. They will go out and be able to pull off something here.
Well, FaZe Clan, on the other hand, they didn't have a terrible day. You know, they kind of went through, had some good games for themselves, and they're definitely a team that likes to... Ooh. Okay, Gustav.
Yeah, it's... Continue your thought.
I was just going to say, they're definitely a team that like to show up on the final day or the final chance. So expect that, especially for this roster.
Yep. Oh yeah, definitely. It's always fun. I've had a lot of talks with PUBG players recently in regards to how often when you get killed in the game do you have a chance to actually shoot back at your opponent, and how often is it you, as we saw here with Gustav, getting knocked from 670 meters away with like, guys, I got taken out, I guess. Like, there's nothing I could do about it. Someone somewhere on a hill
shoot back
shot
600
me.
meters?
Like, nothing I could do about it. I'm sorry, I just got taken out. It could be interesting to see a statistic on how many eliminations in the game are where at least both the people, like both the
go
person
unanswered,
shooting,
essentially.
and exactly, and how many do you actually have a chance to respond, and how many is just someone picking you apart from afar, because there are quite a lot of these players that do tend to find kills at a very wide distance, and that to me is where the macro play comes in more importantly, because we talk about rotations, we talk about loot spots, but there's also a skill in both IGLing and co-IGLs to position yourself in a spot from where you can take these fights at a long distance and engage on teams that have no chance of doing anything.
Not only that, but just take space, deny space for teams that are, like you said, trying to rotate, dictating other players and other teams' rotations is very important. And we've seen a lot of that, actually, from Valley Tide. They did an amazing job of setting so many traps and springing them on teams that were not expecting it. And so that's a massive part of it, I'm sure. As Na'Vi here, this is, again, I really like this roster simply because that, you know, this is their first chance to kind of prove that they belong, and so far, really not bad. I mean, they killed it in the online qualifiers.
Definitely did. Definitely did. Hoping to see them go out and perform well here in the last day of the group stage as well. And as with everyone else in the world, apparently, having Hagatori on their team, hoping to see him go
it's
out
hard
and
not
perform.
to take him at 15,000.
Exactly.
I mean,
Hoping to
let's
see
be
him
real.
go out and perform In similar fashion to what we saw in the past here. First knock of the game is going to be RBN finding Mime over the hillside. We'll see if Falcons opt to aggress forward on this one. If they opt to back off, they are far out west, just south of Chopsticks. So this could be a fight for good rotation into the circle.
That's going to be, again, with Legacy, just on Llama Hill, I believe, is what we've universally decided to call it there, just on the north side of that. And they're just going to disengage, should be able to get Mime in the vehicle and just drive right off.
Reasonable. Again, there's no reason to try and go out in full confrontation 4v4 in the early game, especially when you're the first team to get a player knocked. If you have a chance at disengaging, if you can fall back to your compound on the northern side, go back and say, great, we get the rest. Now let's reset with the info that we just got off of that knock.
Especially with them being in the circle in a good position as well. There's really no reason to kind of risk that fight as we see Hal now just driving right past GNL. Hammer is trying to lay down the hammer as he doesn't get too much damage out there. Okay, couple shots landed, but trap sprung and nothing gained, and look at that. Shots by Nixie now has decided to join in.
Nixie heard the shots. They were both sat on that east side Grammar compound on the other side of Pachinki Fields, and hearing the shots, then looking over, seeing 4 cars, he was like, nope, there's a good chance they pull up on me. Might as well leave as fast as I can. So despite a lot of shots fired and one knock on Mime earlier, no kills in this game so far.
Hal, though, is getting dangerously close to Petrichor as they're set up just to their east side. And they've got to realize, or maybe they don't even know. It's possible Petrichor just sat in the compound. You do have Chewy, though, sit in the off angle there in the fields in a nice little trench.
We saw Jacob getting knocked just before as well. Himas, because who else would it be? Able to find one there. And I'm afraid that despite the fact that E-Arena is sending the cavalry up here, and Himas is taking his time, I don't think they're going to get here in time to get their teammate up. But now that Cerberus realizes that they have a player in their midst. So you can see how they've started grouping up, allowing Na'Vi in on the eastern side, allowing Howl, who wraps all the way around, to take the Pachinki Hills to the east there as well, as we see this circle closing on in.
Again, Cerberus so confident in that split.
What did we circle? Chat, if your eyes weren't already there, look around here. Maybe even look towards the east. A lot of teams are going to opt to go all the way out of what we have here, all the way around this way. This is going to be a race for the bridges as FaZe is the first team to wrap over. These circles have done nothing but traumatized players all tournament long.
FaZe had just crossed the bridge and just said that meme of the kid just turning around. Oops, just went right back.
This one is going to swing back to Fairy Pier somehow. I'm calling it now. It's going to somehow end in Fairy Pier.
I mean, what if it just centers on the bridge?
I don't know.
There's a possibility. 17 now trying to rotate in as well, and they're coming in straight next to E-Arena as well as Hal. Everyone is trying to cross that bridge. Daytrade, meanwhile, has actually opted to stay in the Ferry Pier and potentially camp that ferry itself, but look at this.
Ooh, Tigger! Got off to the side, not going to happen. He's going to get taken down. The thing is, Hal can't stop to try and flush him. You've got to keep going, guys. There's no stopping, no waiting here.
Oh, Shawu will steal.
Will find the kill.
Good on him. That's going to be a nice little point going his way as they see the rest of Hal rotating across that bridge. FaZe already set up a new compound. That is a very strong position for them to be in. And at least for E-Arena, they do have a few members already on the Millie base now in a good spot.
Yeah, there is, I mean, in all these rotations that we just saw going through with 17 now isolating the western bridge completely, or well, as much as they possibly can, this is looking dangerous. Quantum Freaks trying to take the E pickup. We've seen them try and execute on this many times in the past, and they do it here as well. Smart on them to just completely avoid the confrontations in and around the bridge and say, you know, we'll take the quiet southern side. We're good with that.
We're not greedy. We'll
I mean, they got a win on a game off of E pickups, and now we'll see if they can find one here as well.
But this is the decision you have to make now as one of the teams that's stranded on the north side. Do you commit for an early? Do you try to risk crossing the bridge if you don't have any pickup? Do you try to get a boat? Or do you wait to see if the circle will shift back and maybe you get a little bit lucky? It seems like some of the teams like Sonics are potentially waiting out, but I do like what Cerberus has done here. They've actually sent Haisaki to cross just as a foothold and maybe hold the rest as Petrichor flies right above.
You know what I think he's doing? He's swimming over to take the boat, sail back, and pick up his teammates.
That wouldn't be a bad idea.
No, I mean, they're all on the other side, and there's no way they cross over here. The eastern bridge is taken by GNL. This might not be a bad idea.
Yeah, and that's actually the rotation that you were pointing out. A lot of the teams, it's smart to rotate in the blue. You're less likely to get camped. Also, that's going to be the weaker side of the circle. So it's going to be a good decision there for GNL as we see as well. Petrichor, one member left, it looks like. Summer wasn't with them for that E-pickup, as Weibo also gets an E-pickup. Okay, lots of teams finding some luck here with that item.
Yep, saw him as there. 12 kills in that match yesterday. Him and Lou are currently the only two players having ever hit 12 in a global tournament as far as I know. We've had a couple of players on 11 kickstarters the spin up there.
Kickstart spin.
We saw Tycon last year, PGC hitting 11 as well. No one has yet
Gustav
to hit.
at some point as well has hit high numbers in
Somewhere up and around
there.
there, yeah, but no one has yet to hit the lucky 13. We'll see if maybe today
Could
will
be.
bring us that.
If any event, I would say the players are the most cracked here at this point, right? So it would make sense here as Petrichor lands in a nice little area, very close though to Na'Vi. I'm not sure if Sosed knows.
They full on pulled up on this. They saw the two parachutes coming in. Ixlef is split on the other side, and obviously with E-pickups being used, they have no cars to their availability. So Jui and Ming all on their own with the entirety of Na'Vi now, and Sosed even inside the compound proper.
Okay, so we will not get a funky shift here. It will just go straight onto Millie Base, which means that all the teams to the north have to now rotate in.
Yep, this is going to be dicey. We still have half the servers sitting on the northern side of the water here. Himaz and Cerberus are going to take that boat that we talked about just before summer far out to the east. Look at where he is. We're currently watching his teammates fight in the compound down here, and Summer is nowhere near. Ixlef alone, Chewy and Ming trying to now hold off the entirety of Na'Vi, and to make matters even worse, Ixlef is now getting pulled up on by the entirety of Weibo as well.
How bad does he want it, and what can he do to stave off this 4v1 situation? Now, I think to his benefit, though, they're not quite sure if this compound is taken, so he may be able to surprise one, maybe get two cheeky knocks, and then finish them off in 1v2, but we'll have to see.
In all fairness, sometimes you say you really want the circles here. Petrichor might have had a blessing in disguise of having the circles shift away, because you see Na'Vi instantly leave. Cerberus came in E-pickup, so they don't have as easy a chance to leave, but you see already now Shen starting to reposition. They might just actually disengage on this as well. Ixlef, phenomenal individual fragger, but right here, right now, might just want to hold back.
And fortunately for him as well, Kwandong is taking shots at Weibo, so that's going to be a distraction in and of itself. Yeah, they're potentially moving up the hill.
Don't shoot,
It's a free knock, but he's holding his trigger.
Don't
okay,
shoot, mate. The thing is, Summer, we saw him just before crossing the bridge. He has a car. Like, they have no vehicles right now. He's coming down, trying to go, guys, if you stay put, I know it's phase 3, I know you're in the blue, but stick around, I can pick you up. In the meantime, LFP, well, he ain't picking anyone up. He's taking them down. H-Win, double headshot connected, and he's going to fall.
Legacy does have at least 3 members up. They lost VHC early, but still with 3 you can do a lot. They have to cross, and that's going to be the biggest issue. Sonic's still on the side as well, 17, and now Ixlef has struck. He found one. Spaceman will be knocked in flush. That's going to be a point in his side. Cole just trying to get away from that angle.
Not too much you can do here if you're Weibo. You have to make your run towards the circle center. When you're 4 still up, trying to make the run forward, getting suppressed by Freaks as well. Have to make the continuous run. In the meantime here, for Armory Gaming, get your men off the beach.
Lyric's now holding them down, but how long can this duo hold the team of Armory out? Is Falcons now starting to spread out and maybe get a little involved in this? They hear the shots, they see the knocks. This would be a great opportunity for them to sweep up that coast and start to take control of the west side of the circle, especially with how barren that hill is on the east.
E-pickups are amazing, but in situations like this, Weibo, I'm sure, would really wish they had vehicles to utilize, because they have a compound right next to them. They just can't get to it safely. Quantum Freaks doing everything they can to take them out. Shen falls down. Cole now falls down as well. Salute finds him through the smoke.
Weibo in all sorts of trouble. It all started when Ixlef got that backstab, and now we go back to the bridge, and Xiao Bei will fall as the other members of 17 trying to make it across the bridge to start to hold out the Sonics.
What a cluster of a first game here, and you can't even fault the players. These circles have done nothing to try and help them out, as this one will go somewhere on land. Let's see how brutal it's going to become. We shift hard east, and look at the amount of teams now out in the west having to somehow maneuver their way up the hillside, up towards here, and further into the next circle.
I'm still looking at this fight. Hal actually now gatekeeping the fight between 17 and Sonics. As
someone just ran over Shen.
Okay.
That's a drifting.
There's that vehicle you were talking about.
Drifting elimination. Like to see it. There is the car coming in handy.
Ixlef in a lot of trouble though. Kwandong Freaks very much still looking at this position, and they are also not in the circle, so their plan is most likely to hold out Petrichor and then try to rotate in, but there's not much to play in front of them as Shrimzy and Sonics just battered and bruised trying to make it across this bridge. Still 3 up though for 17 as they're going to run straight into Howl.
Shrimzy in the water getting headshot. It has to go down below surface. But as we all know, can't stay down there for too long. Marco, well aware that Shrimzy is out there somewhere, or at least that some player
just
from
licking his lips.
And now, to make matters even worse, Legacy is coming in from behind.
Legacy, I'm curious how much meds they have. Actually, only 5 bandages left on Gizer. They need to make a move now because they're not going to last much longer. I don't even. Does that vehicle even have tires?
This reminds me of those PUBG games where you go, wait, it went Millie Island? And then you start sending it down there. But these guys can't do anything. They just have to try and see if they can find Nox, cross on over. Because Sarah ain't even going to commit to the bandage at this point. No. He's just going to take the loss as he falls. RBN down as well. LFP will see if he can get at least something out of this terrible situation. But no, not going to happen. Legacy out in 14.
Legacy will fall. I'm wondering if 17 can recover that member. I believe Xiaobei that went down. But Kwangdong Freeze immediately just getting rid of Petrichor.
Yeah.
And just like that, they have maintained control, but they still need to get in the circle, and there's not much to play.
Unfortunately, that vehicle spun away as well, because for them too, they need cars to make their transitions from where they currently are. Rillo trying to get off the beaches as well, as is everyone else. Shrimsy now falls as well. We are just in phase 4 and already lost. I mean, it's very rare that we're at 18 minutes down to 39 players.
Yeah, mine will bleed out at least. The Falcons have 3 members left. Zizzy causing a lot of problems finally goes down, and so they're going to start making their way up towards the last member of E-Arena, and that's going to be Larix just on the top of that hill, and they have to know he's there. In fact, they do. They see the smokes. Oh, a vehicle. Oh, that's kind of big.
Yeah, they get themselves a car. I'm not sure if Rillo is going to be able to get, or Flood, sorry, is going to be able to get picked up in this position, but they are going to try and make a run for it. We'll see.
And I may not know how many members are up here, and Larix is acting a lot bigger than he is as a solo, so he's causing a lot of issues here for Falcons. And it looks like Flood will make it underneath that hill and should be able to make it to the vehicle.
I mean, I respect the fact that he's shooting as much as he is, because obviously Falcons not fully aware of how many players are on the other side. And if he doesn't shoot like a crazy man, he's going to get pulled up on by 3 players in just a second.
Flood's got to
force to jump off. There's no way
he's going to get knocked
has
there.
To go for the first aid, but it's not going to be in time. He's going to go down. New circle's going to pop real soon as well, as now the 2 remaining 17 players finally make their way to the circle, but just to see it hard shift to the east once more.
And this is all completely open terrain, so there's really not much to play with here, as all the teams are on the edge. You see FaZe just comfortably holding on to the west side. Daytrade as well have a good position on that south hill, but everyone else very uncomfortable.
Yep, great up on the hillside, but they have Puchel still down in the compound, surrounded by Na'Vi players, so not optimal for them. Lyrics here again, still a solo player, has been a nuisance to Falcons. We'll see if he can find him. Snakers, Prone's down, spots him in time, but not fast enough to take him out.
Oh, that's going to be yet another kill. Larix is really holding his own here as a solo, as it's just down to Rillo now. 3 kills apiece for each team. And they still have a long way to go, so regardless of who wins this fight, it's still a very uphill battle. Nice nade from Rillo, though.
Yep. Great nade lopped on over as he's going to try to get to safety. Little does he know, safety ain't back. He's going to go straight into 2 17 players.
Looking at the circle now, VP is actually starting to make their way towards Hal. They know if they can just get rid of one of the teams on the north, they can make a comfortable push down to the south once the circle does start to close again. But what is Hal's...
Wait, did he hurt them in the vehicle? Yeah, he did. He jumps out. Now, I mean, you know what? I don't even fault Rillo for trying to make a play here in a situation where he knows he's probably not going to be able to make it to the next circle anyway. See if you can get 1, potentially even 2 kills in the nearby vicinity. Find Xiao Wu instantly and takes out Zhou as well. Will he get to the circle? Yes, he will, but no! Taking out, but again, 2 extra points and placement points right there. That's a 3-point pickup for Rillo. What a great effort to salvage more points in a very dire situation.
Yep. Job done. The fact that he died in the blue there, that's fine. He did everything he needed to, and now Salute and Kwangdong still need to make this push, and they're going to be right in the crosshairs of Daytrade as well as FaZe. And don't even forget, all the way to the south, we have Na'Vi.
Yep, they snuck their way on in. They shared the compound with Puchels, who eventually was taken down, and now they start rotating forward. GNL, you can see from here, it's been a quiet game for them. They've been on the lucky side of some of these circle shifts as they sit here waiting this one out. Bean finds Hekatori on rotation as the kill feed starts lighting up once more.
And here's the problem. FaZe just dialed into the position of Kwangdong Freaks as they're trying to make it in, but they're getting peppered by Daytrade as well. And all of a sudden, this opens up a door for Na'Vi now to make their push. And they're going to find a few members of Kwangdong as well.
This match is full-on chaos. And for these players that are fighting, with tooth and nail to make their way into the grand finals, they still have 5 more games to play. This is going to be so hard to reset off of a game as tricky as this one.
It's going to be an absolute bloodbath. And meanwhile, all the way on the east side, Toby, Cerberus is just chilling.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing, I guess, for the teams that have fallen here, as you can see on your leaderboard, no team has more than 3 kills currently that are still alive. So it's the points, regardless of how this one plays out, is going to be spread pretty deep, pretty decently among all teams as we take a look up to the north, up to Howl, and see the new circle pop. And as you said before, this whole area, the entire middle, is just a barren wasteland. So half the circle won't be used at all as Marco finds the first.
Complete emptiness. I imagine FaZe will probably want to get a third party here on this north side fight completely if they can take control and then really dictate the pace of this game. But this fight is actually going a lot slower, I'm sure, than they would like, because they're actually making a move down towards the south, and Daytrade is roaring, and Quetpa will get rid of the rest of Virtus Pro.
Great use of utility by Howl. They're lobbing a combination of flash and nades on over. So yes, you get great spots from here. But now for Howl, the next mission. Where the hell do you go from where you currently are?
They could spill over into the fight between FaZe and Daytrade if it does indeed pop off, but they have a little bit of time to reset, not much, as the circle is starting to move in. Daytrade now realizes they have a team behind them as well as above them.
FaZe trying to come down here, trying to force these teams into one another. You can see Daytrade is starting to feel the pressure, now pushing down the hillside, now focusing further towards the south with GNL in the nearby vicinity too.
Belmoth now, Util coming out, realize where the last member of Na'Vi is, Diffix. What can you do here?
Ooh.
Not much. Not much. That's
almost was the bait. He didn't need to hit the shots. Flash was there, ready and waiting, and crucial that they get those kills quickly too, because Flash now is realizing that FaZe is coming in from the other side, and Howl too is sprinting up this hillside. Nice rotation from Howl. We ask where you're gonna go, but FaZe allow them in, and Howl instantly responds.
And GNL now on the south side bowler in a little bit of trouble as Cerberus also looking that way with quite a bit of cover, and Daytrade has to make a decision here. Do they try to take the fight to FaZe? Do they try to wipe them as fast as possible? They know that regardless of the fight they take, it will be a third-party situation.
Such a smart play from Howl. What FaZe tried to do to Daytrade, Howl is effectively doing to FaZe, and I think FaZe is aware of it now, having heard the vehicles coming in. They need to be fast about this. They wanted to sweep down south, but now with Howl on the northern side, they are the ones caught in the middle.
GNL, again, as you said, have to be as fast as possible. It's going to be a nice knock from Roy. He will find Flash. As Howl now starting to get involved in a beautiful spray down. Vex and Corexi will go down.
Solid shots coming through as Howl continues to apply pressure, continues to try and contain from the other side. The players on the southwest side here are completely squeezed in between Howl and Cerberus.
Look at Cerberus now starting to make their move as this fight has become a mess. Daytrade will fall, and with that, FaZe will also be down to 2 members as Nox are about just one, James, and he will go down as well.
Yep, GNL somehow able to keep 3 alive, but continuously forced to push over towards Howl. Howl has 1 player down, and they are committing to the rest, make that 2 players now, as the Mad follows as well. But Cerberus pushing in from behind, they're fast in this one. Cerberus will push, will go as fast as they can, but GNL needs to make this play happen quickly.
So much damage has gone out to both teams. Meanwhile, Cerberus moving in behind slowly but surely. Haisaki will find the first knock there. As Howl is still fighting back, GNL is just in the middle of a sandwich they do not want right now.
Yep.
Oh, but wait a second. Oh,
it's the 2 squeezing teams from each their side that come up victorious, else to be expected. The teams in the middle, there's nothing they could do, as both Cerberus and Howl apply pressure from each side. And now a 3v3, 9 flashes still for Howl to work with. Limited utility for Cerberus, but still enough, you'd imagine, with the 5 nades to be able to come out victorious here as they make their way into a 3v2.
Oh, that's a precarious spot, though. Code Marco very aware. He lands a headshot. Can he finish it? He does.
Oh!
All of a sudden, Howl has turned this around. It is now a 2-on-1. It is just down to Haisaki.
I asked Code Marco coming in, so how many games are you going to win today? He said 2. Well, this could just be the first one, unless if Haisaki has something to say about it. Ruin falls back. That could be a very good molly, as Ruin fell on his knees right on the backside, but no, it's not going to spread far enough.
Oh, and he was trying to hunt the damaged player, but no, the cover from Code Marco was so crucial and so smart, and they will close it out. Howl will win the first game of the day.
Turkish fans rejoice as Howl come out victorious in match number 1 in what was a cluster of a military game to kick things off.
And the way they shifted, especially on that hill, there was so much open space. We saw Howl struggle just a little bit on the top. They then got their feet under them. They wiped Na'Vi, or I believe it was VP, and then just made their way down. They saw FaZe, they saw the fight, cleaned it up beautifully, and turned it around.
I loved everything we saw from Howl here. Howl in the past have been very good at committing to fights too early, but here they kept their composure throughout the entire game. Solid play from start to finish, and well-deserved win for them there.
Yep. And then I will say as well, Cerberus, don't forget about them. They came in slow, and then they brought as many kills as they needed to before finishing it out in second. And we are going to finish it as we head to the highlights and the desk.
Bra.
Alacağım. Reziyim.
There it is. Did anybody expect it to be a 20-point game? I don't know. I didn't. Did you expect it to be a 20-point game?
I did not expect it to be 20, but it's great. They had 25 points after 6 games, and they put 20 on the first. That is how you want to start it. 20 points.
20-point game.
You're so excited about the 20 points, right?
Very excited
45
about
total, or no, it's more than 20 points. No, it's 20 points. It's 20 points. Great.
Yeah. Awesome stuff. Why do I have my glasses on? What am I doing? We've got ourselves Hal
Maybe
here.
because you can't see without them.
No, I can see. Anyway, we've got ourselves Howl with 20 points, and that might just put them in a position where they're very close to qualifying.
Striking distance, some would say.
Striking distance, some would say.
Yeah.
But that's great stuff from them, of course. I mean, considering that this circle was very reminiscent of our first Erangel of the entire tournament. We have 16 teams up on the mainland.
They did have.
And then everybody had to come back.
Yeah, that was a hard circle again. The amount of military games we've had here, I don't think I like it. 50% of our games been military. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I think it should be like 1 of 5, 1 of 6 maybe. We should have seen 1 or 2 max, but here we are. 3 out of 5. That's crazy. But how 20 points here? They had 25 coming into this year.
Yes.
45 total. Again, we've been talking about this. I'd have kind of between 48 to 52 points cutoff. So that's gonna be the start that you want if you're one of those teams kind of a little bit behind in terms of your overall average. But yeah, good to see the boys here popping off. And Quidpa is going to be up there with 4 kills and 500 damage. Of course, Kodmark also in there with 600. So good to see the boys representing here.
We have spoken multiple times, especially in our region, because that's where they're from, as to the potential of guys like Ruin and the Man in terms of what they could do eventually. However, in previous tournaments on the international stages, Quidpa will take man of the match, and he's one of the ones that actually is not normally talked about alongside the other guys as like the star players in inverted commas for the roster. Now, it felt like it would have been eventually a matter of time before they were able to realize that potential on the international stage, because last year it was difficult for them on the international stage.
Yeah, a little bit. They had some good ones at PGS 1, of course, here. 20 points. The only team to have double digits is going to be very linear all the way down. Cerberus, GNL is going to have 9, and Face and Daytrade is going to have 8 points each.
Do you want to continue reading them all out?
Let's just do it all the way. Let's start from the bottom, actually. Armory Game is 0. Legacy 2. Sonic is 2. Now, overall, of course, good for them. Being able to have this here is extremely crucial for them to put themselves in. They actually jump into 11th overall here, James, with 45 total. Again, that's jumping above 4 AM. And as you said here in the start, 4 AM, I don't see them staying in there with 43 points. Our cutoff is going to be higher. I think it's going to be higher than Bleed as well. Bleed are going to be biting their nails today. Also, D+ going to be biting their nails today. And yeah, already here, 4 AM, down on 13th overall.
It's rough.
Yeah, it is rough. But the vast majority of the teams here, I would even go as far as saying, yeah, I think it's gonna. I think D+ is gonna survive. I think 51 is actually gonna be the cutoff today.
Bit of an attempt from some of our bottom teams to try and get themselves out of the scramble position that they find themselves in. But again, we still have 5 games. If one of those teams gets themselves a big chicken dinner, they can jump up. But here is Howl, one of the region's, I would say, underdogs overall, because there's so many big names in our region, so many big veteran players. Code Marco joining that team, I think, was a brilliant move alongside Quidpa here for this.
And of course, Ruin, what we saw from him last year was super impressive. So of course, it's a good 1-2 banger from those guys. And I think overall, they've been able to prove some good things here, that they're able to go to the first PGS of the year, both this year and last year. That's a statement.
Yes.
And of course, getting Code Marco in there is something that they're expected to kind of level up and be one of those competitors that's going to be able to do great things at globals again.
I get the impression we were having too much fun on this segment, Avenger, because it's almost ready for the game. It felt it was like 2 minutes. All right, let's get into it. It's Erangel once again for groups A and C. Take it away, boys.
And while the desk is busy Having fun? Here are the two super serious casters in myself, Toby and Godspeed, ready to bring you this next phenomenal match which, based on the playing path, Godspeed could potentially take us to a 4 out of 6 military endings.
Yeah, that's a lot of military endings for any team to have to try to navigate, but it has been a very military-heavy event so far, it seems. What I will say is the playing paths, and Poro and I were talking about this yesterday, have been fairly fair. They've been pretty normal.
Very similar too. There's not been a big variety in them, and maybe that's been a reason why we've seen so many similar circles too. We'll see what this one has in store for us. If their previous match is anything to go by, no matter where it goes initially, it will turn out as spicy as possible based on set location. Everyone's going to hop on out. This time around, we see 3 teams down on military. Last game was only 1, so maybe these teams are trying to play the odds now too.
Possibly, and we know Falcons actually have been looting South Georgia, specifically in this group, because no one went there, but their alternate drop was going to be Millie, and so they're going to share that actually with Hal, as you said, 3 teams and Na'Vi.
Yep, trying to make their way down on that southern island. Makes perfect sense too. The rest of the players are out of the plane altogether. Northwest not going to be looted, I would imagine, at all, really. In this match, there's no reason to try and make your way that far up towards the northwest when we all know the circle is going to go somewhere that isn't up there.
So, I mean, just looking back in the last game, Hal really did play that as well as you could, right?
Oh, yeah.
They took that fight very well. Oh, okay. All right.
You know what, Falcons? You had it. You jump out early, and I'll let you continue your point on Hal. As we bring a 4th out of 6 games on the wrangle to potentially military.
Oh, look. Hal's like, wow, look at that. We won the game, and we're rewarded. As Na'Vi will also be happy about that. Now, you're in a unique position, right? They could potentially camp the bridge on either side. Do they choose to do that, especially for a team that is a little lower on the points? They need to have these big games. Do they go for those kills, or do they just try to get in a position like FaZe did early when they came down and got into a nice position there at New Compound?
Yeah, it's something we'll have to wait and see as how the winners of that previous game start their looting phase. Plenty of time they will have to themselves. As I mean, in the previous game, teams didn't really go military until phase 2. That's why it got so clustered, because everyone was expecting it to shift away this time around, while it could still definitely go north, and honestly, most likely will, based on what we've seen in this tournament so far. I think we'll see, with already 3 teams down here, we'll definitely see way more teams eye military this time around early on than we saw in previous games. So hopefully, the very early game kind of cluster that we had in phase 2 of the previous match, it should be more calm here. If we're down to like 35 players at 18 minutes, again, I'd be very surprised.
Which is very rare, right? But before we get into more, let's get into an interview we had with Shen.
我们还没适应节奏吧，节奏有点太慢了。第2天会提速一下吧，5-5开吧。这一次的赛程有点太快了，就只有1次机会。
One shot indeed is all they really have. Is Weibo find themselves just looting a little bit of shelter near Death Road.
I'm not gonna lie. We know Shin, we know how active and how energized he is. When he says we'll play faster on day 2, I'm like, bro, can you turn up the speed? Are there more gears left in your gearbox? I mean, that's something I'm curious to see. Of course, last game, for the most teams, a bit of a write-off, and that goes back to what I said in that in the beginning of that match too, where you have 2, maybe 3 games that can be bad.
Right.
But then you have to keep in mind, having a bad game, that's not necessarily because you just failed. There are so many factors that are out of your control in a game of PUBG that will just go against you. And for like 14 out of the 16 teams in the previous game, many factors went against them. So you can say, oh, it's 2 bad games. We can have 2, it's fine. But sometimes, I mean, games that you thought were going to be good will turn out completely atrocious because reasons you couldn't really predict.
Yeah, now, granted, you are going to have, as you say, games that are stacked against you. That's just the nature of PUBG. But what's important is how you salvage those games, right? You may not be able to win. You may not be able to even get in circle in some instances. But if you can kill a few teams on the way or a few players, get some points, that's going to be what's important.
Look at Rillo last game.
Exactly.
Got those 3 points before
died to the blue, but that was after he got rid of a team and got 2 more kills. So that was a good play from him. And I will say this does make it a little more difficult to rotate onto the island, because in the last game, East Bridge was actually completely cut off into the blue, so teams could actually meaningfully take that route. But this time, there's a possibility that that bridge won't be as accessible to the teams trying to rotate in late.
They definitely are. It's kind of funny when you think back to it. Obviously, they expanded, or they widened the bridges there at the ferry as well, but there used to be a time
underneath.
There used to be a time where every single time you had a melee game, you'd see a North George or South George team take the hardspawn boat out by the lighthouse northwest of Primorsk and do the wide reps on those. We don't see those ever again.
Thank goodness.
Like you'll go Prim down to the southern island, or you'll go Milta. Maybe like a rare occasion of a Lipovka rotation, which we are actually kind of seeing with Legacy right now. But of course, when we have E-pickups as well, those super late blue rotations into melee island circles, they just don't really happen to the same extent anymore.
No, they don't. Especially, I mean, Milta was like the most common. You'd see a team take the Milta boat. They'd probably go all the way down to the south side of the island where the new ferry stop is. But yeah, we don't see it. It's much easier now to get on the island than it was just a few years ago.
A bit of a knot that has to be untied here with Weibo and Virtus Pro sharing the road down towards Milta. If you thought it was tough to cross over to Melee Island because of bridge campers, well, you have Milta campers here too, and good thing for the rest of the server, I suppose, is that no one is trying to kind of squeeze through here right now. It's just these two teams sat with seemingly only Mamu being aware. Or, well, I should say Weibo now being aware that there's another team in the nearby vicinity.
So they're watching that as well for maybe a little trap here, feeding information. But something else to note is 17 once again has decided to stay on the other side of the bridge and potentially camp it. As VP now coming towards Shen. What can you do? This could be a big opportunity. Easy spray down. He'll find one, but the return, Lucarux.
Had the chance to get them both, couldn't find the second player as Lucarux is able to stay alive through that dangerous position to be into. They had the time to reposition, but opted to go with a solo on the eastern side of the road as now this has turned into a proper 4v4.
So guarding that body, they might be able to recover this, but look, Spaceman now on the opposite side, the south side flank. Quizzy would need to get rid of him in order to relieve some of the pressure here. He's going to peek up. He'll find one. Can Spaceman get another one? No, it's traded out by Ibiza.
Not only is this a dangerous fight to take in the early game for any team, but for these two teams in particular, sitting in 20th and 21st place. In my opinion, unnecessary fight to take. But we'll see with now casualties guaranteed on both sides. Who's going to come out victorious? Is that Nate? It's close, but can't quite find the target.
Lucarux is sticking it. I respect that. He gets his teammate up. It's now just down to Mamu and Cold. A bridge camp gone Ari. It's gone all wrong. As now they're on the defensive foot on the backside against the bridge.
I mean, again, Weibo had all the time in the world to position themselves for a potential camp. They just with how they were sat, they were in position from where they couldn't really help out one another. You had Mamu all the way up on the plank houses.
A little disjointed.
It's an awkward location to try and commit to the fight in, but of course, if Shen couldn't get away in time, it's hard for him to really reposition across the road there. But still, I feel like it's a bit of a mistake made on the side of Weibo that we'll see if they can make up for here with just Mamu and Colt left alive.
Still a 2-on-3. The possibility here for a correction very much in the books, but a lot of damage coming out now. Can Mamu get it? He will. He'll find one.
Mamu, former player from Petrichor Gaming, very, very talented individual. We'll see if he can get more James now. Says hello from the other side, and that's going to be enough damage to help Mamu get the knock onto Lucarux. And now, just next to the young gun player out of VMEA on his first LAN ever, trying to see if he can save his team.
Moment for him, a possibility to really show what he's made of. He can save at least Ibiza at this point and save this game. As we talked about, salvaging the games, you absolutely need to. You can't have very many low point games. He'll find some damage out. He can't quite get it, but Cold will also have to go down to heal.
Mamu and Cold both down to low HP, forced to prone back down. I don't think Nixie has a whole lot of any utility really to work with as FaZe continues to apply pressure from the south. Both these teams are very lucky that no one has been looking in this direction in forever, but that luck might run out soon as Armory Gaming is currently creeping in just north of Milta and should be hearing these shots anytime now.
Mamu with a nade, opportunity to end this fight. Just a little short cooked.
Second
Not quite right. Is this one going to bounce? No. Wow, it's actually much further off as Nixie is repositioned entirely.
Armory Gaming should appear on your minimap in just a moment, and when they do, Nixie will be miles out in the open. You see now shots coming in from behind. Jam is the one currently taking those shots, and Nixie doesn't have a vest on. That's 2 chest shots, and he's going to fall down and go out altogether. This is just not good again for either of these two teams, and for Armory Gaming, who sat down even further on the leaderboard. They want this, but Nixie able to find the first.
Can he get the second one now? It's just down to a one-on-one. Time is ticking as the Armory is watching this, and they're actually trying to steal that kill. They're going to help Nixie. What's the play here? Do you go for the final kill? Is there a vehicle you can take? Do you just try to send it?
I mean, to commit to the rest here is so darn dangerous. That nade should be on point, should be able to take down Ko. We'll see if it does. Bounces a bit far, and because of it, Man was able to get up alive. Double blue zone nades lopped on over now. That should be able to spread wide enough, but not in time for them to go down.
This
It's
fight
two
is
bullets.
lasting for so long.
2 bullets should take them both down. Armory Gaming has had enough of it, and they come over and take down both of them as the circle hard swings towards the west.
Is that disgusting shift as that fight took so long between those two teams?
That was a 7-minute fight.
That was insane. And then finally Armory came and cleaned it up. But man, that shift is brutal.
Now, if you look at how the plane path went early on, a lot of teams opted to go over towards the east early on. This means that where you would normally do that wide wrap south around, you have so many teams already down and around here. Petrichor, Na'Vi, Daytrade down here too, and Falcons taking over the hilltop, where, I mean, on the western side, it's a cluster as well, but the north, up here where normally, I would say, quite a few teams would come in from, there's plenty of space. Cerberus has all of that to themselves. The question is now for Armory Gaming, coming in super late from the hard northeastern side. I mean, they haven't scouted anything yet.
No.
This is the first time they see Millie Island in this match. How do they plan on transitioning here?
I'm even watching just Kwangdong Freaks just get a nice little pickup. They managed to get center circle with that as Daytrade. They're going to be off on the ferry here, and Sonics...
They got seen by Sonics.
Sonics are right behind them, yeah, on the ferry. They've seen this now, and Sonics is headed right for them.
Sonics, if you don't hit them here, what's your plan once you have to get off yourself? They're trying to take them out on approach, but they've made landfall. They have positioned themselves. How do you go off here now, Sonics?
They do have vehicles. There is a small chance they can maybe sneak by on the east side of this, but yeah, they realize that they're going straight into the belly of the beast as Daytrade's starting to shift towards this.
I sincerely hope that Daytrade saw Sonics first, and therefore Sonics had no other options but to shoot. Because if not, and Sonics took this fight initially, I feel like that was a kind of a plan only thought halfway through, because now they have to make landfall straight into the open arms of Daytrade.
And the nade comes in and will bounce. Fortunately for Sonics, no damage quite yet. Belmont now looking for an angle. They are all set up. And Sonics need to come in huge here. A knock or two would be really what they need, but Flash will find take first.
Finding your way off the island, down 2 players already now. Shrimsy, kickstart, only players left alive, kick down to half HP already. I don't think I've ever seen this, a team trying to fight their way off a ferry before. At least I've never casted it. This is a very, very rare occurrence in a tournament that just keeps on giving unique moments like this.
I don't know if Daytrade are going to go in, but I will say Sonics can just actually opt for this to go back and maybe just regroup with 3 members if they can.
You know what? I want this circle to go back to Ferrypier now. Just stay on the ferry, guys. See what happens if you stay.
Oh, it looks like, yep, the last 2 members of the Sonics are just going to take that boat right back. At least they have vehicles on it.
It went to we wanted to go to Novo. Sorry, guys. We'll take it back. See you next time. And Puchus is on the boat. He's in the water. He's a turret at sea trying to take them up, but now he has to jump off this game. This is absurd.
And here's more chaos happening here between the Falcons and Petrichor. This is just going to be on the center compound, just at the highest point of the hill. Ike's left now in a little bit of a 1v1 as he's going to reposition here, use util. There's still 3 members up of the Falcons as they did lose Mime in this.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get more of it as Ming, currently the contained player, out from the other side. I like the fact they're now repositioning, trying to flank around the southern side of this hillside. Ike's left outside the building now too, hearing the footsteps of Snakers, trying to reposition, trying to take him out, sees him, but Ming is going to be able to get the knock.
No chance at all. Still, the 2 members of Petrichor doing a lot of damage here to the Falcons. I do agree. I like the reposition here for Falcons. Go on the south side of the hill, get a little bit of a reset, but Petrichor not allowing that at all. What is this shift? We go back to the west, and there's still so much water in this.
How is everyone on Millie Island, and like only 3 out of 14 teams are inside the circle?
This is actually an opportunity here for Sonics. They can get off this very early, hit to the coastline, and then just play that edge.
If you, you want to full speed sending up the south side. The issue is all these teams that are down here on the set south side have had no chance to scout forward. Everyone is playing so slow, playing so cautious, with so much being on the line in today's matches, so no one's daring to make the play. Now, though, on the northern side, forget what I said, 17 E-Arena face as well, going full speed forward.
And look at this. The biggest issue is going to be all those teams on that hill that we saw Petrichor just fighting Falcons. FaZe now making their way, as well as Hal. As looks like Daytrade has actually opted to just take this coast all the way through. They're like, you know what? We'll just follow the Sonics. We know he took 2.
Bringing boats into next circles is not something you see too often, if ever, at all. Daytrade is creating metas on the fly.
Yep, and so far it's working for them, but yes, the Sonics have opted to take that coast, and they will be able to play it at least on the west side edge for a little bit of time, as Armory now have made it across. They actually made it all the way from the east bridge down to the south side.
Jam able to shut down RBN on approach. It's going to force Legacy to think twice about their entry point to this circle. That's the issue, right? When you have the eastern side of this circle just be the hillside, you're really limited to either you come in on the shoreline north or you come down on the cliffside south. There are no more spots to go from Strimsy now trying to get some revenge on the Day Trade players that took out his teammates just before his Nurens falls.
Nade here could be big. Belmoth could fall to that. Not enough, but Nurens still with quite a bit of life left, and he is on first knock, so the possibility to get him up is there.
Navi coming in from that southern side too now, trying to apply pressure. Will they focus Day Trade though, or will they focus Sonic? Sonic's his team up high, so they would be the initial players they'd see. Strimsy, can't quite connect the knock, and you can see he wants to focus on Day Trade down below, but now with Navi here, it's going to get that much more dangerous up close.
And here comes FaZe with an array of util now, making the push onto the duo of Petrichor, as we see Ixlef going up to the top, trying to heal. Or no, it was Ming. Ming up at the top, and Gustav and Vex are having none of it. They will take control of the top side.
Absolute clinical push there from FaZe, and they knew that they were in a 4v2 and took no chances. They pushed 2 up close, kind of bait the attention there. Gustav swings out, peeks from behind, and they push inside the building as well. They were always there ready to trade one another. Strimsy once again, now this time actually Agatori able to find Flash, and he will get rewarded with the point of it too.
FaZe actually is one of my favorite teams to watch when we talk about playing for trades. They're so good at doing that in their gunfights, and so not surprising that they were able to clean that up quite well. Is Hal now taking shots down towards the south of Legacy and Armory, as we're still stuck on this coast. But Legacy in a rough spot. VAZ with the P90 could turn this around in an instant.
Yep, sure could. We'll see if he finds it. Indeed, he does. Double headshot connected as VHC able to take down Shanks. New circle's going to pop. It should go back to mainland, and it will indeed. But so much open space now in the center of the circle that you really cannot utilize whatsoever as these fights continue all around the edges.
Even the space just to the south of Erie, and I mean, this is all very open terrain as well. And so really no reprieve for any of the teams involved, as this fight is still kicking off, and I'm still looking at the coast. Meanwhile, Falcons have found themselves in a good position for now, but as a duo, you have to imagine that's going to be difficult to hold, because that is a very small compound, only one building and like one shack.
I said there's no way we'll be down to 38 players at 18 minutes. We're at 40 at 17. I don't know about this anymore. I might just have lied, as Rift's now with 20 arm bullets. We'll see what he can get going. Full level 3 gear has the Orc, of course, as well as Jacob now. You know what? Why not add some mortars to the party here? We might as well make things more chaotic than they already are.
And Armory going to have to make that push, as you see, up towards the hill of FaZe. And that would be an opportunity for Hal if they see that fight for third party. But we are still on this coast. Sonics have been so large as a duo to hold these teams back. And we see Navi now trying to figure out if they're going to push up towards the coast or actually go for the south side edge of that circle.
Yep, GNL has made landfall as well. The last team to leave the northern island, or the main island, I should say. They stuck around in Ferrypier, and you know what? I respect them for it, because in all other games, that circle probably would have swung back north somehow, but forced to make their way to Melee Island, and now fortunately they do without taking casualties.
Meanwhile, Cerberus actually have been quiet this game. They've just been making their way in, not having to deal with or contest with too many teams, and that's actually when Cerberus is most dangerous. They have been just patiently biding their time, and now they can see the teams around them. They do have the option to either go for 17 or play a little bit slower and maybe push on the south side towards Kwandong.
Yep, Howl sneaking their way up the hill here as well, as things slow down for a second, but it really is just for a second, because all these teams on the southern side, Sonic, Day Trade, Navi as well, have still yet to get into the circle. Puccial's down. He's going to deny. Makes perfect sense. Day Trade is sat in 23rd. You do not want to give points away to any opponents, as now the fight between Freaks and Howl pops off.
Nice shots there from Salute. He will easily take care of Roran, as the rest of Kwangdong starting to get peppered now from the back, and it's going to be Cerberus finding their time to strike. That's going to be a knock from Himas onto Salute.
Yep, who other than Himas himself, able to come in and do some damage on the other side. Corrects you from up high, spots Bean as well, as Kwangdong Freaks realizes very quickly that they are in a hell of a lot of trouble trying to make a play here. They were initially looking to take the fight to Cerberus, but thought better of it. Maybe they should have gone north instead of coming down here in the south.
And I love this setup from FaZe. You see two members there, Corexi and Gustav, paying attention to the north, but very very much still, Fex and Jeems are still anchoring that south side. They know there's going to be a possibility of teams being there. In fact, the probability is very high, and so they are at least anchoring one, and that's very, very wise.
Finally, the fights in the south end as Na'Vi now try to make their way towards the east, but going straight into the open arms of Armory Gaming. Sosa, though, is able to get the double, so they will make space for themselves, but look at this face, instantly reacting to it as they swing south, as the circle swings northwest.
And it pulls more and more towards the coast, and all of this area is completely open, nothing to play, and it's downhill, in fact. So if you don't have smokes, there's obviously no vehicles for these teams to use, and this is going to be tough, but Fex will push out, and he will finish off Na'Vi.
Again with the baits, maybe not intentional this time around, but Sosa able to get the double. Gustav forced to Pronon down, and all while that's happening, Fex sneaking on up, finally peeks on over, takes down all the players from Na'Vi, and they get to stay alive with all 4 players on their feet.
And the south side is going to be a bloodbath, Toby. Look how many teams. It's Cerberus going to clean up the teams of Kwangdong, as well as the last member of HAL, but you also have FaZe now stuck in recovering. That's going to delay their push into the circle even more and give Cerberus more of a window.
Yep. HAL will be down and out in 9th place. Couldn't commit to the back-to-back as Gustav able to find Bean. That's Kwangdong FaZe yet again, I feel like. Kind of caught mid-transition here. They wanted to push forward but couldn't get there in time, and now stuck between Cerberus and FaZe.
As we see this shots going on now, Sonics as well trying to move up against the Falcons, and that's really going to dictate who is able to kind of hold this massive fight here on the east side, as this is still outside the circle, damage abound, and that's going to be Kwangdong going out. FaZe still maintaining 7 kills, and they should be able to recover Gustav here.
FaZe have a decision to make, because there is a world where they can try and swing back towards the south. The issue is that with Haisagi this close now within nade range, I'm kind of thinking as well, Haisagi might want to wrap back north. They have no... I don't think they have a lot of gain in trying to full commit to this southern fight with the circle closing in already as well. Might just want to back towards the north. They know they have the hillside available. See if they can make a play from there. But Haisagi, either he feels like he's stuck, or it seems like he's wanting to commit to this.
Yeah, and you do see Haisaki looking around, seeing if there's an option to their south. Maybe they can disengage. There is a shack they could potentially play.
He's playing contain. Like, he's sitting here to make sure that they don't backfill Cerberus.
As FaZe as well, trying to recover here. They do have a vehicle, actually. That's going to help them. Exactly. They're going to have to leave Fex, unfortunately.
The fact that Sonic somehow made their way into placement points off of that rich journey they had earlier this game is very wild to me. But here they are, up close against their friends in NA, taking out 1 apiece. Is now Flood against Shrimsy, the last 2 alive.
1-on-1, and whoever wins this potentially goes for a 1-person pick up there, going back to a duo, and nope, Shrimsy going to deny that, and he will also take out Flood, but here comes FaZe. What can you do?
Full speed forward, Correction West to work with Jeems, half HP. They have to slow things down at least for a second. Cerberus, off of seeing FaZe leave this, they're instantly going to hop down in this position too.
Shrimsy 1-on-2, he won't be able to do it. FaZe will survive. Jeems with a nice pick up there, and they will control at least a small, very small portion of the circle. But this compound is not in. They're going to have to move in. And look at Jacob. He's actually pushed outside to hold them out.
The backfill to come around to try and take one out. Able to get one. Tycoon will get the other. Solid 3-1 split that we have with Cerberus right now. So Lolsey positioned up here to that northern side to make sure that no one is able to backfill them. They wanted to be the team to backfill FaZe with no one doing the same thing to them. We saw in the previous game, FaZe going up, Howl instantly following, getting the win because of it. So Lolsey's position here is to make sure that no one up in the north could do the same thing to them. Very wise, in kind of heat of the moment, reaction play to send one up north and kind of contain that entire area.
Yep, and the real wild card is actually going to be GNL. What are they going to do? Are they going to make that push towards 17, which would then open the window for Cerberus to push in? E-Arena, they're fine. They're not moving. They have the best position in the current circle, and even a crate if they really want it.
They committed early, and they got rewarded for it 17 as well. A situation where they would really want a lot of points going their way, trying to see if they can get something. 11 nades to work with, but so far not in a position for where they can really use them. Xiaobei now taking down Xiaowu. Will try and see if he can get his teammate up, and it should, I think, be possible, unless if Cerberus opts to peek further over.
GNL, though, they're in a wide split. They're doing a lot of damage, but if any one of those members gets knocked, that's going to be a stranded knock and probably a flush out.
E-Arena has a mortar. I'm very curious if they have any bullets or any shells left for said mortar, because you got a lot of players stuck in the open as Himas continues to dish out damage.
Yep, and that's what I was talking about. Stella will go down. They will not be able to recover him. They do have a little bit of a dip right on the beach side on the north of the compound that they could potentially take here, as Cerberus now have all but gotten into the circle with all their members now, and 17 really the team that they're going to contest with first.
Ooh, Mask spraying on forward, can't quite connect, but the entire team is here now ready to help. Cerberus pushing on forward. Show will be found as Himas yet again finds damage. Xiaobei with an answer. Tycoon falls.
Much damage though onto this team, and they're in a bowl. 2 members behind a tree. That is the last place you want to be stuck with your teammate on the same tree next to a vehicle. Cerberus still peppering them with pressure.
If you're the side of 17, him has yet again the 3rd knock in this fight for him, taking down one more, and he has had enough. He's gonna send it forward, sprint in the open. They know exactly where they have Xiaowu. We will be seen. Himas missing 1 bullet. It's gonna allow for the first stage to come through for Xiaowu, but now the flashbang's up forward as well. There should be no world in which he gets out of here alive.
And fortunately for Cerberus, it's actually GNL that's distracting E-Arena, so they can't even come out and really take part in this third party. But Suju will find the headshot, and all of a sudden, he's turned this around. 2 members down, just Sololzy left.
Continuously on the rotation, trying to make plays for his teammates, but now stuck in the open himself. Sololzy had to commit to the rest onto Tycon, and now they're trying to get down and get the rest onto Himas, but Himas has gone down now the 3rd time. He's going to bleed out fast. They're going to have to full commit if they want to get him back on his feet.
The amount of points left on the table because of GNL's distraction, E-Arena has to be pretty annoyed with this as they wanted to get out and get those kills, especially so many knocks.
E-Arena is currently being contained by Roy. I mean, Roy is on E-Arena duty. Young is on 17 Cerberus duty. I'm surprised E-Arena with 4 Live haven't opted to make a play earlier. Having said that, they're sat in 18th. They want to have the safe points rather than risk everything for potential 1 or 2 points in a loss. And with this circle, they have no good reason to leave this compound.
Yeah, at this point, but you need those big games, right? You'd have to imagine E-Arena needs, and they should know that GNL is at least down to a duo if they're keeping track of the kill feed, so...
I feel like Sushu should go, guys, I'm doing everything I can to take out Cerberus. Help. They are our threat. I need you. E-Arena, leave those damn buildings and come help me out. But they're not biting. And Sushu, I'm worried, my friend, that you aren't long for this world with those nades getting ever so much closer.
Stuck literally between a rock and a hard place. That blue behind him is not helping. Nades more are coming in. Another 50 damage, and he is low. He's stuck, and...
At least you know what he's bidding. I mean, fair enough, he will fall,
inevitable.
But that's a lot of util expended to take out 1 player. We'll see only 1 nade now, where Cerberus before had 8. They have no smokes left. So I feel like 17 can sit back and go, guys, we did what we could. Had you been here, we would probably worked out. But at least now we wasted a lot of their util.
Still 3 members up, though, of Cerberus. As GNL don't really have anything to play. That beachside slump, I guess, is really all they have. But E-Arena, if they have any angles, if they have anyone on the roof, even the 2nd floor, they should be able to see that.
The 0 kills Shoreline Bandits trying to sneak their way into this one. They already got themselves 5 points guaranteed over placement points. We'll see if they can make more happen. But 9 kills on Cerberus, 5 on him. As his last game he played, he had 1,300 damage and 12 kills, and he is trying to make his way back to just non-stop amazing performances. And now finally, damage is being done between E-Arena and GNL.
And every knock that GNL gets is just bonus here. E-Arena does not want any of this.
Are they
going to run him over? He does!
He's on a tear. There's no stopping this man. Maybe the blue zone will get the better of him, but no. He's back in the mix once more.
This man is treating this game like a pub. He's just running people over, driving in snow. And look, there's still a member knocked here of E-Arena. So Cerberus on the other side, Sololzy as well as Tycon looking down for any sort of opportunity for a knock here.
Now, I often talk about how compounds are great, but also how they can become a false place of comfort. You get too happy with the hard cover, and when you had to make a play or had a chance to make a play earlier and you didn't, that's you losing. Cerberus are so incredibly good at punishing teams committing to hard cover for too long. Look at how they're currently split. They have Himas on the shoreline. He's going to bait attention, and when he does, Tycon and Sololzy on the hill up on the northern side will do damage because of it. So it's all about finding these off angles, and if E-Arena now has to leave this compound based on where this final circle takes us, which will take us...
Okay.
So technically... it's outside the compound. We're talking right on the fence, but they have to leave the buildings.
So they will have to leave, but the advantage they have are, yes, that center dot. More importantly, they do have 4 members. The question is, what can they do with 4, especially with Himas on that off angle?
And this is where 17 goes, guys, we wasted their smokes. We bet you're happy with that now, because this run for Tycon and Sololzy in the open down to the next tree line should, I don't want to say will, but should be suicidal.
They have, as you said, they have no smokes, no utility. They have a vehicle, so do they just... They bait for this as the vehicle's driving through, damage going out towards Jacob.
He's up on this.
And he actually gets to the compound wall.
Oh, gets up on the wall. Sizzy missing crucial shots there. He needed to connect on those, as Sololzy is now not only allowed into the compound, but allowed to heal as well. Himas will fall. That's a big challenger dealt with early on here. Sololzy and Tycon try to make it happen.
You'd have to imagine here that Oh, look at Sololzi. That could be huge. He could get a surprise knock, and that would turn this around. They're taking shots at Taika, but he does. Sololzi finds one.
Catches him off guard. There is one more roof player on the other side. That's Taker, but he finds Sololzi now. 1 versus 3. We've been talking the praises of him as this entire tournament, but do not look away from Taika. It's a phenomenal player, a highlight machine in and of his own. 1v3 though. Barely a helmet left to work with. Health heals, but not a lot of util on the other side. Can he bring this one home?
Sissy now trying to go on the outside, still treating him as a threat, as he is still a very huge threat. He's trying to get the spray down. These shots are going left and right. A little bit of misses from both players. Zizzy, though, on the other side, he has the bonus, and he will take it. Arena will safely, although a little sketchily, take this game.
What a finish to yet another completely absurd military game. As if these players didn't have enough worries in their life right now, this game is doing everything it possibly can to make matters even worse. And kudos to the teams that managed to weather these storms that are military circles.
I think Cerberus is just trying to beat the overall point total between Twisted Minds and what New Happy were trying to set, because that was almost a masterclass. The drive through, the bait, the fact that they got Sololzi and Tycon on that compound wall. Whew.
I mean, you saw Sushu there, the 1,000-mile stare, as he just like, oh my lord, I never want to play military games again. I thought Erangel was my favorite map, now I hate it. But that's going to be it from this Erangel as we head on over to highlights and the desk.
quá điện sẵn. Bạn, cái phòng happy rồi. Đấy, còn gói bắp.
Thank everything that we have no more Erangels, because the circle's only like 2 spots. What is going on here? But Arena is able to capitalize off the compound and make it work against a very, very difficult to dispatch Cerberus towards the end.
Yeah, they were delayed. They got delayed a little bit, Cerberus, than this case here, but of course this compound here, if you're able to lock that down and it ends literally in it, then you're going to have a happy time there. But I like what I saw from Cerberus throughout, back-to-back second place here, but also their campaign. Like, they had to fight and move almost every single time. They took on a lot of teams here and was able to bang out most of them except for Arena.
Bang them out, that's right, yeah. Deal with them handedly. We have got ourselves...
Use those fingers.
That being said... 11 kills regardless for Cerberus, so that means here they're going to be able to take away a decent chunk of points anyway, despite not being able to put themselves in that spot. I mean, E-Arena overall with the 6 kills, doing all right.
Yeah, good to see here. Of course, the first places for the overall points they're getting, but it was E-Arena to win the whole game. 17 points for them, though. Good to see Jacob popping off here. 4 kills, 4 knockouts. Again, if you have this sort of compound here, you're not going to get as many fights, and not as many teams are not going to push you unless they know that it's going to end there. So, of course, it's not going to be too much for them here. But yeah, I'm excited to see here E-Arena, and this could actually be that one good game that they need for them to actually push them. They just need like a stable set of points here for the next 4 games. And of course, it is going to be Jacob that's going to be putting himself into the man of the match chair.
Nice, well done. We'll take that MAOTM. And for all intents and purposes, though, I mean, again, I say like a lot of that game really comes to them, right?
Right.
Considering the compound that they did have, but it's all about holding it down. And when you've got people like Sololzy kind of jumping up on the roof, trying to be able to be a bit of a spoiler. The only thing I will say, though, is for someone like Sololzy in that moment, greedy to try and go for the flush. If he goes for that knock and then maybe repositions himself looking for more, maybe it could have been a different story in that final situation.
Yeah, it could. As you see here, 17 points total for Cerberus on 2nd place, but EA with that win for 16. But still FaZe, good amount of kills here. They're able to take that. A little bit unfortunate for them and for them coming in from the angle they did, and a little bit of third-party timing, but they were able to frag out and right now, 8th place, they're going to be in 55 points, and I would say they're totally safe now. So FaZe probably going to be seeing themselves into the finals.
First time in the tournament as well, a 2nd place has been able to accrue more points than a 1st place here. So regardless, even when they don't get a win, Cerberus, they still rack up some
and GNL, back-to-back 3rd places for GNL, James. And now they're putting themselves into 43 points here, putting themselves above 4 AM, just with a little bit to catch. And we could see GNL in the grand finals too. A little bit of a surprise to me. Of course, Roy did pop off. They did have a win, so yeah, GNL is potentially going to be going to the grand finals too if they keep up their trend.
The bells are almost tolling though for some of these teams down towards the bottom of it.
It is, yeah, it is. Not looking good. Legacy 12th with 4 games to go. They need to have 2 good games now for them to be safe inside the top here. Daytrade, VP. Surprises, of course, a little bit here. Falcons and VP, a little bit of surprise to me. Vebo as well. Shen, I expected him to pop off more. He has not yet.
Yeah, after the first day of picking Shen, I was like, okay, right? They've just come off the back of a great 2nd place. In the final day of PCL, they did, as DD team, they did a great job trying to catch up to the new happy position. They weren't able to eventually trump them for that 1st place spot, but they did so well. I think New Happy was like 40 points ahead on that last day going in, and DD team did so much work to try and catch up. So I'm a little bit disappointed by Shen and the Weibo boys.
And honestly, Shen coming out as a superstar as PCL, like one of the top fraggers of PCL, one of the highest performers in PCL in terms of individual performance. So yeah, you're kind of expecting, even though like maybe the team is not able to do as well, kind of soul levels, right? So he should be able to also put himself inside that kind of single carry spot, damage kills wise, and maybe snake some placements here. We haven't really seen that kind of solidify for him yet, but still 4 games to go, and they could have one pop-off game, and it is extremely tight. We have 10+ teams within 15 points, so it is extremely close still. But 4 games to go, and yeah, you need to have at least 1 big game and some decent games too to make sure that you get into that 50+ points.
And I never ever say this in tournaments, but I think the teams are happy that we're moving off of Erangel to some other battlegrounds. Considering
too many military games, James. Too many military games. Usually, I want to see 1 or 2 out of the 6 games that we've had so far, but that's too much.
All right, well, thank you very much, Avenger. Time to go to a break. When we return, we move on to other battlegrounds, other pastures and you. We'll see you in a few.
Dance move, okay.
하이디라고 할게, 하이디라.
Oh my god.
말리는 아가씨.
홍콩 얼어붙은 한강 위로 고양이가 걸어다닙니다.
오.
兄弟。
안녕하세요,兄弟.
兄弟많이兄弟.
My friend. Oh. Yo. Hey, good to see you. Hello. Yo, good to see you. Hey, James, let's go. I don't know. Okay, guys, welcome to Shanghai. Okay, let's go, guys. 총. Oh yeah. Beautiful. Go. Oh.
Hop up давай.
Hey, look who's at that UAC. I see someone landing at that UAC empty compound. Bye, guys.
Ah, no. Thank you, whoa. Thank you, I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry.
Oh. All right, push up. Let's go.
1,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Hop up, bro. Easy, bro.
Easy.
Whoosh. I'm gonna run. I'm gonna win, guys. Chum. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win with the car. Oh.
One grenade. Oh, 2 grenades. Let's go.
We're gonna win, Star-Lord. Yeah. Wait, let me check for grenade. Nice, I found 2 grenades.
Okay.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
We teammate. Yeah.
GG, bro. Good karma.
2-on-1, everyone.
We're going together. I got. Let's go. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go. Yeah. Let's go, Star-Lord.
GG, my friend. Go into the pile.
Let's go. Let's go, Star-Lord. Let's go.
We go to finish line.
Let's go. Hey, congrats, bro. Let's go.
For me, I like the Erangel Classic better because of all the houses are cleaner. I like the way the grass and the trees look and the way the guns feel.
우선 저는 5년 전으로 돌아간 느낌이 좀 있었던 것 같아요. 살짝. 왜냐면 너무 오랜만에 봤던 것들이기도 하고 하니까 좀 추억을 되새김할 수 있었던 그런 경험이었던 것 같아요.
It gives me like a really good vibe, and it's just really fun to play again.
对于我来说的话，其实就是特别怀念，然后在进入某些特定的一些房型的时候，真的是让我感觉到满满都是回忆。
우선 저의 첫 이 배그의 어떻게 보면 11개 클래식 이 맵에서의 첫 느낌이 저는 좀 이제 흔히 말하는 캠핑러, 좀 이제 쫄아 있는 플레이어에서 시작을 했었고 이 재미를
My first day of PUBG was playing with a friend of mine, and we won our first game in duos. We got an 8-kill chicken dinner.
我第一次玩 PUBG， 其实就是感觉这个游戏非常的紧张刺激，让我充满了那种赢得这场游戏的那种快感啊！所以说我感觉当时真的是也是玩得非常开心，就是紧张刺激。
I like the old one more, just because of the bridges. I really miss like the old bridges, and yeah, that's it.
Yeah, to the new players, have fun, and to the old players, good luck.
환영합니다. 뭐라고 해야 할까요? 뉴비분들은 들어오면서 무서워하지 말았으면 좋겠어요. 아직 착한 사람들도 많고 무서운 사람도 있는데 최대한 도망가면서 게임을 클린하게 좀 즐겼으면 좋겠습니다.
我想对新玩家说一句话：趁现在赶紧回来玩 PUBG， 可以让你回到17年的夏天。
Gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, this a promise and a threat. Still young spits, but you call me young boss. Eating real good, so a man's gon' floss. Got my way up in my view, real posh. You a frisbee mine, so that mean you get tossed. Bought a new clip, studio in the back. Numbers ran up, had to spit it with the chaps. Realest in the city, in my record, I fact. But your man's only chat when he do it in the raps like Shot go lost and don't really care what it cost them. You don't wanna cost them. My lifestyle awesome, couldn't decide if my gal wanted to, so I bought them. Don't run track, but I run up a check. Run, do it real big, gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Welcome back, everyone, to PGS 3. I'm Toby, joined by Godspeed, and I would like to echo what the desk said before we went into this break. I think I, alongside Godspeed, talk on behalf of everyone in this venue when we say we are happy that we are now leaving Erangel for the rest of this group stage.
It's so funny because Erangel's usually the safe space, right? That's where everyone's generally the most comfortable. And after talking to a few players like Ibby, I've never seen Ibby so annoyed after
There were
a game.
a lot of frowns.
And Tig as well.
There were a lot of frowns in this break. But you know what? And we talked to Ibby about it here in the break too. If you know that everyone is equally frustrated right now, maybe except for Howl and the Arena, who actually did come up with victories here. If you know everyone's equally upset, be the one guy that isn't. Be the one guy that said, you know what? Everyone had equally terrible games here. Let's just reset, get into the next game. Because the teams that are capable of doing that are, I would imagine, also the teams that are going to come out here playing the best right out of the get-go on Takeover.
Yeah, and let me tell you, it takes a lot to get Ibby tilted. That man is usually
the man of smiles.
But he realized that, right? And he goes back and he's like, you know what? You're right. We got this. And honestly, VP had some good plays. That Weeboo situation was hard for pretty much any team to get out of. They were specifically hunting whatever team was coming out of Milta.
Definitely were. We are getting ready to get into match number 3 of the day. Just 4 matches left to play here before we will eliminate 8 of these teams. Everyone, I would say, in the bottom 8 still has a chance of making their way on in, but with every game we're playing, with every bad result they have, they require that much better performances in the games to follow. Here we see the great overview of Tago as we make our way into match number 3.
I don't know if it picks up on our mics, but all the teams players are cheering that they're off their
for the first time. Like, yes,
Tago!
It's not Erangel!
Oh,
it's
man.
true.
And yet again, as we talked about, another even played. So everyone should be able to stretch where they need to loot. We shouldn't see any hot traps, especially at this point. I mean, not even really a point of topic anymore. All these guys want to just get comfortable, loot, and get ready to rotate into wherever these wacky circles may lead on Tago.
There are spots on both Tago and Vikendi where we know multiple teams have interest in the same locations, but I think with so much on the line here, with very few teams being guaranteed to go through already, it's still too early days to see full commit hot drops. I am seeing FaZe and Petrico actually both flying down towards the southern side here, and it looks to me like there could be a potential hot drop there. If there's an area of Tago that all these players know how to hot drop, it would be Buxton South. So let's see if they're going to full commit. It seems like they've stuck both their parachutes over the Timble grounds. We are probably in for the first hot drop of today.
Okay, so immediately Jeems already with an AUG. Looks like Summer will find an AK, and although they're not common, I still do love seeing AKs out there in the wild every now and again.
Undervalued.
One of my favorite guns.
Yep.
So fun to use, but yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to go up against an AUG. And something else that you mentioned that I think we should talk about is Cerberus is safe at this point. They're completely safe. They could dictate who qualifies, and they can take any fight they want to and push any team. And so watch for that. If maybe they want to just do whatever, play wild.
Yeah. Again, if you watch any of these pro players on their streams during the daily hours, they will be here every single time they are on Tago. So believe you me, they know every single angle, every single little wall where you can get an upper hand. So we are in for what will be a great mechanical showdown of some of the most capable PUBG players in the world.
I would say that these teams could kind of take their time, as it would be in the circle, but this is still outside the circle, not by a large amount, but... Oh no! 1 HP!
A little bit of a low shot. Summer up to stay all the way up against the wall. Therefore, Corexi, I think he thought he had him on a head height, but not going to happen. Over on the other side of the wall, not going to matter too much anyway, because Jeems is there with a good angle to help him out. Jeems, though, no meds, no utils, no helmet, and that no helmet, that's where your AK comes in. One bullet to the dome, and he falls.
Almost as if you summoned it, shot right in the head there by Ixlef now, and they're going to get the flush there. So the possibility here for Erez is there, but Jeems in a rough position on those stairs. At least he has a little bit of cover. Gustav as well has to get behind the building there, as this is starting to get a little hairy for both teams.
Wide off angle play here from Chewy, trying to see if he can catch Corexi. I don't know if Corexi has any clue that he's there. I don't think he does. Has a car as well, but go for the barrel. Makes perfect sense. Crucial shots missed, though, as Chewy only able to get to Corexi down to half HP, but here comes Ixlef with a push on forward. Watch out, though, Ixlef. There's a friendly nade up and over, but Ixlef yet again connects a headshot.
All this pressure now coming out from Petrichor. They have two members knocked here, one very low, and they're gonna, oh, he whiffs. Oh, there it is. Ixlef will find Gustav.
Yep, trying to see if he can get more. Ming goes full. That's on the opposite side of this fight. He's going to go all the way down. Fex able to confirm that one. As, again, these teams are happy, I think, that no one is really opting to third party this. But having said that, they're both, I feel like, down and out off of this fight alone, having only had 2 players left alive each.
Such a risky drop here. It's just going to be down to Fex. What can he do? It's still Chewy and Ixlef. At least they've gotten a few kills as FaZe, so they won't come out completely with 0 points. But, oh, Fex! Wait a second! Oh, he gets them both! What a play from Fex!
Solid takedown, and not only does he get the 2, he will be able to get Jeems back on his feet as well. Damage, though, as I said before, has been done, and they have to rotate towards the northwest. We haven't even spoken about this circle yet. So FaZe, while they get 4 points early, it's not favorable that the circle shifts this far towards the north. Having said that, they are already at 59 points, so I think this could be a throwaway game. The only thing is, having not cleanly 4-0'd Petrichor, next time we go back to Tego in the grand finals, imagine them joining you there again.
Yep, as you mentioned, they're at least safe at this point. Both teams know that, and so they're willing to take that fight. But you're right, this actually could be a fight for who's dropping there in the grand finals.
And it was. I think it was, definitely. But again, I think Petrichor, when we've seen them being very stubborn on these hot drop situations, they've jumped on Twisted Minds in Power Grid, and I don't know for how long. And as long as you don't follow them, as long as you don't completely annihilate them, they'll come back.
They'll keep coming back.
It wasn't clean, guys. That means we have a chance to take you down too. And honestly, they do, so it makes sense. But I again think in a situation like this is the only situation where I think that hot drop made sense, because as we say, they're both pretty much guaranteed to make grand finals.
And you know, I'm down with those. But what else I'm down with is a little interview with Hakatori.
Hello guys, it's Bella with the post-match interviews. We have Navi's Hakatori with us. This is your first international event as Navi. You're doing great, but with the Navi as the former world champion, are you guys feeling any pressure living up to that title?
Насправді мені легше грати навіть LAN-event, ніж онлайн в плані ментально. І тому ніякої напруги не відчуваю.
To be honest, playing here in an arena, not in online, it's easier for us, and we don't feel any mental pressure. So it's easier for us to play here, not in our houses and etc.
Oh my god, I love the confidence. Good luck to you, and we'll see you back at match 3. Bye!
No fear, Navi is here. The Young Guns are here to play, and we'll break down that talk in just a moment. But before that, Chinese showdown between 17 Gaming and Weibo, who are both on the southern side still of the North Island, where I would imagine this game is going to take us. But then again, having said that, we've also watched quite a few matches coming into today that could argue that it won't go up there.
I've stopped trying to understand what's happening with these circles, but you know, and I like that answer though from Hakatori and Navi. It's not overconfidence. It's just, look, you know, we actually are comfortable here. This is good for us. There's sure a lot of people think there's pressure, but we just feel comfortable rather than playing at home. We're now here together, and I really like that. I like that team, and I hope they can continue to show us some great things.
Definitely hope so too. Let's see, Colt gave up his, or revealed his off-angle position. Couldn't quite connect that with a knock though. As I think Weibo wanting to get back to the compound now with 17. They're pushing up and over. They're fully committing to this fight. They want to take him down as fast as they possibly can. 17. Currently not safe either, sat right on the cusp at 16th place, 43 points. They want to get as much going as they can as Xiaopei, I should say, sorry. Able to dish out a lot of damage, but again, no knocks connected to.
No, and Weibo is just kind of entrenched in that area, and they're being quite obnoxious for 17 to deal with, so much so that 17 is backed off, which is fairly rare for this team.
Yeah,
17 is very stubborn when it comes to fights.
Makes sense that they leave here. Howl now coming in behind them. Howl have been incredibly good today again at setting the pace for fights. You know, just come in, don't over-aggress, but just set up a wall. Say, oh, you opted to go over there. Well, if you come back, now you have us waiting for you. So forcing teams into unfavorable positions, that's what Howl's been doing all day. And as you can see, it's been working out pretty well for them.
Yeah, and Howl's timing on third parties has been what's most impressed me, right?
Oh, yeah.
As we look back at these nice shots here coming out from Max left. This looked actually all but done for FaZe, but Fex coming in huge.
GG. They even called it GG.
Even said GG. Oh, look at that headshot. That was so clean from Fex.
Oh, the smiles on Gustav's face there as well. Again, asserting dominance is what both these teams tried to do, but neither one really able to successfully eliminate the other team without taking casualties himself.
Actually, Fex is looking towards the rotation there, and he's going to start taking shots of E-Arena, and this is just around Buksan Sa on the east side.
Yep.
So E-Arena will skirt by, and they're going to be going towards Weibo, as well as I like actually Armory's position as well. They are just kind of holding that bridge, seeing if they need to rotate or if they should stay. Normally, I feel like we'd see teams kind of just commit to the north, but with the way circles have been happening this event, that's a fine play.
It sure is. Sure is. Jacob and the boys trying to get their way further north. Were shot at a bit before, so of course very cautious of what's potentially happening right around them. The good thing is, I mean, we can tell them, they have no one. No opponents in the nearby vicinity, so plenty of space, plenty of time to maneuver, but of course, the Arena team that likes to play it slow. Having said that, yes, they like to play slow, they usually do, but in that previous military game, they played as fast as anyone, and therefore were rewarded with the location that granted them the win in the end. So nice to see actually from them, come to think of it, that they're able to, on the fly, go out and kind of go out of their, I don't want to say comfort zone, but usual play style to bring home a win.
Yeah, they're normally not as proactive, but again, I agree. That was a very good play. They were rewarded for that, and even at the end, I said it was safe, but still a little sketchy. They managed to kind of bring it in and make sure they didn't take too many risks, and ultimately they won the game. So E-Arena find themselves with 47 points in 12th anyway.
Yep, EV up high. You know what he said? He wants to untilt. What better than getting a view of this map from way up in the air as he glides his way over at the top of the head of Young and makes his way back towards his teammates. Now getting shut up by 17. Might want to make landfall as fast as he possibly can here.
And those things are dangerous because they are paper thin.
Yeah.
Shout out to Clint, by the way. Those gliders are not very sturdy, so to speak. Very
the good
easy
thing
to
is
shoot
they
down,
don't explode instantly.
They don't.
So
they give you a chance.
Yeah, you get a chance. And you can now, I mean,
parachute
the fact
out.
that you can parachute out
Yes.
does make things a lot easier. E-Arena, you can see on your map, has committed to the jump as this circle again. It's not a 50-50, but we are keeping water. And there's something, Phase 2, is that a new thing? Phase 2 has to go to water? I don't know. It's getting crazy. It is getting crazy. The river is in the middle. Yongchun, again, I mean, we talked Buksang Sa just before on where teams go to hot drop. If that's on the first place, I feel like Yongchun is on the second place. Everyone knows how to take up close fights in this city, but they really wish they wouldn't have to go here, Phase 2. But this entire hillside up and around here where I'm drawing this arrow is just open, and everyone down inside the city can see you in that position. So there's a lot of terrain within this circle that while on the map it looks decent, in actual play, you can't utilize it for anything because you're stuck miles out in the open with only your car and a couple of trees for cover. That's okay. I mean, you know what? You're probably not going to need that car anyway. In all fairness, they all cheered. They all laughed smiled coming in to take on. The game goes, no, do not laugh. Do not smile. We don't allow smiles here. That's for the desk to do. As now, Jacob will be able to make landfall before he falls, so only a knock comes through.
E-Arena now with a pickup, trying to make it work, but no, GNL has denied them at every step as Diogo runs out of ammo. A chance, the mini pulls out and won a shot, but no, he's traded from behind by Jacob.
GNL not in a position to get this one in. E-Arena have been very successful on the few times they've E-picked up to get the proper positions. They read this split, they see only two cars, and now Hammer and Stella try to come over and fortify, but it might just be too late.
Every fight here matters, especially for these teams that are on the cusp. E-Arena, though, finding some bit of safety. 3 members down. They should be able to get one up as Jacob is doing his work, and Zizzy now will maybe be able to get lyrics.
Limited to no info to go off of. One knocks come through, and now Weibo comes up from behind as well. They see the action in the kill feed. Now they see the action up close, and here the shots too. Jacob will get the double, and I don't know if this is going to be enough for Weibo to want to commit to the fight. Little do they know, there's about 50 HP between all of them, and I like the fact that Jacob is shooting now. Make sound, puffer yourself up high, force them to think twice about going to your position, because as long as you're shooting, that means you're not healing, and if you're not healing, that means that you should be at full HP already. So honestly, smart playing. They're smart mental games to try and bluff yourself into looking stronger than you were when half the team was healing right there.
And they can waste as much ammo as they want. There's plenty of crates, especially because of the bodies that are there, so they're going to be able to, as you said, act much bigger than they are. And there's still 3 members up, so still a threat, a nice position for them on the map. Weebu just on their south side. But something we didn't even talk about on the circle, if it does once again kind of donut and shorten in on the center, those coasts, those aren't really coasts. They're just kind of little
Cliff
slopes.
Faces. Yeah, exactly. There's not a whole lot of access. Like we saw on Erangel before, where they were running it down on the shoreline, GNL that was. You can't really do that to the same extent here.
Right.
Now, let's say, if we draw the line here, well, we don't have to draw anything because there's a massive river in play. We have 4 teams, one of whom is a 2-player phase on the southern side, 10 teams on the northern side. If we are to play PGS 3 statistics, we're going south.
Yes.
We're ending this game in Terminal because there's only 4 players, or 3.5, on the southern side. If not, how in the world do these 3.5 teams make their way across this river? I don't see it happening, but maybe they have some plans that we don't know about. Let's see, how brutal, PUBG, are you going to be to these tier players? We are going towards the north. Okay, so we're favoring the masses, we're heading north, but honestly, not even that much better, because we just saw this area in play. It's an open wasteland, and with these hill positions still available, you can't sit down there. As long as high ground is in, everything down on the southern side is practically unplayable, and we're excluding parts of the city too. So rotations, you got to rep wide. You might even want to go in the water and swing all the way over here to try and backfill.
Yeah, and you even spoke about it right here. I mean, this is just a downward slope. There's no cover there. There's really nothing for these teams to try to play, and so setting up there is all but impossible. And even the center of the circle right here is just an open field.
Yep. While we're explaining what's happening on the map, Cerberus able to find a kill, and of course it's going to be him, has to get the first, and Suju able to get one on Howl as well. So while they were being pressured by Howl, setting up a massive wall to try and contest against them, they managed to break on through and take down one for their own. And now Quetpa and Ruin forced to try and back off. They have them at a nearby vicinity, but look at where they're going. I mean, both these teams, I think, know that, oh well, you know what, we just drive across the bridge, we see what happens, and if we die, well, we go next.
There's also a bunch of crates on that bridge that have just happened to land there as 17's Xiaobei is taking shots at Howl. Remember, 17 actually opted to rotate back on this side, and now they have to rotate on the north. The one caveat is they have something to play in a little compound on the south before the next shift.
Where do you stop if you're a Howl? Full speed forward they go. There is a shack just north of them, and Quetpa might just be headed in that exact direction. Matt with a 2-wheel US still driving, still kicking. Now it's smoking, probably going to be on fire in a second, but somehow
they make it.
Howl have actually managed to not only make their way across, but done so without taking any casualties.
Yeah, they lost one earlier. That was a 3-man send, and all 3 of them happen to make it.
You know what?
across.
That's a coin you can only get to flip points. You only win that lottery one time with like 9 or 10 players shooting at them on that rotation. And there you see the amazing parking done by EB of that glider earlier in the game. We did say you had to get down to the ground fast, and what better than just completely crash it into a shack.
I mean, you take those as well, as we see the west side starting to get quite bunched. You have Virtus Pro, you have Cerberus, Falcons now, and you have that widespread of Na'Vi up towards the northwest. And even then, you have Kwangdong Freaks and Sonic. So this is a very compact, and as you said, and we were talking about before, nobody has taken the open space yet.
Sure haven't. You see the smiles there on the faces of the arena. Able to get themselves more points, much needed points too. Currently sat on that cusp as well. Haisaki now spots Mime in the open. Can't quite find the knock with the last bullet. Does manage to get him down, but forced into cover immediately after.
I'm not sure they'll actually be able to recover Mime. I think he's taking shots from other teams there off to the east side, but Rilo now stuck in between them as here comes 7. Oh,
back
did they
the
make
other
this?
way.
They
Full
should be
speed.
able to make this,
Yeah,
yeah.
we'll see. Oops.
Oh, that's
Doink.
easy.
There we go.
No problem at all. So they'll make it across that bridge, and now this gives them an opportunity actually to backfill VP.
Yep. Cerberus is getting, 17 is getting massively rewarded for the fact that Cerberus opted to leave here. VP should hear this vehicle though, so they're going to be forced to try and take a fight here on the southern side. I know the circle shifts away, but you have to contain your backside when you're wrapping in this late, and Lucarooks will do exactly that. Find Sushu, but it's instantly traded.
It's a couple members down now for VP. Lucarooks flushed, and Quizzy really nowhere close to help his team. Where's the rest? It's just Ibby's not even close to this as well.
I mean, they were hard focusing Cerberus on the other side, and they're going, wait, there's another team coming this way. Forced to turn around. Looker's kind of caught on an island of his own, and they take one casualty. But at least now they have the info. Quiz is able to back off. EB will try and push further forward as we hop up to Belmouth. On the northern side, a fight kind of waiting to happen, and honestly, a fight that could dictate the winner of this game. Daytrade and Sonics right now can't really do a lot of what this position is great for, which is looking towards the south and dishing out a lot of damage. So if this fight comes to an end quickly, whoever wins it could get massively rewarded with a ton of kills gone their way in the end game.
Especially having the high ground with that center circle position being so open. Yeah, Sonics or Daytrade need to make that fight happen and finish as quickly as possible, as you're also going to have a team like Kwangdong Freeze looking that direction as well.
EB, you heard it. He called it to his teammate as looked on over.
Nice nade.
Instantly finds Soset with the first nade. Second nade looks good as well. Quizzy finds a double. Diffix down as well. Seeing the two Na'Vi split players takes him down instantly. But now the issue becomes Kwangdong Freaks are in the nearby vicinity here. They've heard all of this. They've seen it in the kill feed too. But I don't think EB has any clue that he has Salute just over the other side of that hill.
And 17 been slow rolling this on the backside. We said they want to backfill, and now they have a chance here because of Navi's split. They're going to be driving right past Hakatori, but no, Shao is going to find that knock.
Hakatori finds the double, so damage done, forced to slow things down, and now Ferris. He's going to pull up on this. He has to try and make a play. Yes, he loses a teammate, but he's the only player left alive. Again, salvage as best as you can, and with the two knocks coming through just before, those nades could be very, very good. We'll see if they do any damage. Sushu down slow speed. Xiaowu found one more. Joe instantly throws on down to try and stay alive, and now the last player, Xiao Bei, pulls up and saves his team.
Unbelievable there. That got very hairy for 17, but they should be able to recover at least 3 members. Zhao Wu will also get picked up, but 17 still have a far way to go as they have to come into an edge either filled by Kwangdong Freaks or Cerberus.
The Arena took away this position from GNL earlier. Now they have to defend it as Armory Gaming is pushing up close. We still have Weibo on the south side of all of this. We'll see if maybe they opt to engage from afar. It's Tiggleton, who else, finds the knock with the mortar.
Hamas now taking shots at Xiao Bei as he tries to thread the needle, but again, there's really nothing to play as we look back at E-Arena just trying to get rid of Armory Gaming.
Xiao Bei tries to get to safety, can't quite get there. Now Himas tries to find one. He does manage to get one down, but it's going to get traded instantly in return. Tygon finds one more. 17 just running from team to team to team, and finally they're dealt with out in 12th.
Show me a team that's been better at controlling their edge so far this event than Cerberus in this group. I mean, they have been absolutely dominant as Larix and E-Arena are still taking this fight to Armory. And this is taking so much out of both teams as Jacob will find a flush on Riz. But the trade from Shanks, and he gets 2 with a flush.
Oh, able to get one more now as well as Jacob. Somehow still alive with this 1 HP to his name as now Shanks has to make the committed play. They know he's down to low HP and finally able to take him out. Armory Gaming out victorious, but E-Arena, a lot of kills gone their way.
Again, multiple teams went through that area. Now, Weibo, what can you do? Can you take advantage of a team that's been crippled by E-Arena as they try to push through this compound? What does Armory have left?
This is why they committed to that check. They knew there's going to be one team pulling up on that compound eventually, and when they do, we'll be within striking distance to try and take them out. Dimas goes down. Jam is back to full HP, but having said that, that nade comes up real close and almost takes him down. Jam able to find Cole.
Not done yet. Armory is still fighting back. That angle kind of tricky to get in between, but Spaceman will take care of it.
Nice.
Armory will finally fall, and Weibo should, at least for the time being, be able to recover all 4.
Great 1-2 trade there. Great kind of pull up from Mamo and Cold on one side, Shannon Spaceman on the other. Fights that I don't think I would have seen DD team be able to do in their primer roster, but Spaceman coming in I think has added a lot of pressure, a lot of know-how to the roster. They're able to get something going there. Falcons out in 9th in the meantime as Rello is spotted in the open.
Sonics now as well safe in the circle as we can see Weibo starting to rotate towards Cerberus. They've been taking shots from Kwangdong Freaks this whole time as well. Tycon now trying to find a foothold ahead. Getting to Sololzi, getting that res, but they still have so much ground that they have to cover, and all of that is open.
Yep, trying to make the run on forward. A second. His helmet's popped off, but able to get behind the compound. I say safely. It might not be all that safe.
Safe-ish.
But the entirety of the Freaks looking down at him. You can see he's stuck behind that vehicle. Tygon, I mean, he's a beast of a player. Maybe borrowed a helmet, I think, as well from Sololzi, but there's nowhere for him to run. As I say that, nope, not going to happen. Salute headshot connected. That's Cerberus down in 8th.
I think they're not bothered too much by
I mean, honestly, there's probably a lot of smiles on their faces. But of course, they put yourself to a high standard. You want to go out and get the best result possible in every single game. But they're also just matches where you
What do you
just
do?
look at each other and go, what am I supposed to do different? And from Weibo here as well, I think that's going to be the question on their hands as they try to make their way into this circle too.
And you're starting to see the difficulty of which we were speaking. The circle has so much open space.
Yeah.
Even for the teams that are already in, I mean, moving just a few feet down to your south or any direction is going to cause you to be in the open. And so realistically, Kwangdong Freaks with the only hill, I should say, with trees and cover, will have to move soon as well, unless they get incredibly lucky with the shift.
These matches are doing everything they can to test the mental fortitude of these players. In all fairness, I mean, we always talk about the mental state of professional players and how you don't know what it's like to play on land before you get here. This really has been and will continue to be the true test of how these guys can keep their composure.
Test of wills and needs. The circle shifts onto the center, and that is as about open as you can get. And to be fair, Tego is fairly open in the end games we normally see, right? There's not a lot of cover, and so this isn't too far out of the norm, but this specific position where these roads intersect is just... it's difficult to play. I mean, there's no other way to say it.
Not only is it hard, but because we still have high ground in on the northern side of it, it makes it that much more difficult. You would have seen, had there not been high ground in, teams already setting up car faults down below. But you know, if you start proning out there in the open, these guys, whenever they're done fighting one another, will just sit comfortably up high, look down towards you and go, oh, that's a knock, that's a knock, that's a knock.
Oh, look, free kill. Oh, look, he's scanned.
Exactly. And those 3 kills are kind of coming in right now for teams up against Weibo because all they have is their smokes for cover. As now Shin and Man will try to make a run to safety.
I do really like Belmont's position. He's kind of snuck his way in the circle as all these teams are fighting. Hal now have held this position for so long after that send. Weibo trying to find something, a foothold to get against that shack, and the whole lobby just turned in their direction and deleted them off the server as we see Kwangdong now with a little bit of a position there on the southwest.
The fact that Hal off of an absurd phase 3 send survives that with all 4 players and now just gets massively rewarded. It really goes to show you how a team can be in the worst of situations in the early game and still get to reap those rewards in the late game. Sonic's yet another team that's been in a very favorable position, but because they've been kind of stalemating with Daytrade again, they haven't been able to take full advantage of their high ground position. They have no kills so far. Again, mainly been focusing on Daytrade, but now they start looking towards the south. They agree with Daytrade. You go west, we go east. Let's see how this one goes down now, though, as Kwangdong Freaks and Hal right on their side of the roads.
Yeah, and even Daytrade, they at least have some sort of a position in the circle. Sonic's still searching for that, and even Daytrade has a set of crates to play as Kwangdong is just trying to get rid of heaven.
Blink and you miss it. Howl demolished as Kwangdong Freaks lops a couple of nades on over. There are only so many places they could be in, and they completely tear Howl apart.
And that's Sonic's cue to try to get in, but they're all stuck behind a rock as one of them will go down. Sonic's TIG will actually be flushed out entirely. Trimsy on the back of that hill to the west trying to provide some form of cover, but it's really not there.
Kwangdong Freaks qualified through here with flying banners, and it's been very quiet from them since making their way through to PGS. So great to see the Korean top team able to get things going here as they rack up kill number 10. Now Legacy trying to push further forward. Will lose one, and LFP as Poochils connects with the nade, but here comes the rest of the push. Kasira with the Grocer up close.
What can he do here? No, not much. Flash will actually find that knock, and Legacy have had 4 kills in a decent game so far, but they're getting pushed right now. Daytrade starting to close the vice a little bit, and now Norins with a flash still looking in that smoke, the only form of cover that Legacy currently has.
Such an important fight, and the fight that Daytrade wants to get over with quickly. They're sat currently in 22nd overall. If they get this fight done and can engage on Sonics and Kwangdong Freaks while they're still fighting one another, that could be a game in the writing for them. They fight one now. Strimsy taken down from Belmont as well. They want to deal with RBN as fast as they can, but he's not giving them any chances.
As you said, large opportunity here for Daytrade. They need these points desperately, and they've all but finish this one out, and there it is. So they will finish that fight, and now they have complete circle control as Kwangdong Freaks is fighting Sonics, and this is an opportunity here for Daytrade to farm even more points.
Daytrade has been so good in their region at registering when to third party, registering when to engage. They've been a little slow in these tournaments in PGS so far, but this is a perfect opportunity to go in and take full circle control. You're rewarded with the fact that these 2 other teams are still fighting one another. Now is the time to reposition. Now is the time to set yourself up for a position from where you can bring this win home.
Still Whims Twin sits behind that rock, just taking his time. And Flash, though, look at this. Daytrade actually sending multiple members down to the south side to sweep and make sure that exactly Kwangdong can't even get inside this circle.
This would be the one place Kwangdong Freaks would go to after taking out H-Win. Go down there early, deny them the access to this next circle, which very well could be the final one, as we still have both Kwangdong and H-Win outside of the circle. Now H-Win out of the server too.
You have to imagine here, unless Daytrade really have a travesty of a throw here, that this is all but guaranteed for them. A nice knock. Norins will find Guman, and so Kwangdong, what can you do? Only 2 members left. Daytrade smells the blood in the water, and they're pushing for it. Norins will find Salute, and this one seems like it's all but sealed as they get a much-needed boost points.
The Titans from Thailand strike strong as they bring home a win here, a much-needed one, which will skyrocket them up the leaderboard from where they were sat coming in. So you can see the breath of relief there on Pushil's face. The last team to join the Global Partner Program too, they would not want to fall out this early, so a much-needed win there for Daytrade.
And they played that so well. They took their time up on the north side. They kind of saw Sonics, and they had this little stalemate, but they still managed to get someone in the circle in Belmoth early after Sonics disengaged to the west. And so just very smart decisions all around. And again, the injection of points they just got has to be a huge, huge relief for them.
3 more games still left to play though, and I don't know if they're quite there just yet, so they can't smile too soon. But we will smile as we're done with Tago. Head on over to Vikendi. But first, a break, and then back to the desk.
Let's go, Lex. You're a god. You're a fuck.
There it is. Daytrade gets some much needed points on the board. Let's be real, they have not had the easiest of times so far here at PGS 3, being able to take this Tago, where once again we get another circle heading towards these rivers. These circles have just not been kind to these teams.
No, and we're like, the curveballs that these teams are getting thrown at, it's already the last day. It's already the last chance to make it into the grand finals. And they get thrown these crazy curveballs of circles, military games, crazy amounts of water, and Tago. Let's not hope that it's going to go somewhere crazy on Vikendi.
I was saying to the boys, like, at least there's no rivers, but there is oceans.
Frozen river, oceans, 50% water can still happen on Vikendi.
To be fair, if it did go to that frozen lake/river area, it's so hard to play, so let's go there. Let's take a look, though, at Daytrade with 9 kills going their way, almost 1.2k damage for their trouble.
Nice.
Very much so urgency on the cards here for them.
Yeah, they needed this. They had 6 points on their first day of play yesterday. Rough. Yeah, really rough, but obviously awesome to see here. And Flash, of course, one of the superstar players on the lineup, is able to get pick up 4 kills, 300 damage. But overall, a hard circle to play. The terrain is also a little bit tricky, especially coming out of the city and so forth. But yeah, it definitely felt like you could see how kind of frustrated the teams were in terms of how they were moving. It was not like a lot of clever movement, but also some hot drops sorted. I like that we saw Petroglyph Road and FaZe Clan fight for the Bukzanza, and it was obviously great for that because they had to get that sorted going into the finals. So the question is, are they going to fight for it more, or is it just going to be like, okay, FaZe won it, we're going to go different? And both teams could afford it in terms of points, so that's obviously always nice to see that the teams continue to kind of, okay, we need this spot, we want this spot, we're going to fight for it no matter what.
Another team fighting for it over on the west side, of course. Kwangdong Freaks with 17 points, 11 kills going their way, really able to put in the boot against a lot of those teams on the west.
Also needed for them 31 points in the first day here, but yeah, and now 17 points on top of what they had before, so it's going to be more than enough to put them into top 9 now. Very impressive. Nice. 59, that's going to secure them the grand finals for sure here. So still very close, and now that has pushed our lovely D+ down to the bottom 12. The question is really, is it going to be the same teams we're going to see again and again? Because when you have teams like Petroglyph Road and FaZe fighting, you know, an unnecessary, you could say, fight in terms of the overall points, if they were just focusing on that, that's going to be even harder for D+ to be down there. 51, Bleed on 48, still a lot of teams far behind them, but with 1 or 2 good games, or 2 decent games or 1 good game, they could easily jump up. Yes. It's only like 15, 16 points if you have 35 like Rainbow Gaming right now, but right now at the very bottom, it makes it hard. Like if you're not at 30 points right now, I feel like it's going to be hard. Armory Gaming, it's Legacy. Yeah, it's a long road. They need 2 good games with 3 games to go.
Very, very difficult indeed for some of those teams, as you were mentioning in the previous group, that is not playing today. They're hoping for a similar story to unfold in the next few games, which is top teams sponging up points. Because if those bottom teams just underneath them gain even just a little bit now, they are going to be pushed out of this tournament. I suppose the saving grace, weirdly, of for these teams that are falling out and not being able to go to the grand finals is, I guess, at least PGS 4 is just around the corner. But that's not the best of scenarios. You don't want to be going out before the grand final here.
No, you don't want to have two weeks vacation before going into PGS 4. You want to play the grand final. You want to give as many points and games going into this. And of course, it's the only way for you to get PGS points. It is going into the grand final. If you are outside our top 16, you don't get PGS points from this. That's obviously one of the big reasons. You want to try to secure PGC now before it's too late.
Yeah, no, for sure. We are just moments out before we get into Vikendi. Anything you're anticipating for this one?
Yeah, I'm just excited to not have too much water in our first couple of circles, and then before it's going to be 50% water and like a really hard eastern shift. But also excited to see if we're going to have some contests, right? Right now, we have been talking a little about Leveni. We're going to see Sonics there probably. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Any hot drops?
Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm hoping for it centering just south of Cosmodrome so we have as much water as possible. Let's get to it here as we've got Godspeed and Toby on the mic.
James said what I was just about to say. I don't think I've ever casted a Cosmodrome ending before. Maybe we get one here. Before we get to that point, though, let's get some dancing dinosaurs in the chat as we hover over Dino Land here on the western side of Vikendi. Oh, Godspeed, oh, Godspeed, oh, Godspeed. What kind of a mess can we possibly get here that'll be worse than what we've had in the previous 3 matches?
You can see a Cosmodrome circle with 3 storms happening all at the same time.
True, we had some storms, a little sprinkle, little polar bear sprinkle, and who knows? Who knows, maybe we'll be in for a treat in that regard. You know what, having said that, having Virtus Pro back in the mix here, EB might have been upset, might have been annoyed after the last game too, but if there's a place you'd think you'd have a home field advantage, that is for the polar bear team to fight on Vikendi.
I do like that, that's
maybe
very
they
true.
Can recruit, they can tame the bears. And ride them into battle. Glorious battle.
What game are you talking? I want to play that game. You ride a polar bear to battle with an AR on you, but
I mean, can we get some muds in? Some polar bear riding muds. You can try and tame the beasts. I don't know. In any case, let's take a look at this one again. I mean, as rude as these circles have been, plane pass across the board have been very, very generous.
Yes, very fair on the plane pass, but something that I'm starting to really wonder is now that the teams that are safe towards the top leaderboard, when are they going to make their move and really start to make the teams who are already sweating even more pressure?
Now seeing a bit of a cluster of teams out towards the eastern side. Na'Vi, Virtus Pro close to one another. Hakatori though quick to get a weapon. Be able to shoot, and as you can see here too, Virtus Pro not looking to take any fights. They need to get away, please, for the sake of mental state over.
I knew it! I was gonna say, listen, when they were talking about the circle going, north, I was like, what if it just goes south towards Winery and just completely cuts off? I should have said it. Oh my goodness.
How are we doing? I'm gonna draw you 3 lines. I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do this. Because what we have here is we have 2 big mountains that unless if you get there early, you will not be able to reap the rewards of. Look towards a lot of shoreline rotations and potential camps in and around Krasnik and in and around Pavica. That's usually where you see teams opt to set up shop. And why not give Cerberus circle center? There's more water in this circle than there is land. This is, I love the yin and yang shape because there's nothing balanced. There's nothing balanced about what we're experiencing right now.
Something has to be broken with these circles. I don't believe that this actually went all the way to the south near Winery. That blows my mind, as now all these teams have to scramble to find some sort of a position. And as you said, with the way that this circle is laid out in the terrain with those 2 mountains, there's only 2 real access points that you can come to the circle without completely ruining yourself for future rotations.
There is an intern somewhere in the server room that sits, smile with a grin on his face and a T-shirt which on the back says, "I just want to watch the world burn." And well, I mean, this world, an observatory, might not end up doing so, as we are quite far from all the action. But down on the southern side of Vikendi, as cold as it may be, it's going to get real hectic real soon. But now let's listen in to Team Falcons.
Our performance today, honestly, I would say is kind of acceptable, in my opinion, because of the mistakes we made, but it's not ideal. Tomorrow, we're going to be adjusting our pacing a little bit, identifying when we do need to get deep into the zone and when we can play slow, and just making sure that we're all 4 on the same page and playing together and doing whatever the call is made, we're doing it as a team. There was a few games that had a little bit less players alive than I would have anticipated. A lot of early game fighting, but otherwise nothing that isn't unexpected. Teams are playing insane. Twisted Minds, New Happy, Cerberus. Everyone that's expected to do well is doing well. So yeah.
Yeah, and a little bit of a slower start even today for Falcons, but they still have 3 more games, and so I imagine they should be able to make that cutoff. But yeah, he made a very important point, and that is no matter what. No matter how stressed you are, no matter the situation, as long as you are following the call as a team, you are most likely to at least succeed in some capacity.
I love the fact that obviously this was done prior to today's game.
Yes,
the
yesterday.
fact that we want to understand when we can play slow, when we can play fast. You know what, news check? You can play fast all day today because there's really no slowing down with these circles coming in.
What Evie told us just keeps echoing in my brain. He says, "I just want to play I just want to play a normal game."
You know that a Wrangle game where you loot? You get in your car, you make a rotation, you
shoot
scout
back sometimes.
You see some people, you have a little bit of fight going on. That game that we all know and love. No, this is full speed forward galore, or you are gonna get caught in trouble. Speaking of being caught in trouble, Summer is currently jumping around with a mini in hand. Clearly no idea that James is sitting and feeding in for a cross to his close by teammate in Rifts, that there is an opponent right on top of the hill. But now he swaps over to the M4. He's clearly heard that someone's nearby.
And Armory Gaming is one of those teams that just really needs to start to put points in the bag as they find themselves in 22nd place with only 23. And Summer at least will be found. Rivs will find something to start this off against Petrichor.
And this is interesting because Petrichor, we've seen it not only today but yesterday as well. Petrichor has had a hard time avoiding early game commotion. We've seen it in previous tournaments too. Now finally coming over, getting a little bit of revenge as Sidestep takes down Rivs. Despite the fact they're great fraggers, it's all of this early game commotion that's kind of ruining what they would want to be in playing center early on.
Prone was a little questionable there at the start, but Petrichor starting to bring these back together. As I say that, some damage has come out, but the problem is Armory is not in a position to fight this. They're so cut off from the other members, Toby.
And Weibo, you know, why not? Why not add some more people to the party? As Weibo now comes up and go, oh, hello guys, we fought you before, let's do it again. Mamu shut down on approach though, as now I think Weibo is thinking better. Bit2 thought they could just go up and take the fight to Petrichor, but they're now in a complete Armory Gaming sandwich.
And Petrichor just completely disengages as they had a battered and bruised Summer in that vehicle. They will get him to safety, so should be a res for them, as now they're starting to take shots at Weibo. And good decision from Weibo. They need the points, and so a third party was definitely smart, but didn't really work out for them. In fact, it's not going to be Armory that potentially gets a little bit off this. Straight through the smoke, he doesn't find Mamu just quite.
It's definitely desperate times for Weibo. Shen knocked from the other side as Shanks finds him. Kind of caught in the open there. Cold is still further north, but not in a position where he can help a whole lot. Now Mamu peeks on over, spots one damage done, and he is able to find the knock on the at least immediate pressure player. As Dimas on the other side now has his own world of trouble as Ming, another Chinese player, peeks on over and takes him down.
It's actually mostly Chinese teams here, except for AG now just trying to get out of there as Weibo is taking shots, not quite able to find that knock. And this is all happening just on the north side of the circle, by the way, just inside northwest of Deca.
And we were talking about it, because the mountains are where they are only so many points from which you can really enter this circle. You're limited to pretty much 3. It's effectively a fork down on that southern side of entry points, very similar to Val del Mar on the western side of Miramar, where there's only so many entry points, and therefore we're seeing, look at this now, Sonics comes in here too. There are only so many entry points in this area of the map, which is what's clustering all these teams together.
And so Sonics now finally find something here. They will get a flush on the Summer as Petrichor is still getting peppered. And on the edge, this fight will probably happen for multiple teams to come in through this. Virtus Pro now in an entanglement here with the Falcons, and Quizzy just trying to get a knock.
We set 2 areas. We set up close to the mountains, and we set the shorelines. And this is the second of what we had just before. Quizzy up close, lops the nade on over. His teammates have already opted to disengage. He cannot go for the car. He knows he has opponents just over the other hillside. Maybe now runs back towards it. Lucarux is there to try and peek on over. But look at this, he has 10 spare bullets. And he's running double 7.62. This is so far from optimal as you can get.
So he realistically only has 5 shots, right? Because the reserve is needed for his other weapon. Indeed, as Sonics will now pull out, and those are 2 teams that desperately need these points. VP currently find themselves with only 18.
This is so incredibly chaotic. I feel like so many of these players under normal circumstances are so good at keeping their composure, so good at remaining calm throughout all the chaos that these games bring them. But with how much is on the line today, of all days, elimination on the line for multiple of these teams, and how the circles have presented themselves, and the games, the matches themselves off of the circles have been chaotic all the way through. You can't fault these guys for making mistakes, for making plays that you'd never see them crumple on in other days, whiffing sprays here and there, because these guys have all the reason to be as stressed out as possible.
Oh, look at the nades. The nades on the pre-rotation. Oh, navigated beautifully there by FaZe. They will avoid Irina's trap, as it looks like, oh, they're actually going to turn on this. FaZe is like, oh, you want to camp us? Okay.
FaZe has nothing to lose in taking these fights. They are in already, so might as well see if you can get some more points. And I think Irina, with just 2 players in this position, are starting to realize that this might just have been a mistake.
Irina is safe too, though, so they're not too pressured by it. But yes, I mean, they've realized now that a mistake was made. But James will be found by Larix. This could be a knock to open things up.
You say safe, but they're sat currently at 52 points. I'm not quite sure that their current 12th place, should they go out with 0 here, is going to mean a guaranteed qualify. We'll see, though. It is going to be around there. A lot of people online and on this as well. It talked about that somewhere between 50 and maybe 60 point cutoff, depending on, of course, on how top-heavy these matches end up being. But let's now see. Teams will be found as Sissy finds one. Arena, of course, wants every single point they can get here.
Now we're back to the Sonics, who have actually opted to go for a far west rotation, and this is one of the ways to avoid the forks that you were talking about, right? Because they can wrap all the way to the west and then come in through the south, exactly like that, but they will have to contest.
You're kidding me.
I don't believe it.
You are kidding me, PUBG. You're really doing these players so dirty today. Do you know what? This rotation, I've never drawn it before. I've never thought this was going to be viable, but please, Sonics, for everything that is holy in PUBG, make this right now and you might have yourself a win. We are in for one of the most absurd endings in PUBG history. All these players are going to try and hook the southern shoreline. VP is already down here. Continue, my boys. Continue to safety as you make your way further down the coastline.
It's very... I don't really know what to say.
James wanted oceans. James wanted oceans.
James got his oceans, and surely there's a frozen lake in there somewhere as well, right? This is ridiculous.
You know what? For every viewer out there that likes chaos, I'm going to tell you right now, you got it. You got it today. I never want to hear any complaints about the games not being wild enough for you anymore, because today has sure delivered for years of wild games in PUBG.
The 689 meters is
that's
kind
a long
of
distance. That's a coastline.
Kind of absurd.
That's a coastline flush.
I'm just the amount of teams right now that are condensed onto each other with Cerberus, Legacy. You have Na'Vi, VP now making their way in as well. 17 How. I mean, this is This is lunacy, but look at the west side, Toby. It is completely open aside from Sonics as well as Petrichor.
We have 2 teams playing the entire western half of this circle. It's Petrichor and Sonics, as you say. The remaining 14 teams out east, and that's why we're seeing these fights taking place, because they're all clustered in on top of one another. It's all for those early rotations. They're now in such a big nut. They're tied so closely together that even if they wanted to leave, they couldn't, because getting into your car is sure to mean your suicide.
The fact that Cerberus right now is still taking this fight and holding it against Legacy is very impressive, as they're going to take down multiple members on LFB1 will fall as well. 17, though, is taking shots from the north into this, trying to get as many kills as they possibly can.
This is insane. Matt's trying to make some sort of sense in all of this situation. Trying to get some kills. Oh, almost cooked that nade to perfection. We'll get one more lopped on over, but 17 now starting to shoot in from the backside. Second nade not going to do a whole lot. As I say that's actually not true. Finds Kusira, and that's going to be Legacy down in 16th.
On Freaks. This is going to be happening on the east side now. It's VP right underneath. Falcons have actually slotted themselves right to the west, and Day Trade as well. This is, again, this chaos. There's not much to play. All these teams realize they just need to get in the circle, because the next shift will still likely have quite a bit of water in it, and so the playable land is really shrinking faster and faster.
We are in phase 2, and half the server is within a square mile. This is unheard of. Completely and utterly unheard of, especially at this level of play. But again, you can't fault the teams with the rotations coming down here, and with what you're limited to in the info you've been able to attain early on. There's no reason for you to be elsewhere. Sonics made the hard southern rep. They're going to be in a golden position. E-Arena said, you know what, guys? Screw this. Let's rep all the way to the other side. We'll tank blue for as long as we have to. And now they get to reap the rewards too. In the meantime, everyone on the eastern side here, they are just falling down together.
Day Trade just getting
There's nothing
nickeled and dimed everywhere, yeah.
Every time you reset, every time you come out on top, there's 4 other people looking at you.
So, E-Arena, like you said, will shadow Sonics in that rotation, but it's just the amount of space to play here is so little.
How much water is going to be in phase 3? I'm curious. I'm curious to see how much more water
If
we
it
can
hard
get
shifts
here.
southeast, I will lose it.
Come on, game. What do you got for us? Yeah, why not? Let's not go up yet. Let's not include those mountains. We'll stay in the open. And for those of you guys who don't know, there's a reason that we have no player here, because that's practically unplayable territory. But now, let me draw that line for you again. We have 2 teams in E-Arena, Sonics down on the southern half of the circle. Everyone else, all other 13 teams are, as you can see, a big old splash of rainbow colors up towards the northeast.
Yeah, and at the very least for E-Arena, they will have a nice little position to play right here, and so that's going to be a good reprieve for them. But for everyone else, I mean, this is just a mess. Day Trade now trying to survive between Blue Zone Grenades and Kwangdong Freaks. It's just Bean and Salute left.
If you're face, you might just want to hop in the water and swim down towards
That's not even a bad idea. You could sit behind the crates.
You might just swim all the way around the circle. It's going to take you a half hour, but it could mean top 3 territory.
2018, anyone?
I mean, it's very rare that I would advocate for something like that, but I mean, and for Face as well, of course, sitting very, very solid in the leaderboard overall, 8th now with 61 points. It's still, though, not unheard of. Let's see, Falcons, how do you get out of this mess?
Oh, and it's really, I'm looking at VP as well, right? They need the points, and they're sitting with 19, 3 members still up, but they're going to have to watch all these teams rotate in front of you. And as you said, yes, Howl is also still gatekeeping, so that's another problem. And don't forget, the storms will start hitting the circle, I'm sure.
Yep, sure will. Sure will. Salute, trying to get to safety. That flashing going to do that for him, as he's going to try and wide wrap around this one. We'll get to safety, though, just before Norrens. To swing around the corner now, though. He's heard the footsteps. Butchill's bet the info across, peeks on forward, takes him out, and that's Kwangdong Freaks down and out. Face now trying to go for the southern rep, but Navi's already here.
This is just a clown show. Every team running into each other. Sosa down, Hakatori and Diffix just left. They will get a few trades, though, as Correction will go down, and look at this, VP finally Nixie with an ability to shoot back and get some damage onto the team in third party of this fight.
Yep, VP perfect angle here, great opportunity to get a lot of points going their way. Lookarooks will find one, Nixie gets the flush on the other, as they now peek and try and see if they can find Gustav as well. Howl is still here though, so Virtus can't just fully YOLO into this fight. They could be them going down if they overcommit to it.
It's just Gustav now, as Quasi has gotten as close as possible. He's now trying to make this push, and with the cover from his team, yep, that damage is going to come through. Well played by VP.
Much needed points here for Virtus Pro. They did lose EB. trying to get down here initially, but again now Howl in this nearby vicinity. Ruin is currently flanking Lukaruk, so with Lukaruk still having a bolt action in hand, don't think he's aware. In the meantime, up on the hilltop we go. We saw 17 just before looking down in this direction too, but now they have GNL right nearby.
An immediate headshot there will push him down, and the white Gilly monster will get taken down as 17 starting to get some points here as well. 1 kill, a couple knocks as they look over towards GNL. Hammer stuck now in the blue behind a ridge.
Yeah, they know exactly where he is. Not too much they can do there as Weibo now comes up and says hello as well. Circles should go on land now. I'm assuming that's going to happen. Indeed it will, but keep in mind what I said before. This whole area practically unplayable, at least for now, at least as long as these compounds and the high ground of E-Arena is still in play. You do not want to be sitting down there, but for some of these players, they might just not have any other options.
Not like they needed it, but now Cerberus is in a position to once again farm all the teams coming in on the east side. That's going to be Hal as well as Falcons and VP, who just got some much needed points, as you said, but still back against the wall. 17 now have to finish fight with Day Trade if they want to find their way into the circle.
Need to finish it fast as well. Currently 7th, 13th place, but I'm not sure if those 53 points are going to be enough for them to qualify. Shu falls down. Xiaobei, nice flick off the side, able to take down one. It's actually, no, it's going to be Xiao Wu peeking on over, getting him down, but they forgot about Norwich. Norwich creeps up behind and finds one in return.
And as the last member of Day Trade, he has an opportunity here to just wipe out the team of 17. Just Xiaobei left. He's in the blue. He has to heal. He's going to see one member there. Xiao Wu should get flushed here. No, he just goes for the whole plate as he finishes that one. 17 will fall, and Day Trade will at least get some placement points as well.
Nope, they didn't. 9th.
No, I'm sorry. You're right. 9. So close.
All of that effort.
So
all
close.
of that effort just to fall one placement short. Howl now in the meantime will be the team to try and make a move on forward. As Falcons, Flood and Rello, only players left alive, trying to stand strong, trying to hold out Code Marco and the boys, but as they try to, Sonics from the complete opposite side of the circle goes, yeah, guys, you're not going to sit up there because we can see you.
And normally you'd be like, oh, man, Falcons, you know, they're having a rough day, but, I mean, can you blame them?
No,
can you blame any of these teams currently?
Shape, or form. But this is why. This is why you want to have your good games be amazing games.
Yes.
This is why every single little chance you get to convert points is where you cannot make mistakes, because sometimes odds are against you and you will get back-to-back games that go like the games have gone today. So convert at every single possible chance. And as we see on the leaderboard, the teams that are up in the top are the teams that have not only converted their good games, but also weathered through some of the storms of terrible games. That's what it's all about. Make the most of every single shot you get.
Salvaging every point that you can in situations like this. Petrichor doing just that as they take the fight here onto Weibo. On the north edge of this is Chewy and Ming just trying to hold off the team of Weibo, which is still 3 strong and smokes abound.
Trying to get aggressive to force their way into this fight now as well as Ming comes full speed forward in the vehicle, down to low HP though, and Jacob from the southern side is going to be able to take him down again. E-Arena very, very nice in their positioning here. They've been able to set up some good third-party opportunities for themselves today. Let's get one more of them. Spaceman will get the flush. It should be them pressuring, applying more pressure and pushing further towards the north.
If anything, E-Arena has shown me that in the wackiest of situations, they actually can thrive. I mean, in the last couple games, they've gotten the most amount of points so far for themselves and pushing their way up towards 12th place now. I mean, they're looking to be safe here as long as they can just get a few more points in these next couple games.
Where are we going? We're going somewhat
on
up
the road.
towards the north. 4 players of the 18 are inside the next circle, and again, not a whole lot to play there. I think this is going to be a day of PUBG Esports that will go down in history as one of the most head-scratching, face-palming days of PUBG competitive play, and it's going to assert it's going to stand out as a day for all these players that you can never take games for granted. You never know when a ton of games just don't go your way.
This is just a group stages, right? We still have grand finals.
It's insane.
Which is just mind-blowing as Sonics now will start to make their way outside of this, and they're starting to make their way over towards the east, right into the sights of Cerberus.
Yep, Sonics continuing their wrap around, well rewarded for their early push down towards that southern side. Sonics usually are pretty smart on the macro play, and this time around it works out for them too. Marco forced to play the blue with Cerberus nearby. Ruin tries to bait the attention of the team. I actually kind of like that. They give all, look at this, 13 first aids for Code Marco. Ruin gave all his first aids to him, took the car towards the south and said, buddy, it's on you. I'm going to bait them towards the south. You wrap north. And look at this now. If they don't care, like if they aren't careful, he might just be able to make it all the way into the compound.
I'm going to point out to you, Toby, that it is phase 5. There's only 15 players alive.
I mean,
phase
are we surprised at this point?
At an international
You know what? Normally
15.
I always go home after these games and look like through the replays, watch the map feeds. Is there anything I missed? I feel like today is one of those days that not only me but all the players just really want to forget.
Yes.
Write it out of our memory. Hope that it will never happen again. But then again, it's PUBG. The dice get rolled every single game, and sometimes they just hit the worst result for you as a team a ton of times in a row. And now Marco again still healing on out very, very close to the circle, but tanking blue for as long as he can before making that run on forward. And I think with Ruin not getting insta-killed there, Cerberus is well aware that there's still a Howl player in the nearby vicinity.
We're a little suspicious of something going down over there. Yep, as, again, with one of the very few positions that's actually holdable in this.
But that's also insane for a team like Cerberus, who currently are well in the finals, who can go pedal to the metal and play up against the best. They also know when to slow things down. They also know to say, guys, let's slow things down. Let's wait for that snake. Let's take him out. Like, they play so incredibly smart. Oftentimes, aggressive teams are just looked at as being kind of the mindless YOLOs into fights, and just everything they do is off of their fragging capabilities. No. Cerberus, they play cerebral PUBG every single step of the way. They're just incredibly good at taking out players while doing so.
And I think this is the evolution that you and I were talking about, right? Before, they really only had Tycon as their big superstar. Himas now, Sololzi, Haisaki. I mean, they have all stepped up, and this team has really shown to be world-class. And the ability to just, as you said, know when to slow down. Even if you're ahead, even if you know you're qualifying, you should practice how you play. Make sure you are doing everything you can to get ready for the next stage so that you don't make any mistakes, because in the grand finals, you cannot make mistakes.
There was the solo, and look now for Cerberus to start looking the other way. You see that Sololzi instantly in the car when Code Marco fell there. I feel like I've seen a lot of yin and yang logos in this match today. I feel like the game is just taunting the players with balance, calm, vibrant
There's
vibes.
no calm. There's no balance here.
While this server is full of players screaming, hoping for things going their way. Now for E-Arena, for Sonics as well, it has gone their way, but it's been off of their wise rotations out on that western side early on.
This has been a nightmare. This circle, this entire game has been, this day has been a nightmare for these teams. Sonics now looking for just angles here onto Cerberus. They know that compound was taken. They should know there's at least 3 members there, as Shrimsy is pointing that way, but there is a ridge actually protecting Cerberus just now briefly, but they still have to get into the circle, and realistically, Sonics holds the only foothold on the south.
For Weibo as well here, I mean, we look at the other teams, all of them pretty much in at this point. Weibo, not so much, 43 points. It could be enough at the end of the day, but of course you don't want to take that for granted. You want to get as many points as you possibly can. They too have been in a lot of those fights early on, but been able to back off. They've always had somewhere to default back to, a fire escape at their hand, so that they could get out and away of the cluster they've been in, and somehow, because of that, they have been able to keep three of their 4 players up and alive through the entirety of this one.
And Haisaki found a nice little spot for them to at least play. He's like, hey guys, come over here. Also, there's some crates, so let's go ahead and loot this, get a position here, and
Sonics
just hold out Waibu.
Sonics has 18 nades.
That's a lot of nades.
That's like 4 red zones. That's insane. If they get anywhere within striking distance...
I feel so bad for the team they're about to get.
Eardrums are going to be blown by the end of this game if Sonics gets anywhere within nade distance. The only issue is that with how... You can see... I mean, look towards Sonics where we currently are. Look at how barren that area is. That's the area we marked earlier in the game. There's a reason no one ever tried to contest it. And there's a reason why Sonics still have 18 nades, because no one's been within range for them. Shen now, in the meantime, taking out Sololzi.
He comes in now, and there has been at least some drops in the middle of the circle, some form of cover, I guess, as Sonics now taking their eyes and attention towards Weibo and Cerberus, as I believe Sololzi should be gone now, and that's a possibility, I guess, for Sonics if they really want to push out and flex that way to get some more points and kills. But E-Arena is well comfortable for the time being, but Circle E is slowly starting to close.
No H when they're setting up a mortar, because why not? In a very, very hectic situation. Himas at least knocked initially. That would be a great player for you to eliminate in this match, but can't quite find the confirmed. Sololzi, on the other hand, will fall as Shen accidentally takes out Spaceman. But you know what? Sometimes you do step in front of one another, and hopefully the time is there for the rest to come through.
So just 2 players now for Cerberus, still 3 for... Oh, I say that, and a knock comes through. Shrimsy with the arm will find Mamu and the flush. And another member now will fall, and so Weibo all of a sudden down to 1 member.
Stay yin and yang. We stay on the rope side with crates bound for everyone feels kind of ironic that Spaceman has a broken level 2 vest when there's 25 crates still on the server here that has yet to be looted. They have hard cover. I mean, they can run from crate to crate to crate all the way to the circle center. A line has been drawn for either Vibe or Spaceman to get into this one.
Look at Tigger, though.
They're pulling up on this.
Yeah.
They're pulling up. I like it. Again, I mean, they're starting to feel comfortable. They've been really good at timing their third parties. They know they're still not within nade range, but as I say that, those 18 nades we talked about before, well, now they're starting to get thrown on forward.
Oh,
Look at
here
this.
they
The
come.
red lines are going to keep on coming for at least a while longer.
Arena is in for a rude awakening. They're about to be very surprised by the amount of utility thrown their way if Sonics decides, and here's a start. One nade coming through, a little bit of damage. Tigger, though, smartly using that wisely. Should say using that mobile cover, but the amount of crates and just utility, the ghillie suits. Wait a second, Jacob will find Ticket. That's a flush.
Really smart. Stacey took the car away up to try and bait the attention the other way. A little bit of a hole in the smoke there as he's going to get the off angle and take him out.
Eric's now also trying to come in as Kickstart holding that angle with the FAMAS. That's going to be another not quite easy. Cerberus, meanwhile, does hear this and are starting to make their way as Kickstart will find yet another one. A flush comes through. More points Sonic's way.
Yep.
Shrimzy also recoverable now, but look, Quinn, being the anchor, sees this. Zizzy will go down, and so E-Arena will fall.
Solid takeout as Sonic stay alive. Kickstart took his time there and rewarded for it too. Didn't want to take any chances. Knew there were holes in some of those smokes, so playing it smart and just kind of peeking over the side of every single one of them. Now Himas and Haisagi. Himas had 5 kills in the previous game. He's going to have 5 at least in this one too, as they know exactly where both Shrimzy and Kickstart and H-Win are located. As I say that, he sprays into the ground, so probably not.
Close enough is Haisagi getting close now in between. Huynh will find him. And now it's just down to a 3v1. Himas, can he do something special here?
Yes, he can. He's proven it time and time again. 10 kills for Cerberus, who have managed to weather the craziness that has been Vikendi. Let's see now if they can get more of it. Himas, if there's a player to do it, the 1v2 is on you. 6 kills already, hoping to make it 8 by the end of this game. Spot kicks that headshot connected instantly.
I just love the way he's just moving and throwing these smokes, giving himself a path forward in order to keep fighting and stay within the circle now as Sonics as well starting to move up. He still also has a smoke launcher, but the amount of damage he's doing while moving again, it's just so impressive. Himas is so strong.
An absolute beast of a player. He's up against full level 3 gear, but he does not care as Kickstart once again goes down to half HP. Shrimzy went out with the nade in hand. Lobs on forward, but it's a bit off to the side. Himas able to dodge and weave, of course, level 3 vest as well. It's going to keep him up, and look at this, Shrimzy, no vest at all. Just a couple of bullets to the chest, and he's going to fall.
And the terrain and shrubbery here is actually
Did they miss
providing
him?
cover from Himas. Yeah, they might have missed him completely. Look at Kickstart still looking over. Shrimzy, though, might have seen him. Smoke's now starting to come out, and also Kick, very fortunate that I believe he had a level 3 helmet to only go down to half there off that headshot.
You see, they're still looking to the right side, both of them. Shrimzy is actually completely exposed to this angle that Himas currently has. They're sure that he's still over on the other side. Didn't catch him backfilling all the way to this rock. Phase 8 is going to end literally on the road. So they'll all have to move. And of course, Himas waiting for them to try and flex out, waiting for them to realize, wait, he ain't there, and then try to get an off angle. He's actively trying to isolate this into 2 separate 1v1 fights. And he's, again, when you only peek as little as he does here, he's setting him up to exactly that.
Also want to point out how absolutely rare true road endings are in PUBG.
Yes.
This is not something that's common at all. As now we see the smokes coming out, and so Shrimzy and Kick should be able to, I should say Shrimzy should be able to make it through on that smoke line towards the road, but Himas in an angle that still very much can punish that as well.
Now, are they trying to go 2 together here, or do they dare to try and split push Himas? Because if he gets a chance to, again, isolate this into 2 separate 1v1 fights, he will take it any day of the week. There's a bit of a hole in smokes. But he doesn't see him, or does he? Nope, he's still expecting Kick to be down there. I like this play with the smoke line, the way it's been set up. He saw both of them, at least one. Shrimzy down to 1 HP.
Look how calm Himas is.
It's insane.
Not even sweating a little bit. And granted, he knows he's already safe in a position that this isn't too much of importance, but it's still, I mean, just complete ice-cold killer.
Absolutely insane. Sonic's off of that rotation, held the dot. You can see, still expecting Kickstart to be somewhere on his side of the road. I'm not sure if he saw his silhouette as they made their way in O, but the more that they're both peeking, the sooner he'll be aware that they both managed to cross on over to the other side. He will have to leave that rug eventually, but for now, spots the silhouette of Kickstart and gets him down to 1 HP as well.
What is that spray and that tracking? Unreal from Himas. So Kick will have to go down and heal. Shrimsy's just like, I don't even know if I want to get out of the smoke.
He's closing into 1,000 damage again. It's in back-to-back days he's gone up here. As Kickstart now playing with the tree for cover. Trying to see if he can find him. Shrimsy spots him, headshot connected. So finally, it's Himas who has to heal on down. But the circle is creeping forward. Now the flashes are starting to be thrown on.
So with the advantage now of center circle, Himas has to move up. He does have a little bit of a ridge.
They're both on the tree.
Yeah, a little bit of ridge here, so he might reposition here and find an angle.
This is insane. If he can wrap around here, if he can catch them,
Oh,
both
so
looking
exposed.
the other direction. Spots the first one, takes down Kickstarter now. It's just Shrimsy with half HP and Novest left to play with, peeking on forward.
He's got a flash here.
He's gonna win this.
He might just win this. The flashes are coming out. This is gonna give him an opportunity to push forward. He's gonna wrap out the left. Shrimsy still trying to hide behind the tree. The blue now behind him.
Kick is trying to give him info, trying to feed info across the Shrimsy as he peeks on forward, has the tree for cover, but Novest is only peeking with a 10. It's one bullet, and Himas would be able to win this game now. Swaps on over to the MK, peeks on forward, can't connect it, but he wins it! In the end, Himas reigns supreme, the absolute beast of what is competitive PUBG esports.
The confidence and the plays made there by Himas were incredible to take that fight 2v1 against Shrimsy and Kickstart.
Himas is currently writing himself into the PUBG esports history
He's one of the
books
best.
as the best player
He's one of
in
the best, if
the
not the-
world. The best we have ever seen in competitive PUBG. He does not care who he has to take down. He will deal with all of you. Be in a 1v1, 1v2, 1v3, 1v4, you name it. Himas will annihilate you.
Forget about talking about the top 10 or even the top 5, top 3. This man is starting to become, or has already become currently, the beast of PUBG as we head to the highlights and a much needed break.
Just unbelievable. Unbelievable. I can't believe it. He's just too good at the game. He's just too good at the game. Another clutch, man.
You can do this segment. I'll just shut up.
And 22 points, 12 kills for them here. It's just unbelievable. Like, so good at the game. That's an insane clutch. And you could see how Sonics were approaching it, right? They had the center of the circle. They had the utility to kind of play and make a play to get closer to the circle, so he had to get up on that ridge. But it's just a too wide of a ridge. He can get an angle. He got the opening knock. He got Adrian in the beginning to sweep behind him, right? He's just, yeah, gamer god. Insane.
what a star-studded, legend-making performance, even just across basically what is effectively a day and a half.
Yeah.
Yesterday we get 12 kills from the man. Today we get 8 in a clutch situation.
Versus
where
Sonics.
We're watching it backstage and we're thinking to ourselves, there's so many concepts, so many notions, so many angles. Sonics felt like they were playing scared. They felt like they knew who they were going up against. That's the terrifying thing as well. I was like, are they trying to delay this out? Are they trying? Obviously, they were trying to find the center of the circle. Are they trying to bleed him dry in terms of ammo? There were so many things, and yet you don't beat Himas. This man is on an absolute tear, Avenger.
Yeah, 1147 damage. Another 1k club from him and 8 kills. It's just unbelievable. What a crazy performance from him here. And we're only the group stage. If this is just the beginning of PGS 3, if we're going to see more crazy things from him here once we get to the grand finals, and of course, man of the map, and he just fills the whole thing.
Again.
He just fills the whole thing. He's just maxed out.
Again. That is unbelievable.
Yeah.
What?
And they were knocked. Weibo Gaming pushed them. He got knocked. They clutched it up, him and Haisaki. Of course, Haisaki gone down, but the off angle to take H-Win down and then take the last 2 players and Sonics down here. Just unbelievable scenes here at PGS 3.
There were multiple times where they were pressured, not only by them, but E-Arena as well was putting the boot in, but 22 points go the way of Cerberus. I'm just going to say right now, I don't even care that you're going to see it later on. Currently, Himas is being interviewed over on the stage because just there are so many people into filming, taking pictures of what's going on here. Unbelievable scenes. It's rare when we're doing this job, we feel shocked, flabbergasted, taken aback by what we see here from these guys. We know what a lot of these guys are capable of, but he's doing things other people aren't capable of.
Exactly. And they're going to be up at 110 points, just 15 points shy of Twisted, with 2 games to go. Can they do it, James? Can they win the group stage? I would like to see that. I would like to see that. That'll be awesome. Just continue this. And this is what some of the teams were a little bit scared of, right? All these big teams, all these staple teams just sponging up all the points at the top. It makes it even closer at the very bottom here. You see, our 16th team right now is Na'Vi. 17th is GNL. It's 45 points, and it's all the way down to, let's just say, Falcons, right? It's 7 points making the difference here. And our bottom 8 is going home without PGS points to the hotels and waiting for PGS 3 or 4 to start.
K plus and D plus and Bleed Esports need an absolute miracle at this point.
Our hope for Cerberus is to continue to get 30 points per game.
And just keep wiping the lobby, I suppose. Likewise, I mean, the contenders to that position that they find themselves in here, the likes of Na'Vi just knocking on their door. Day Trade, honestly, in these past couple of games has been looking good, racking up those points.
They have,
jumping very heavily. 19th place right now for them, but as you were mentioning, because the sponging's happening, these positions are so close to one another. Look, 15th, 48, then 47, 45, 44. You just need a few points to be able to jump in that top 16.
Yeah, it's a little bit sad that Day Trade only had 6 points on their first day, right? That's a little bit sad. If they just had 20, which would also be very low, they would have been looking fine now, but still they're one of the teams chasing right now. Bleed and D+ right now, they're just like, go Cerberus, just kill everyone, get all the points. Make sure that there's not enough points for the teams to take them over.
They're going to be number 1. At this rate, at this progression, they're what, 15 points away from Twisted Minds right now?
16 points and they're number 1. And it's with 2 games to go on a map like Miramar. Like, I gotta say though, the 3x brace from Himas, like, it's just like, it's crazy. The recoil control on him is just out of this world.
It is absolutely
mechanically so good.
It's moments like this where you come back to the desk or whatever. It makes your job easy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like we come back and we're like, we're losing our minds back there watching this unfold. And again, another curveball circle on Vikendi where we were expecting, oh, well, at least there's no Rubers.
Yeah.
What are we thinking?
Just here, take a 50% water circle in circle 3.
Whatever.
Like, yeah, it's just crazy.
Admittedly, Cerberus with a circle like this, they start with a huge split. So they have kind of the pick of the litter as to where they're going to be able to go with a circle like this. But you don't get to situations like that without not only the mechanical, without the macro know-how, but the micro know-how as well. It's just.
And that's the scary thing, right? When you have a team that's already qualified for the global events, for the final here at global events, they're going to be like, okay, let's just do some splits. Let's just get as much terrain as we can, and they will just do things like they can clutch the upland lane. The 1 versus 2 here versus Sonic. It's just some of those crazy things we've seen coming out of him as, And I'm a little bit sad for Tycon. It's shattering him a little bit because he's also a fantastic player, but just things like this,
Well,
yeah.
We're
insane.
witnessing greatness here.
We
We're
are.
witnessing greatness at PGS 3. We're going to go to a break. When we return, we have 2 more matches to decide who goes through into the grand final.
Previously on PGS.
As we begin things for PGS 1, the first ever PGS to grace your screens.
How in the world does Xiaolini win that? They will have a win, and they will have themselves a championship. Your PGS 1 champions, 17 games.
Show as we get ready to kick off PGS 2 here from beautiful Riyadh in Saudi Arabia.
Make some noise for your PUBG Global Series 2 champions, Sonics!
A brand new win streak challenge, a zippy new travel tool for Rondo, and a nostalgic trip back to an old classic. All this and more as we dive into the Update 29.2 patch report. Been a while since I said that. First up, we're taking a trip back to a fan favorite time. That's right, we're going home. Air & Go Classic will feature an earlier version of the map, with a few modern tweaks for convenience. We've reduced recoil, added the starting island and bench weapons back in, randomized vehicle locations, threw some clothes on the ground, and even turned back the clock on the UI. This isn't a one-to-one original, but we hope it'll capture the fun and feel of those early PUBG days. Air & Go Classic will be around for 2 weeks, from May 14th to 28th on PC, and May 23rd to June 6th on console. Check out the patch notes for full details on all the throwbacks. Next up, the Win Streak Showdown is a new way to challenge yourself against other pre-made teams. Battle for new objectives and track your score while trying to rack up back-to-back chicken dinners. It's a brand new way to push yourself to the limit while earning great rewards. If that wasn't enough, we've also got a brand new tool to help you navigate Rondo. The dynamic new zipline gun lets you deploy a cable to desired locations and zip across. This changes map navigation in a big way, and we know you're going to get creative, so we're looking forward to seeing what you do with it. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass, updates to Team Deathmatch, bug fixes, performance improvements, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 29.2 is here, so rack up that win streak, grab the new tool, and zipline back to the past. Because we're going home. We'll see you on the battlegrounds. Nostalgia.
good, so a man's gon' floss. Got my way up in my view real posh. You a frisbee man, so that mean you get tossed. Bought a new crib, studio in the back. Numbers ran up, had to spit it with the chops. Realest in the city, in my record, a fact. But your man's only chat when he do it in the raps like Spot go lost and don't really care what it cost them. You don't wanna cost them. My lifestyle awesome, couldn't decide if my gal wanted to, so I bought them. Don't run track, but I run up a check. Run, do it real big, gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Welcome back, everyone, to PGS 3, or should I say the HIMAS Masterclass, as we take on Miramar. And I am at a point now, Godspeed, where I have sat in this chair for the last 4 minutes, not said a word practically, just tried to take in everything we've been through today. And honestly, I've reached a point that is, I think I and most people are pretty happy that we have a day off tomorrow. So we can just try.
I need it.
Just try and understand what today has brought. I will say this, though. Coming into the final 2 games of the group stage. For those of you guys who don't know, after these next 2 matches, the bottom 8 teams will be eliminated. Coming into Miramar, there's only one area of that map I can think of that could potentially live up to what we've seen today. And the worst thing is, as much so as a haha island and things, at this point I wouldn't even be surprised.
No, I wouldn't be surprised if it went islands, either one, if it went all the way to the south to Portona. I mean,
we'll see.
This has been the wackiest day of circles of PUBG that I think I've ever not only cast, just witnessed.
But that's what I love about this game, because as wacky as these games get, as crazy as Circle become, as wild as endgame fights take place, you still have the diamonds shaped by the pressure that PUBG puts on. And in those diamonds, you have players like HIMAS, teams like Cerberus, who, despite what we throw at them, despite all the hurdles and obstacles they have to overcome, they go out and show us we don't care what you do. We have our game plan, and we do whatever we want to make sure that we play exactly to what the standard that we want to do. We said it in the Takeo game. It was a pretty good game for them, but now they would have wanted more. They come back in the very next game, and HIMAS does what he does there. One of the best players to ever take on this game. Amazing to see, and on a global stage, too.
That's the thing. It's at a global stage
insane.
against the best teams in the world. I mean, Check Him PC has never felt more appropriate.
No, it's
especially
insane.
because him is in his name. He is him.
It's insane.
And yes, I think Cerberus is really starting to carve out their space. And what makes me most curious is how they're going to fare up against Twisted and New Happy when they hit the grand finals, because that is going to be such a stack record. But we're not there yet. We still have to decide which 8 teams, unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to.
I'm at a point right now, I'm like, how are they going to fare up against Cerberus? Because I feel like they're the top dogs right now. I mean, quite literally. It's a very, I mean, we've talked about crazy circles, we've talked about very calm and kind playing path. This time around, though, actually, while it doesn't seem too bad, it's one of the tougher playing paths that we've had throughout the group stages so far, because you can pretty much draw a line down here. Everything east thereof is vehicles to rotate to. And, well, good thing players don't have to go that far east, because we are shifting hard west. Expect to see a lot of teams kind of following along the lines far up on the western side to make their way on into this one, as now Armory Gaming's Rivs is stuck in a Korean sandwich. Or Korean bao, I suppose you'd say.
He's already down 80 HP, so very low, no meds. I mean, they just landed, so you can't imagine he has too much of armor, helmet, meds, any utility, so he will at least get a first aid off, and he does have a 2-vest and helmet for his troubles, and so right underneath him, Rivs, this needs to be a big defense, because Armory cannot afford to lose members early. They cannot afford to lose out on points.
And what was very much a fight in favor of GNL is now actually turning into more of a fight in favor of Armory Gaming, as their entire team, except for James, has actually pulled up on this position. Speaking of pulling up, Sonic's 4-man strong in the combat farther towards the north. Is looking for Diffix as well. You can see here full chaos galore as all these players try to take the fight on. Dimas able to early on find Hammer.
So, as you said, and now Armory just trying to make sure that they're staving off this without taking any casualties. Again, they cannot afford to lose anyone. Roy now going for a different angle, now going around, some damage being tossed towards the direction of the Armory players. Multi-levels now is GNL top and bottom.
I love the bait from Roy there, trying to play a little ring around the Rosie to force them to try and chase him down while his teammates are set outside the building, looking to maybe get an off angle. Now, we've started stalemated a bit as they're isolated on each their side of this concrete building. Fortunately for both these teams, no other team is currently looking this way, but great flash thrown in by Roy as it takes out Shanks.
Only was just about to say, not very much ammo left in reserve, but he does pick up another stack. So Dynasty, what can you do here? As Rivs is sitting on the top, he did take a little bit of damage. James now starting to finally come into this fight, though. He will peter out early, and he's now stuck on the hill.
UMP, we'll see if he can get something where the Demas will fall as Roy with a Psycho in hand takes him out. Now, James out again, isolated behind the vehicle with a UMP in hand, falls as well as just Rivs left alive. He will go down. Armory Gaming will fall in 16th, and while this went down, again as was said before, Divix was kind of caught in between some of the Sonics players too. He too will fall. So 3-4 minutes make that into the game. We're already down 6 players.
What makes me worry about a team like Armory there is what is their mental going to be like knowing that they only have 1 game left and they're still below the cutoff line.
Yep. We're going to need to see amazing results as Na'Vi jump down the hill. -1 player will be able to regroup with Fairist and make their way towards the south-southwest over towards where this circle has taken us.
And Legacy is honestly a team that we really haven't had a chance to speak much about, but they do find themselves at least in a very strong position, dead center in this current Circle 1, so hopefully they can get something out of this.
Yep, in the matches today on their first day, they haven't given us much to talk about. So hopefully here, as you said, they'll be able to make something happen. James, I'm going to swap the buggy from Murado. Makes perfect sense. Maybe reload your gun first. He will do that too. Let's go stuff. The trailing player will come down and join his teammates very, very soon. I'm actually a little surprised. I don't say surprised, but oftentimes you'd see FaZe in these circles try and get high ground control, try and go down and claim some of the mountain tops. James likes to sit up there, scout forward in best Batulan style, and see what he can scout at a distance. And right now they ain't there, but having said that, James and Fex are currently uphill going uphill, so you imagine that a short moment from now they will indeed have one of those high ground positions to themselves.
Yeah, and that is a very strong position to have, especially in this circle with the ravines on either side making it difficult for rotations. And something that we didn't even get to mention is that there's a lot of unplayable land still in this circle, and so it's still not necessarily a quote-unquote normal circle for these boys.
This one is one bad Western hard shift away from being just as atrocious as all the other ones we've had today.
At this point.
I mean,
I expect it. I really do.
It's going to end somehow on the southern island with that little bit we have left. I mean, it's...
no way. I didn't even consider that until you said that.
Imagine. Ike's left. Well, he's not imagining much. He's on legacy duty as he heard the vehicles coming in, but hasn't quite gotten eyes on any of them. The Guangdong Freaks, in the meantime, taking their time. Currently split 2-2 with Heaven, and I believe it's Bean rotating together, trying to join forces with the rest of the team. Scouting forward again, of course, rather safe than sorry. No reason to take any chances here. And yeah, we'll make their way further down towards Montenuevo.
And VP now have cut a nice little swath of the circle for themselves here on the southeast. They should have a bit of control here just above Chumasera, and realistically they can just kind of hang out here and wait to see what this circle does. Maybe they'll get a shift. Even if not, they have good rotations, so they should be fine.
Replay here as well. The fight was all go down just before, and while it doesn't seem to matter too much in the early game in circles like these, it's actually pretty what's the word for it? Now I'm completely lost for words. Just like I have been throughout the entire day. Yeah, exactly. No, it can be a potential game changer when you have a team, and not only that, but a team and like 1.5 teams fall out early on. Because if we swing west here, we're very limited in what's going to be available. Right. So having a team out early is going to allow for more teams to maneuver through. It's going to make that cluster, to use last game as an example, on the eastern side of Kendi, that much easier. But now, well, let's get a word from him, because he deserves all the talking time in the world.
Hello everyone, it's Bella back again with the post-match interviews, and we have the Cerberus Esports' Himas onto the stage. I want to ask, what just happened? How did you clutch against the Sonics? Tell us everything.
Bạn có thể nói một chút về cảm giác của bạn khi mà trong trận chiến 1-2 ở
trong vòng 1 cuối mình trong pha đó thì mình rất là căng thẳng. Mình chỉ tập trung hết sức vào game đấu đó. Và rất may mắn khi mà mình clutch được thành công.
At that time I had a little bit nervous and I'm just focused the game, and now I'm a little bit happy because I have win the game.
Yeah, that is Himas. He's nervous, or like he just plays and he clutches. All right, good luck to you for the rest of the day. Thank you. Bye bye.
Well, if
A little bit happy.
Clutch like that makes him just a little bit happy.
A little bit happy.
I don't know what it's going to take to make him beaming, because that was, again, he's proving that right now he is the best player in the world.
They're laughing. They're laughing. They know what a joyous ride they're in for all these young guns coming together a couple of years back with Tyke. I mean, Tycoon was added to the Cerberus roster at the age of 16. Not able to play in the globals, but he was on there kind of as an academy player, under, like, sitting on the shoulders of him as watching, learning from one of the best in the world. And now, ever since he got on the roster at halfway through last year, he has been nothing but a joy to watch. And still, though, Hima says, you know what, younger brother, I will give you your highlight moments, but you're still my younger brother.
Sit and watch, Junior. You still got a lot to learn, as Hima says.
I just love how they take turns, and that's the thing, because that's I feel like what Cerberus was missing when Tycoon wasn't part of the starting roster yet. On days where Himas didn't deliver, they didn't really have that second guy to go in and fill those shoes. It's the same when we saw Shen with Xiao Yang and Tai Lu at the end of last year. Whenever Shen didn't pop off, Xiao Yang would step up and do that for him. Now that he doesn't have Shen there anymore, well, Tai Lu isn't here at all, right? So having a player like Tycoon who can go in and kind of step up when Himas needs a breather is insane, and a big part of the reason why Cerberus is currently playing as well as they are.
And I think the third and fourth part is actually Solazzi. He has also stepped up quite a bit, and then Haisaki. Yeah,
for sure.
Those two have enabled Himas and Tycoon so much that Cerberus has really become a global team threat. They are absolutely on that level, and they can take the fight to any team in the world at this point, which is so awesome to watch.
Definitely. It's like in any other sport. A good quarterback doesn't work if the front line isn't good enough to defend him. A good team that scores a lot of goals don't win if the defensive players don't make sure the other guys don't score either. And this right here is arguably the most sane Circle 2 we've had all day. Dead center, we're shifting out of unplayables. Now let's see if Cerberus can make something happen in a circle that might be too simple for them.
This might have actually broken everyone. Like, wait a second,
we don't have to go
where's the water? Where's the water, Toby? Hold on.
I'm sure if we go back to the Ice Age, with the way that these valleys are shaped, I'm sure that once upon a time there was a lot of water where we currently are.
It's possible.
Yeah, that's the water we're looking for. In the meantime, tons of team obviously going for prime real estate here as James now pulls up on Poochills.
Face clan now, and this is, as you said, prime real estate, as Poochills will find two. Gustav and James will fall. And for a team like Day Trade, this is everything.
These churches are so incredibly hard to breach. You can't even fold teams with just jumping in and trying setting up a play. Corexi is on fire as well. Poochills will find him, but he's going to go down with his efforts. Vex now solo player left alive. Face trying to stay alive. In the meantime, Akatori elsewhere on the map takes the fight on to Sonics as Vex now able to find one. So while he's down and Face is bruised, he's doing a lot of damage, but not before the nade comes through and Face gets eliminated to 15th.
Yeah, meanwhile, Na'Vi desperately need to win this fight against the Sonics. They're still in 17th. They're so close with only one game left, but Shrimzy will find a knock on a Hakatori, and here comes the rest of Na'Vi, Beryl and Ferris. What can you do?
What worse team to have come say, hello guys, can we peek over this hill? Then Cerberus currently making their way into this exact fight as well. Ferris saw the headshot over the top, but it's not going to be enough.
What a play by Shrimzy. What a play.
Nice use of the rich line there. We'll go back and we'll commit to the rest, but the Sharks have smelled the blood. They are in the water, and they're closing in.
I would be so afraid of Cerberus right now, especially Himas now, as you said, smelling blood in the water. They know that there's at least a couple members of Sonics in this compound. Quinn trying to spot, he might spot, yeah, he's going to spot Solazzi, but I don't think they have any idea that Himas has stopped down behind them.
They're circling their prey like a three-headed hound. They are eyeing the best option, the best time to pounce, as now Himas spotting Shrimzy miles out in the open. I don't say he missed a shot there, but I think Shrimzy better feel lucky that he got to live with that one.
Whiffed, I wouldn't even say whiffed. He missed 1 out of 4 shots. The other one's all colliding with Shrimzy, and Himas just going to casually roll on through like, hey, just don't forget, I'm here.
He sure is. He sure is. Petrichor, well, there's a Groza and a ghillie suit waiting for you if you dare to go up there. Ixlef with a pan in hand will happily go up and claim his flare gun drop. We'll see if he got for the gun, or if not, level 3 gear taken. Nah, Groza, you can stay in the...
I do love the Groza with Yag. I mean, it's so strong. And
double 5/5 player.
Yep. If you're a double 5/5, why not just keep it as Petrichor?
We drops the level 3 gear. Look at that. How kind.
What a homie.
What a team player.
He did take the best item in that crate though, which is the ghillie suit. Let's be honest.
Obviously. only beaten by the few
And it's
tag
not the
stocks.
green one either. It's the one that blends in with the sands.
Only beaten by the few tag stocks we see in crates every now and again. That means I'm now Weibo, a team that needs things going their way. Again, you want to be in the top 16 by the end of the next game, or you are eliminated from PGS 3. And Weibo currently not quite there just yet, sat in 19th play. Now let's see. Circle 2, where oh where, make that 3. Where oh where are you going to take us?
Let's see, so it's just gonna, okay, center up on Monty. Really, again, nothing that unusual here. Is finally these teams will get somewhat of a break, but this is still a difficult circle to play. There's quite a bit of open space still within this.
It's funny how you get fooled with this. Normally you would say something like this, go rotate here, but the issue is coming up into this area, there's very little to play, and what little there is to play is pretty much already taken, so we're not going to see a lot of that. A lot of these teams are just going to try and kind of make their way in to this area, backfilling one another, which is going to cause a lot of commotion that we're already seeing now.
So we're going to see right here, these are all completely open spaces within this circle, which is pretty much where a lot of the teams are going to have to rotate through or eventually have to play once we get another shift off this circle.
Yeah, we're funneling teams into Montenuevo, and with no one sitting on the northern side of it, it's going to be very hard to transition with so many opposing teams in the nearby vicinity. Lurkerooks, caught out in the open, has to just commit to this dip and hope that Howl opts to go the other way, and good thing for him is that they do. Nixie is taken out, but I think in a position from where he should be able to get back up alive.
Yeah, and VP cannot afford to lose anyone here as Tycon and Cerberus now starting to make their way peek over this ridge. They're going to find some damage onto Hal, but no, not quite yet, and a nice return there. The Mad will volley that back and get a knock on to Tycon.
Sonics trying to e-pick up their way into the Montenuevo, will be taking shots at from both GNL, Quantum Freaks, and Falcons, but able to get him without taking any casualties. They did lose Kickstar, but that was way earlier in the game when he got bazookaed by Hakatori.
17 with also an interesting kind of play here. They have complete control of the east side of this. A nice split there. It's a 3-1-1. Xiaobei looking for kind of shots into the Quandong Freaks section of the tip there of Monty, but my eyes are drawn all towards the south here. You have Legacy, you have VP, as well as E-Arena now starting to make their position known on the west side. That is a nice little ridge for them to work on. Meanwhile, this is outside the circle. It's Day Trade and Weibo.
Talk Weibo just before. They need good games. They need 2 good final ones in order to make their way into the grand finals, and it starts right here. Belmoth doesn't opt to leave altogether, just wants to get the high ground position. The circle is closing in now as well, so Weibo would want to be fast about making plays here.
What is Weibo's play here? They can rotate actually to the east, but again, it's such open terrain that it's a big risk, and losing one there is not going to pay. It's not going to help them at all.
Not at all. They knew they were down to 2. They went hunting, but in the end thought better of it. Issue is, while they thought they had left altogether, they were still sat around, and Flash is rewarded with a quick peek over the top, able to get one down, and that's Weibo down to 3. It's interesting to see how Weibo, former DD team in PCL, were so good at playing all 4 together. They rarely ever do wide splits. They don't do it here either, but they did no early game mistakes during those grand finals. They're so smart in their rotations, and I feel like here it's been like running from minefield to minefield of how many times they've clashed with other teams as the circle takes us up the mountain in phase 4. This was not on anyone's bingo card when phase 3 popped.
Something else also, just to briefly mention what you were talking about at Weibo, is they've seemed way more reactive than proactive. And normally they were a pretty proactive team. This time they're just chasing and really just hoping that they get some sort of shift. And with the way circles have been, that's not been the case at all.
Oh, MS gets knocked, not immortal after all, I suppose. As we'll see here. The rest will, of course, instantly be committed to, because losing him as is a death sentence.
See, everyone start to converge onto him.
Exactly. Get him up! Get him up! As I mean, I do like the fact that we have them be kind of the king of the hill here, just able to take shots down on everyone down below. As now the remaining 2 players of Day Trade try to creep their way further forward. They have to make their way into the circle in Brickyard. They have VP right ahead of them. Uh-oh.
17. Whoa, whoa.
There's a level designer somewhere laughing right now. I placed that rock there.
Oh, yeah, 17 now rotating. This is a good rotation. They should find something all the way on the west side, as long as they get there in time, which they should. Again, my eyes are very much glued to Legacy and VP, the 2 teams on the bottom that really need to have big games here, both given fortunate positions within this shift to play for the time being.
Trying to take some points away from Cerberus, as now Quantum Freaks completely annihilated, try to make a play on Falcons. And Falcons, again, also a team in a much-needed, in a situation where they're much in need of points, able to rack up 3 quick ones there.
So they're going to actually hold this part down and be okay for the time being. Even if the circle does shift off of them, they do have terrain and a little bit of cover to work with as they move towards Howl. But they will be at the base and mercy of Cerberus once that does happen, if they are even able to wipe Howl at this point. As Petrichor as well coming in late on the east side.
Yeah, 17
Meanwhile,
I mean, 17 tried to do the wide wrap, and I really respect the play because they have Cerberus all the way up the hill. Issue is E-Arena, again, very wise about their positioning. With high ground control, they took away from FaZe Clan earlier, able to sit up here, just spread out, and see everything going on in front of them. Summer, now in the meantime, try to push on over, and Weibo seems to be in trouble.
Petrichor now starting to close in on that position. That's a knock. Shen also knocked from someone completely different. It's Jacob, and now I believe it's just one member left. Weibo will go down in 12th.
Not what you want to have happen, but they still have one more game left to try and make their way into that top 16. Virtus Pro, of course, came up here, tried to see if they can get some points off of it, realizing, oh, Petrichor is here too. Isolate with the growth site. Yeah, let's get back downhill. And here's Sea Freaks. They tried to make that play on them in the center, but Falcons read it instantly.
Great play there from Flood to get that much damage in, then help with that wipe. Is Petrichor with a comfortable wipe of the Roan on Weibo will now start to turn their attention towards Cerberus as well as VP, as Ibiza will fall to Himas.
Up the mountain we go once more, even in circles that aren't that crazy. We still see the rarest of shifts in set games.
Right.
It's Cerberus on the high ground alongside E-Arena, trying to fend off against the waves of teams that are going to come clashing into the bedrocks of this mountain.
E-Arena holding strong. Solozy, by the way, has been there apart from his team this entire time, and he's been really dictating how far E-Arena as well as 17 can move up.
Yeah.
Just being a major pain.
Solozy currently the solo inhabitant of a very prime real estate compound, able to sit there and hold off against 17 towards the west. In the meantime, Falcons and Snakers have to find a way further towards this mountain proper. They know that Sonics are here. They know that they have Howl in front of them, so you've got to be very wise about how you maneuver forward.
At this point, if you're Falcons, you just have to pick your poison, right? You have to take a fight. Are you going to go north towards Sonics, where you have a little bit more cover from Cerberus, or do you try to just tuck right underneath and take the fight with Howl, which surely is going to alert Cerberus and cause a third-party situation?
As long as other teams are dealing with Cerberus, at least you know you don't have that eye in the sky doing damage towards you. So we'll see.
Solozy has fallen, so there's only 2 left now.
Exactly, and they should be aware of that, so the rest will be committed to. That's why all these teams are currently maneuvering their way further forward. You see Petrichor trying to get closer as well, but not inside the circle yet either.
Petrichor, I mean, their play is very similar, but the problem is also VP has to move in now with only 2 members left. They lost Ibiza early. They lost so much already with 22 points. I mean, if they can just tuck in, it's going to be difficult, though. Legacy is now taking their attention towards day trade.
Smoke line has been set up now by Falcons, but when do you commit to it? You only have so long. With the 15 seconds, the smoke will bloom. But when do you try and make the play? Himas, of course, because why not? Gets more points. As I say that, no, not going to happen. Zizzy able to take him down, and now you can see some of these smokes starting to fade out. They will commit to the play, and Howl is well aware of what's about to happen.
Falcons need to get this fight over with as soon as possible. Fortunately, as you said, Cerberus is somewhat being dealt with by the other teams looking up towards that angle, though. But Roarin with what a turn by Flood! Now is the time to turn up, and he does, but the Mad will find the trade.
Goes for the flush instantly, doesn't opt to go for the kills on the other side, so he's going to be forced to try and reload. Mime now forced outside the building as Rello falls down as well. Tiggleton now in with Nate as well, and Falcons demolished on approach. Matt goes down as well, so Howl down to just 2, and now Sonics come to try and clean up.
Even still, though, Howl was so ready and received that push from Falcons so well, and now Sonic starting to make their way towards the high ground, maybe even shifting their focus towards GNL as Shrimsby will take some shots from the back, but he will be able to move forward safely and get that heal off. Sonics now starting to make their position known towards the north side.
The hilltop is available. It's open, and Tiggleton is about to find out as he creeps further forward. The issue is E-Arena sat on the southwest side is in a really favorable position too, and they're going to push on down Taker, trying to claim the real estate they took off of Cerberus just before.
Look at this spread from E-Arena. They're getting quite confident here. And you pointed out the other game that they really are starting to move out, spread out, and their shots have been landing. They feel fairly confident now. But Tigger is all off by his little lonesome.
Marco Able to get the double knock with the barrel. Trying to now take on Ixleft. It's going to be troublesome, though. As I say that, a lot of damage done, but not enough to take him down. Level 3 gear keeps him alive.
Somehow Quetpa is actually just in between that volley, not taking any damage. Looking for the angle underneath on Ixleft. 8 out left, and they will fall again. Hal is just running through this lobby.
7 kills and keeping on going, but this journey is far from over. They still have to maneuver further forward. They still have to try and get up to this mountaintop proper, or hilltop proper, as Atrin now, fully aware that GNL is on their northern side, has to try and make a play for the high ground himself.
At the very least, Stella is safe in the shack. He will be a solo for the rest of this game, but placements can come, especially if he gets another shift. All these teams are going to be busy fighting each other as E-Arena is just still looking towards 17, off-stranded on the west side.
I mean, E-Arena has said, you know what, we're not going to share with anyone. Sometimes teams will say, yeah, we'll have one team up here, but
sure.
the way that Tigger has positioned himself is them committing to this one, saying we will take the entire southern side of this one, not allowing for 17 to push out, not allowing for Sonics to get a proper high ground in. But now Sonics has been allowed that high ground in, and that's where I'm starting to fear a bit for E-Arena, because they're still split very thin.
They are, and I was initially really worried about Tigger, but they have done a great job of covering him from the high ground position, allowing him to harass 17 as well as GNL initially. But as you said, Sonics will have to deal with Hal, and then they can start making their focus over towards E-Arena. But let's not forget about Legacy either. Yeah. They've been sat there for a while. They have a good path up as long as they can get rid of Belmoth. And what just happened to Flash? She got knocked
that's the least,
all the way off the mountain.
That's the least weird thing I've seen today. So you know what? Yeet your vehicle off the cliffside. That's all fine by me. In the meantime, now Sonics again trying to hold off here. Where Cerberus failed earlier in the game, they will try and see if they can prevent Howl from making the way up the hilltop. He's missed a few of them. Quetpa's already making his way around the side. H-Win will find one, but now Quetpa up on the top, taking shots towards him.
Just down to Code Marco and Quetpa, as you said. They might be able to get this, but Code Marco now on his own to hold off 2 members here of the Sonics. The last 2 members in Shrimzy and Huynh. Things will slow down here for a second, and yes, Hal will be able to get that reset after all.
They got themselves a win in the first match of the day, now sat with 7 kills, looking for more as they make their way up this hillside. See the fight continuously taking place between 17 and E-Arena. That's really the only reason this fight can take place the way it does, because E-Arena is being suppressed on the southern side. They would have had great lines of sight in this direction. Does he take this? Does he take the Panzerfaust at its feet? I'm not sure. It's a bait of a weapon. Yes, he does.
He does. Yep.
Of course
he
does.
A second to pull that bad boy out. He knows exactly. Oh, not enough damage, though. Hits the ridge above.
See if Shrimsy can find him. In the meantime, Suju trying to get something going. 17 still with no kills at all. Sat in 13th place.
Starting to get desperate there for 17 with only 1 game left. Never know. Day trade. Na'Vi, GNL could have a great game up behind them and then usurp their position. But fortunately for now, they are still in. Suju is just looking for some sort of safety. Now Legacy will start to make their move. They're still 4 strong. They will start to backstab, and they'll find a kill. 3 so far for them. A big opportunity here in this Game 5.
They're backstabbing, but they're splitting the waters here. They have to be very fast about clearing this eastern side, because if not, then E-Arena will peek in from the other side. Sonics, Shrimsy able to spot Gazera in the open, able to take him down as well in the midst of also trying to deal with Howl. And now E-Arena is starting to look back this way, but they're also, too, having to deal with Suju. So very lucky, I suppose, Legacy is in the fact that the teams that could potentially take them out are currently preoccupied elsewhere. As I say that instantly, LFP falls.
Shrimsy, though, could also ruin this game for multiple teams, and I'm looking at Hal and Legacy. He's going to find the Mad. That's going to be a flush. And LFP will also fall, and 10 kills now for E-Arena.
Solid game from start to finish for E-Arena as they try and see if they can claim a win here in the second to last match of the PGS 3 group stages. Legacy now up close, knowing that they have to take this fight. They're both eyeing the Howl player down below, neither of them focusing on Synergy up above. And because of that, RPN falls.
And Shrimsy continuing to be a thorn in the side of all these teams. Still up, and he's gonna wipe Legacy while he's at it. Why not?
You know what? If Himas can do it, I can do it too, is what Shrimsy is currently saying to himself. He's looking good doing it. Sushu peeks on over, finds Jacob, but Lyrics is going to take him down in return. And now a 3-way solo battle is on our hands, unless if Lyrics can somehow get the wrist up on Jacob. And while all the action has been taking place up on the hilltop, Stella has been chilling, smiling at the placement points coming his way, and you can't fault him, because look at where they are. GNL, 15th place. They need every single point they can get going.
Stella like a little gopher finally poking his head. Is it safe out here?
Are we good?
Are we okay?
Are we good?
Can Can I start to push out? Yes, that's going to be a good sign for him to start to move out. And so, yes, E-Arena will manage to get the res, and it's a 2v1v1. Shrimzy, though, with 7 kills, wants to close this one out for the Sonics.
It's not done yet. Stella early on in this match, I think, swapped his gun for the Panzerfaust. Not sure if maybe his gun is back inside the vehicle. Shrimzy seen, and I'm sure Stella would have loved to have had a DMR right there.
Panzerfaust, though, is not bad if he can just get close enough. And Shrimzy, again, still terrorizing the lobby. Will find Jacob.
Shrimzy goes down to half health. You think, okay, he's going to back off, he's going to heal.
Nah.
But no, he peeks on over, and it's a great read, too, because Jacob saw the damage being done over the hilltop. He thought, great, he's going down to heal. But no, takes the time to peek on over, catches Jacob in the open, and now he's forced back to rest once more.
But the problem with Shrimzy right now is he's almost out of ammo, so he will find...
There
yeah,
you
I was
go.
going to say, his vest is broken, his ammo is fairly low, but he's going to find some crates there from...
Has the jammer pack as well, so he can tank blue for a bit without taking any extra damage. Full first aids now, but still no util to work with. Perhaps a blue stone aid, perhaps a flash. We can't see those on the UI in the bottom. But right now, neither of the two would come in handy.
I don't know if he even has anything to play right now, because Circle's going to put him right on the face of that cliff. Yeah.
He's going to have to wrap around the rest inside. If he wants to take this fight without being envisioned to Stella, he's going to have to exactly hug the blue, wrap all the way south around, and hope that Stella's going to do something to help him out, and maybe apply some sort of pressure against Jacob and Lyrics.
But I don't think he is. Stella's just going to play this one out and try to get second place,
As
get
he
as
should.
many placements. But yep, as he should. So Arena just have to be the ones to deal with Shrimzy, and so far, no one in the lobby really has been able to.
Can he up down the north side? No, there's no way. Stella has eyes on that too. There's not really a way.
Nice
I mean, worse for wear, Sonics are guaranteed to be in the grand final, so it's not a big loss for Shrimzy, but of course, having had a phenomenal game here so far, would want to see it continue. We see here the cut-off for group stage in PGS2 and PGS1 were in the 50-point margin, middle of 50 points, and I think we're going to be around the same here at PGS3.
Yep, in between just sounds right about right. I think D plus K is at like 51 right now, sweating bullets.
Yep.
Still within that cutoff zone, but with one game left still to play, and GNL right underneath them in that cusp of 50 points. You have to imagine Stella's not going to make a move. But look at this. Shrimzy's found a spot in the circle, and now, if anyone, it's going to be Stella that has to move first.
Shrimzy is eyeing Stella and knows he has to make the move first, exactly as you're saying. Whenever you leave that window, Stella, you're going to die.
Good night, sweet prince. Stella will fall. And Shrimzy! Wait a second, can he actually do this against all odds?
Finds the headshot, double connected towards Jacob. Jacob's gone down for the 5th time, I believe, but still, they're committing to the rest, and Shrimzy is eyeing the opportunity to make a play for it.
No utility, though. As you stated earlier, a vest, it's all but gone. A helmet, same. Worse for wear. He's making the push. He'll find the res. He'll find... No, he won't. What an attempt. But E-Arena will win that one. Shrimzy with a hell of a game, though.
Insane final moment there as well. Jacob was committing to the first aid, but with the way Lyrics peeked on over, he took the damage. He went back into hiding, and there comes Jacob around the side. Nothing Shrimzy could do to come out victorious there. What a solid play in the end from E-Arena, but what a valiant effort from Shrimzy to try and bring it home.
Very heroic, and still GNL, even though they didn't do much, they managed to survive enough to get 3rd place and get the placement points they very much needed, which makes the cutoff even more stressful, Toby.
Yet another chaotic game here as we head into the final match of the group stages in just a few seconds. Back-to-back 2nd places for Sonics, as well as E-Arena net themselves yet another top performance. We have one more match left, but before that, highlights, and then we're back to the desk.
değil de iyi bir...
Irina with another win here for PGS3 as they have put themselves in effectively the grand final. So brilliant stuff from them here, but quite an interesting finish to get this all going here. Sonics fighting in from, well, what was effectively the city down the line, being able to almost cause an upset. Shrimsy doing work.
Yeah. Fantastic game for him, first of all. Close to a clutch, but he was like, the time that he had to close the distance was just a little bit too much and they get the rest up. But yeah, Irina, honestly, 2 wins on the day here, 3rd place, super impressive here for Irina and putting themselves into the final. And I think they're going to end up in something like top 6-ish, which is very impressive, honestly, for such a stacked lobby.
Yeah, considering the lineup, right? I mean, I don't know if a lot of people would have put them all the way up there. Maybe qualifying, of course, through the grand finals, but I don't know if those lofty heights that we're seeing.
The bingo play didn't probably have them on the top 6 here.
Similar to the Valley Tie situation, right?
For sure.
Like when it comes to international performance. But here we go. 13 kills for them. Good stuff. Not too much utility having to be used in terms of getting to that position. And on the other side of things...
That talks quite a lot. When you don't need smokes for a 13-kill win, that talks quite a lot.
No, yeah, I would have to agree. It feels like you're not really being pressured to...
Yeah, 9 smokes.
Oh, it's 9 smokes. Yeah. Yeah, what were you... Yeah,
I looked at the
You're looking at the wrong thing!
I looked at blue smoke grenade. I was like just skimping away real quick, but we're not looking into the camera now, so now we can look here. All we want. Very smart, yeah. But impressive here for Shrimsy, but of course it's going to be Irina. Jacob again, very impressive here. 5 kills, but 677 damage here on Lyrics. That's also super impressive.
Yeah, now let's actually talk about something that happened mid-game.
Right.
Circle 4, obviously, we're looking at the game. A lot of people are looking at the game thinking to themselves, this should be pretty predictable, right?
Right. It should have gone northeast, but we have this unplayable area where, you know, Circle 4, the circle goes away. We have to say, of course, man of the match here for Jacob. 5 kills, impressive. Yep. The circle goes away from unplayable terrain. On the Miramar, it is also where rocks where you can't enter rocks like from certain areas. So in this area here specifically, it should have gone northeast. But how the game works and how land ratio works is that if the circle algorithm cannot produce a circle without unplayable terrain, then it picks a random circle, and it just happened to be the worst one in terms of how far it should have gone away here. But Irina, 23 total points here with 13 kills, super impressive. Sonics with another great game for them here. Shrimsy almost clutching it up, almost a little bit of a redemption from the previous one where he was on the other end of the 1 versus 2 here. But yeah, 7 kills from him and almost 1,000 damage. Super impressive game.
So basically what we're saying, whilst we take a look at the overall leaderboards here, with that scenario is for these pros, there's many, many times where they, especially on Miramar, where they can effectively predict and pre-position themselves for those like later circles. That
Circle
are
4 and 8, yeah.
Circle 4 and 8.
Yeah.
However, with this one, if you're really big braining it, if you're thinking to yourself, okay, with this third circle, if there is literally no way, then maybe trying to advance way further to make some big brain prediction is actually not worth it.
Right,
so,
right.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because
it is.
All through these last 3 days, our circles have been brutal for these teams. It's been one of the most tough tests I've seen in a long time.
1 game to go, though. VP, Armory Gaming, and Legacy, I would say almost at points. Impossible for them to go to the grand final. But 42 points. Up to top 16 here in day trade. 7 points difference only from Falcons to day trade here in 16. It is very doable still for Falcons, for Weibo, for Na'Vi. Bleed is not playing, 4AM is not playing, and D+ is not playing at 51 points. So it's very doable for these teams to make themselves in there. We need a 10-point game from Falcons, and they would take over D+, and then effectively put themselves properly into the finals with that. So it's extremely, extremely tight still here with just 1 game to go.
Oh, we said D+ needed a miracle. They might somehow scrape it. It is going to be difficult in my opinion.
It has to be all the right teams getting, you know, 10, 8, 6, 4 points. It have to be all right. And with how we've seen it so far, all our top teams are sponging up. And also, we still don't have Cerberus on the first place for group stage. Unless they believe in some kind of jinx. They don't want to get first in group stage. They just want to get second, and they're going to hold back. They should be getting points. We're going to have Sonics be getting points. We're going to be seeing all these teams that are comfortable through be getting points.
It does make you think what a final we are going to have with the teams performing as they have done in the group stage so far, and it's not over just yet. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 1 more game remaining here to be able to determine who our top 16 is going to be. There's no last chance. The format is brutal, and every single one of these teams needs to earn as many as possible. It is slim pickings down towards the bottom. Let's do it. It's the desert. It's Miramar. It's Toby. It's Godspeed.
What a way to bring us into this one. Thank you, James. Thank you, Martin, for the great analysis coming into what they said the final match of not just the group stages, but for 8 of these teams. There are teams currently on the server doing everything they can to claim their spots in the grand finals, and there are teams sat at the hotel watching, biting their nails, hoping that certain teams don't boot them out of the top 16. This is the final match of the group stage. This is what we're here for.
And the absolute insanity of how close the point spread is, as you heard Martin and James talking about just all the different scenarios that could be possible. You have a team like D plus Kia, 51 points, still somehow in 15th. The cutoff is going to be so crazy.
It really is. It really is. Legacy down in 21st place. They are just 12 points behind 14. So many teams can make a run for it. So many teams can make their way to the grand final. It all comes down to this final match. So far, I'm not seeing anything too wild. But then again, I've said that, I feel like, the entire day. And then the game just did what the game did.
Shouldn't have opened your mouth, Toby.
I know, I'm sorry.
Here it comes. We're about to see where our final group stage circle will fall here on Miramar, as all the teams are set up, all the teams are comfortable right now in their drops. We haven't seen any hot drops, surprisingly, from the teams at the top who may want to ruin the games of some of the stronger teams struggling. And this has been the most normal circle of the day.
I love it. You know what the worst
I'm
thing
excited
is?
for
I
this.
instantly just scan this circle and go, what's the
Where
worst place?
can it go?
Where's the worst place this game can end? But no, this one is going to be pretty straightforward. You would imagine a couple of teams are going to try and boot in maybe from the southern side, but with there being so much to play in and around the center of this maps, you have a certain area, like a certain couple of areas that are going to be massively favored.
Yeah, and a lot of these teams can also come in. You're going to see a Rap come in from here. As you pointed out, Rap's coming in from this. And so the south side, actually, there's a lot to still play in that area as well. That specifically around here, there's multiple compounds. There's lots of terrain to play. So if this goes south, there will at least be options for the teams involved. That being said, there's already a lot of teams in this circle, Toby.
Yeah, there really is. And also, there's a lot of those teams up towards the north that would have to do very wide wraps in order to get in. So look towards Weibo, look towards Kwangdong Freaks as well to potentially be gatekeeping teams. If they stay on the edge, it's going to like this whole phase 1, it's going to end very differently. Whereas if they go in, if they make space for the teams that are still up here towards the northeast, it's going to be much easier to transition down towards the circle
And
center.
as you said, those teams like Weibo, they need points. So setting traps and actually trying to hold that edge aggressively is going to be in their favor unless they make a misstep and actually start losing members.
Exactly. We'll see. We'll see how things are going to go down as we take a look at Spaceman getting his loot game going. He's the second to first furthest southern player of Weibo. That's the most unnecessary statistic I've ever brought up. But Mamu is south of him, therefore that is true.
Yep, I mean, fair enough. A statistic is a statistic, right? As we see.
Exactly.
Again, VP, I look at VP and I look at Legacy. Big games can happen, and Legacy specifically, as you said, not too far off 14th place. If they can just bring it together, start hunting kills early, more importantly, keep at least 3 members alive while they make these aggressive plays, there is a real chance that they could qualify, but it is such an uphill battle.
You know what? These group stages has been the platform for Titans to come out and reveal who they really were, for highlights to be made that will go down in PUBG history as some of the best and most chaotic moments ever. If VP, currently sat in 24th, could make their way into top 16 in this match, that would be up there among them.
Face Sunday is Face Sunday for a reason.
Sure
One of the most legendary runs.
is.
And it won't be the last as long as some of these teams can just take a hold of everything they can and just make it work. Saying that in these circles, though, has been much easier said than done.
Oh, definitely. And, well, VP, again, as you said, they know they need a hell of a lot of points to get anything going, so I think they're going to play this game with a no-retreat mentality to see how much they can get. Quizzy peeks on over, spots one, jumps in the middle of the movement there, so it's going to get shut up, but it's not going to matter. They find 2 kills very early on, and with Howl being split 2-2, there should be no response to those 2 knocks coming through.
Yeah, so far so good. They're getting in the vehicles. They've scouted out that, as you said, it was a split, and so they should be able to clean this up just fine, get a couple points, and get themselves in a nice position to start maybe farming points if teams are rotating in this direction, which they find themselves in a position for teams to do that.
Now, we are, of course, still very far from PGS 4 coming around. As I say that, it's just 2 weeks. But still, I'm very interested, especially with the format and how this is with these exact same 24 teams going to be playing PGS 2 to see how teams adapt from one global straight into the next a week and a half after. While VP might not have had the best run here, do not make you count them out for the next one. They are very, very, very good at studying the data, studying the matches they've played, and coming back in and getting things going. If you give them a week and a half to 2 weeks to prepare for what PGS 4 will bring, I think our total leaderboard in PGS 4 and 3 will be very,
It'll
very
be different. And that's what excites me so much about having an event so close together is you will have these teams and see exactly which ones can make the adaptations, can make the corrections needed, and that's really what truly makes a team great and levels up the entirety of the lobby.
It does. Could not have said it any better myself. We are seeing a lot of these teams starting to try and claim center real estate. Rillo scouting forward, trying to make sure that they have a safe rotation into this circle. Again, Falcons, of course, also currently set in 21st.
So close,
are not in just yet, but very much within striking distance.
You're so close.
Oops.
Just
you know what? I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to say it. I talked to Cerberus coming into today's games, and I said, Himas, can you please give Tycon all the kills today? Because I have Tycon on my fantasy team and I want to stay in first. Now I mean, not only is that not happening at all, Himas getting all the kills, but they're actively trying to take him out. I feel this is personal. I'm feeling personally attacked here by them just not giving Tycon any chances to live up to the deal that I made with him.
As a fellow Tycon enjoyer on my fantasy roster, I'm a little upset as well, as Cerberus now is starting to draw the ire of a couple teams now, as Armory is starting to take shots in their direction as well. Himas will rotate out, and the rest of them will as soon as Tycon is up and healthy.
Yeah.
And Armory, I mean, 26 points,
Same
2
situation.
behind Legacy. They need a big game.
That's, I mean,
the upside.
That big game might not even be enough. They need the game of their career.
They need to win. They need to win with high kills.
Yes, exactly. And then some will see Cerberus opting to pull up on Picado. You know what? I mean, if Petrichor and Cerberus fall out early, that'll probably be the best for the rest of the server. Having said that, we oftentimes see these teams with nothing to lose, or potentially, well, nothing to gain from coming out victorious here, fighting each other early on, and that actually hurts the teams that are on the hunt a lot, because they just farm one another, they take out each other, but as you say, that's points taken away from the teams that really need them. So we'll see now if all these teams on the top opt to continue fighting forward, as Himas just casually strolls through Picado without a care in the world and saying, Ming, oh, there you are, I guess I'm dead, you know what, fair enough. The rest of the server will rejoice.
It's like someone like purposely accidentally, like, oops, did I drop that? It's just like, does it? Yeah, it's whatever. I mean, it's not that they're trying to look for kills and essentially look for fights. They just happen to run into Petrichor, who's set up for that.
Yep, I've never seen Cerberus full YOLO into Picado 7 minutes into a match before, but this time they did, and this time they get punished for doing so. Tycon and Himas down early. A lot of people getting a lot of minus points. All for those going down, but you know what? They've both given enough plus points already that they should be all right. Ikeslef peeks forward. Ming is going to be the one to find the knock as Petrichor continues to assert dominance over Cerberus.
And as you said, though, this does take away from the other teams the potential there for more points coming into the Picado if it is a shift or if they have to rotate out. Fortunately, Armory, one of the teams that do desperately need points, might be able to find this. Oh, he's just now on the corner of that building, and he's like, please!
Peek! Chewy going for the rest.
Nope, won't even find it. It goes to Xiaobei.
We're getting the shouts in the crowd too. Chinese teams finding one another, trying to get the mental games going. Of course, both these teams are in the grand finals.
Yep.
So getting a little mental warfare prior to this weekend's games.
It's actually been my favorite thing so far is having all the teams back at LAN. You hear all the yelling and all the trash talk. It's I mean, that's always been my favorite part of LAN. So glad it still lives on here.
Oh yeah, it's an extra playing field, I suppose, that you don't.
Don't
get me wrong. You can DM people on Discord after you take them out, but in terms of sitting right next to the player,
it's different when they can hear you.
Exactly, and they can see your face too when you're upset. It just adds that big of a smile to someone that takes them out. So, definitely a different layer of warfare that you can assert when you play these LAN environments.
So now, as we look at the circle, Toby, and we slow it down here with 17,
Slow it
everyone
down?
is in. I know, right? Slow it down. It's
That's the first time all day I've actually breathed.
Deep breath here as we look at FaZe now, just behind Kwangdong Freaks, and James will get knocked by Heaven.
Yes, the
nice shots.
best placed
It's actually
palm
really
tree
nice
I've
shots.
ever seen. That's literally the only place that tree could be that could keep him alive. As I'm saying that, he is getting... Wait, how does he get 5 damage taps? Is this just a pedicure in his toes with a pistol? I'm not even sure. But now trying to crawl further to safety, not going to happen. Heaven will find him and James will fall.
Okay, first shift will go fairly hard to the west, I guess. I mean, this is going to be a nice little area just around Chumasera.
There are wide wraps that you with this circle could try and execute. The issue is what you get from going over here is very minimal.
Yes.
So I think a lot of people are trying to figure, is it really worth the risk? What we're looking to is 17. Is the positions down here towards day trade as well. Some of these prime real estate locations that teams are going to fight for. If big fights unfold here, as we're seeing already with Chrissy falling down, many more teams could potentially follow up on this.
Oh, and VP now, nicely done. That's going to be a clean wipe for the most part.
knocks,
They
though.
will recover, or they should be able to recover the 2 members here that have fallen, Quizzy and Nixie. And VP starting off with 4 kills. This is a good start.
Sure is, and should be able to get both their fallen players back on their feet as well. But again, I mean, having even said that, it's still a long road to qualifying for grand finals. But for now, the stars are aligning, and they have yet to take any casualties.
Na'Vi as well. It looks like one member of Na'Vi will be in that emergency pickup. The other one's doing that exact wrap you were talking about. But again, they will find themselves somewhat of a safe position in the circle, but it's not going to be much.
This is a potential, a hopeful game. I mean, grand finals qualifying rotation for Na'Vi. They're currently set in 18th. They're just a few points out, but if this rotation doesn't pay off, if the next one shifts to the opposite side of the circle, that could be GG for Na'Vi. Fair is all on his own, as you said, trying to make his way up here. But as we can see on the map, and as you can see on the map as well, the west side here, plenty of compounds available. Power Grid is completely unoccupied, so there are places for Na'Vi to go. It's just a matter of how does Fairest properly direct his team to this part of the map.
Looking at Weibo right now, I mean, this is actually a strong position as well. It is somewhat towards the edge, but they have so much terrain to work with in front of them and behind them if so need be, as well as rotational options, especially to the north. And so, as you said, the north, very open Power Grid, nobody there. No one's north of Picado at all except for Ferris, who's now parachuting down as we see Mamu now just taking stock of who's around.
For those of you guys watching the map, the scoreboard as well, and confused by the fact that it's not 1 through 16 on there, of course, remember that we do keep the Group A players, or Group B, players in mind as we have this leaderboard. So in 15th place currently, Deep plus Kia is set at 51. A very crucial team to beat, as you would guarantee your way into the top of the leaderboard. A little bit further down the line, we have Bleed at 48, who already now, unfortunately for them, are guaranteed to
play
not
PGS
be in.
4.
Yeah.
As we see now the crash here that came, and what a beautiful turn. The Nixie went huge to save them from Howl.
Yep. Still, I mean, Defiant falling down, smiles on their faces. They're laughing it off. They're happy, of course, to be the first team, I guess we can say, already in the grand finals, because they're the first to leave the server.
It's like, you know what? We wanted to take a break anyways. This was a stressful day, so we'll just hang out. And they will be sitting in 8th place, as you said, safe. As Na'Vi, though, again, this rotation is everything. If they can find themselves a spot, and more importantly, not lose any members as they push in the circle and maybe even get a few kills, they could push themselves into... they only need, like, 5 points.
And you saw Sonics coming in from the west side of this circle. They were actually doing a similar rotation, but ran in to Na'Vi down here, therefore saying, great, another team is already doing this. We can't follow up on it. Oh,
they got the
my
shift,
lord, Na'Vi. We said it was going to be a long wrap. We said it was going to take time, but if you got the circle, it would be well worth it. And there you go, boys and girls. That might just be the best shift Na'Vi could have ever hoped for off of a proper 5-minute committed rotation.
And as you said, Tobers, this could be the grand finals qualifying rotation.
Very well could be. Now, if we split down the line here, look at how many teams are set towards the southeast. It's effectively just Na'Vi and half of GNL on the other side. We're going to see teams try and wrap all the way over Power Grid. I think both Sonics, Falcons, and Daytrade are going to try and wrap in from the other side as well. The entire east is going to be lit on fire.
But there's not enough room for all those teams to rotate on the south, and so that's going to cause quite the logjam as E-Arena as well as Virtus Pro now getting in a fight. Quizzy a little bit blind. The reprieve comes, the hell comes, the knock comes, but Zizzy will find Quizzy.
Yeah, Zizzy finds Quizzy as Nixie finds Jacob. They will get one more down as Nixie finally unfolds. One of the top mechanical players in EMEA these days, a young gun at that, here at his first LAN finally. Is seemingly able to play a bit more comfortable. Sometimes we see it when players realize, you know what, we have nothing to lose, let's just go out and see what we can do. That's when they start performing at their best, and right now, Nixie is playing phenomenally.
Yeah, the problem, though, is Daytrade is starting to come in behind them, and then behind that, Falcons now have started to see that a fight is happening just to their north, so if they need to recover that knocked member of VP immediately, otherwise, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. I mean, they're in a lot of trouble as it is.
In all fairness, though, with what's on the line for them, with what they need to do, they need the enemy teams nearby. They can't have everyone else fight one another and come into the the final fight of the game with not enough kills. They need teams nearby to shoot at, so it might not be the worst for VP, as bad as it looks with so many teams around you, that they are there. Because if they weren't, well, they weren't going to get enough points anyway.
As long as they can maintain control, they are, as you said, in a position to start taking points from these teams around them who are pushing. Falcons has slowed down, though. As we see 17 now, this is happening off to the east side of the circle, have lost not only Show, but as well as Suju, I believe. So only 2 members left for them.
Yep, Daytrade as well here, trying to stay afloat. Important for them to stay put, because right now, as you can see with Na'Vi just getting one more point, they're pushed out of Grand Finals territory. Take up. We'll make a run for it, so Daytrade can breathe easy there, but they still have Virtus Pro and Falcons and, well, I mean, effectively Sonics in the nearby vicinity, so it ain't safe just yet.
Daytrade, though, still.
This is a huge fight. Falcons versus Daytrade.
This is everything.
Yeah.
This is actually everything. As you said, 17th place for Daytrade on the cusp, 49 points, only a few points away from dethroning not only Na'Vi, but as well as D plus Kia, who's no longer playing as a Group B. Now it's going to be Weibo finding themselves in an okay position. Get in.
Able to get away safely from that one. Let's see phase 4. Where are we going to shift? I imagine Jung will see that circle come to him, and indeed he will. That center is where he's going to be. Issue is everything that isn't compounds right now in this entire area of the map is very hard to utilize. They are lucky that the high ground up here is shifted out of, but with compounds up here still being in play, everything in the open in the northeastern area of the map is so visible. Na'Vi leaving this should be a instant scent for the likes of Sonic, to try and claim that property.
If they've realized that, right? And GNL with a very quick consolidation, good play on them. They are going to be very happy about this as they currently sit in 14th. They should be able to defend. I say should, unless they get crashed and things start to go wrong.
We go out there and blow up the gas tanks early on. No reason to take any risks there. As Falcons, with that circle shifting north, they have a hell of a rotation to make. Where do you enter this circle from? I love the rate here. They do realize there's a ton of teams right in front of them. We cannot be part of that traffic jam. Yes, we need kills, but we can still, we don't need a 25-kill game. We can do well without it. In the meantime, now Daytrade in trouble. One player down, confirmed already. Belmoth knocked. Daytrade needs more points than this.
I wonder if they know how close they really are. Just on the cusp here, Tiggleton with a nade, not going to find its mark quite yet. The molly will hit the car, at least pushing away from space. But Legacy!
Oh my, out of the vehicle Falcons. He goes. Rillo down as well. Snake is trying to make a run for it, trying to get to safety again. Falcons need everything going their way. Flood down early. Snake is down. Solo player left alive, will stay alive, at least for a little while longer, but no, Falcons fall down in 14. They will miss the grand finals.
And it's a disaster for them, but a disaster for Legacy as VP now has come over the ridge. They realize that there's points here. Falcons has fallen, and they have all but cleaned up Legacy. 11 kills for Virtus Pro.
Virtus Pro is trying to make the impossible happen. 11 kills, almost 12 with no casualties so far, but they're still not inside the circle yet either. Daytrade now just flash left alive, sat in 17th, tied with Na'Vi. One more point would push them in at least temporarily, but Flash, he needs all the luck he can get here in a 1v3 against Sonics.
He needs the performance of his life here. He has to take down all three members and kickstart. Oh, that's a start. Flash will find one, but he can't. He can't do it. Cerberus is the one to put the dagger in the back.
We say goodbye to Daytrade. They will be the first global partner team not to make their way into the grand finals as Petrichor come up here now, try taking out Legacy as well.
But the important thing is this is more kills for VP to gain, as there's only one member left of Legacy, and LFP1 will survive so much damage. VP is really doing it. it.
They find 2 more, 14 kills, make it 15 as they continue forward. 15 kills, and we're only in phase 4. I've never seen this. Make it 16. VP is on a tear.
This is one of the best things you could possibly ask for. We are blessed for a game like this. VP is making it work, but they are still not in the circle. They have to contend with Sonics on the south side.
They have 9 more placement points to get. That will put them at 48. If the cutoff is somewhere within the high 50s, we're looking for VP to get at least 8 more kills.
How much?
They need 24 kills, if not even more. Like that's not exact. That don't count me out on that word. But they need 20 plus kills.
They need
and
more.
right
It's
now,
not enough. It's so far, it's incredible, but they need more. And look at this, Quizzy actually able to steal those kills away from Legacy as they drove by. Very frustrated Falcons. Yeah, I mean, it sucks. Seeing them not go, it sucks, but it is what it is.
When you see Virtus Pro and what they're capable of doing here, all you can think is, why did this not happen earlier? But again, as I said before, sometimes the backs against the wall mentality. You know what, guys? Let's just go out and do what we can. Sometimes being able to just completely disregard all the pressure you had on you earlier turns you into a beast. We're seeing that from VP right now.
As you said, pressure creates diamonds, and so far VP within the process as we move back now to the north side phase, contesting with one of the halves. Looks like of Kwangdong Freaks, and meanwhile, we have to talk about Na'Vi, who have now slipped into 16th with 51 points in order to tie D plus Kia.
Lucarux finds one more. They're closing in 19 kills! And we're in phase 5 finally! One of their players goes down, but Quizzy, only luck, there might be a chance for them to get the rest. 19 kills after 21 minutes of this match.
I am rooting for them so hard. I won't even lie as they come in 19 kills. They will still maintain 4 alive. As you stated, they needed that position. They needed all those teams to rotate past, and they are taking every ounce of it that they can.
Where could they get this circle that could allow for them to get the end game they're hoping for? They have an inch of the southeastern edge of this circle. They need the hardest of hardships in order for them to stay in that little ridge line, or behind that ridge line that they've got. It would have to literally touch the edge of the current circle in order for them to stay safe where they are. If not, we are in pull-up territory. They would have to actively pull up on a team. But you know what? They know what's against them. They know what they have to do, and they would not think twice about doing exactly that.
Well, you have to imagine as well, the adrenaline as well as the confidence right now is soaring, as Weibo has managed to make themselves a nice little home here. Yep, they're in the race as well, and they're going to be pinched here now right underneath the Sonics.
19, I can't fathom this. 9, just meaning in a game that's as, let's call it normal, as is in terms of where the circles have gone, VP is doing everything they can to make it yet another incredibly memorable match here, as they're doing what they possibly can to get this one going. Circle,
it's
swings,
not bad.
GNL.
It's not the worst, but VP still need to make something work. That terrain isn't the most playable. It's not the most conducive, so they might have to crash GNL.
For the sake of the storyline, I'm seeing Sonics pull up on GNL, and that's a third party for VP. For the sake of the storyline, they are in cars. They are in cars.
Follow the script, boys. Come on, follow the script.
That would be the best case scenario for VP to get a free south side approach onto the compound from there. I love the rotation here from Weibo. They're not inside the circle yet, but they're creeping ever so much slower. Ever so much closer, sorry.
They are taking their time, and this is a good play. Don't want to rush into anything yet, especially when you're so close, when you know you only need a few points, and here comes VP. They've left Ibiza.
They're pulling up.
They are. They're actually pulling up on this.
They're going full speed forward. GNL is currently split. Oh, are they stopping on the ridge? Yes, they are.
Okay.
Just exactly inside the circle.
Okay.
They can play here. They can stay tight, at least for now, but it's on my eyes. Go to
It's not
Sonics.
great, though. It's really not great.
Oh, by no means. By no means. But you know what? They'll take it. They'll take anything they can. GNL, as you can see, is still very split, but Hammer with a Panzerfaust in hand, that is not what you wish to see. And he has a Psyker as well. He is as ready for a VP pull-up as you can possibly get.
Not only that, but those long buildings are notoriously difficult to push into. Yeah. I mean, there's just really one angle that you can come in and
you can't play the east side either, because you know the Kwangdong Freaks is set on the northern side. They would have the angle on you, or on you, if you try to wrap around the right-hand side.
Not only that, but the warehouse. But I want to know how many smokes VP has right now, because that is going to mean the difference between making a somewhat safe push and having to just go for broke in a very desperate play.
I would have been a lot more optimistic had I not seen both a
Panzer and a
Panzer Faust on their side. Maybe if they can find the knock here, that could allow for them to push further forward. As you said, with the smokes too, Sonics is in a position from where they will soon have eyes on this position. If they can find Roy, if they can lob a nade through the door, it does bounce, but not quite in. Nixie looking for more. Again, 7 kills to his name already, as Virtus.pro is trying to make PUBG Esports history with what could potentially be one of the highest scoring games ever in global PUBG.
Of all time. Again, I mentioned FaZe Sunday. This would be something truly special to witness here, but still, everyone has now taken a deep breath, right? Weibo has decided to make their move. They will find a dip here, but this is a notoriously difficult dip to play, especially when you have a team already above you in the high ground shooting down. And look at this, Sonics now.
But this rotation from Weibo is going to favor Virtus.pro. The fact that they are now keeping Sonics preoccupied, the fact that they are now forcing them to look the other way, it doesn't necessarily mean that VP can do whatever they want, but it's a lot of pressure off their shoulders. They were playing behind vehicles all the time before, and now both Na'Vi and Weibo is helping Virtus.pro by applying pressure to Sonics.
And I was saying, more importantly, exactly on that point, here we go, going for the west side of the long building. They're going to go in, the Panzer will miss.
Oh.
No! Roy will find Nixie, still one down.
Finds the first one, try to make a run for it now as Quizzy goes down to low HP. Tries to make the wrap around the building. They mull it off, but now Lugarux finds one. Jion will get one in return. That's EP gone down. 3 players still alive from GNL. VP needs an entry, but it's not looking good for them. EP down to low HP, will fall as well. And now it's just Lugarux left alive. No, make that Quizzy, sorry, finds one, but goes down in the end. But what a valiant effort. What a try from Virtus.pro as they fall in 21st overall, 19 kills. What an effort.
What a hell of an effort, as you said, but VP will fall short at 43 points. Now it's on to Weibo. They need to make sure they can survive. Sonic's on their back, as well as Na'Vi, with all the angles in order to punish them for poking out. And don't forget about Kwangdong either. They can see this as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 51 points is the cutoff as our eyes goes fully on Weibo. They get one more point there, and keep in mind placement points are abound as well. Kick falls to Diffix as Weibo again trying to claim what more they can. Right now, Na'Vi are in. They should be guaranteed. They are guaranteed off of where they're currently positioned with the 53 that they've got, but Weibo ain't there just yet. They need a few extra points.
Big thing here is Sonics has been taken off Weibo's back, right? And that's a massive weight to be relieved of, as they now have arguably one of the better positions here in this circle, but they need to make sure they're not taking too many aim battles and not getting knocked, because that will signal a possible play here from Na'Vi or even GNL.
Let's see. Oh, this one is going to go down. Diffix will be able to find H1. If my math is correct, Weibo and D plus Kia, if they get second place this game and tie, they're going to be tied in placement points too. So then we're going into third and potentially fourth tiebreaker systems. But now for Weibo, let's see if they can get it. They just need one more point.
You'd have to imagine they'd get it here, right? Especially with the way that the circle is starting to form out. Sonics is now dealt with. They're gone. But if they have to cross that road...
Let me change that. They need 2. Because I think they would lose on a tiebreaker. They would lose on a tiebreaker with D plus Kia. D plus has more placement points overall as of this moment. So Weibo needs at least 2 more points. They got 6 smoke stews, they got nades as well, but they have a road to cross potentially. That could cost them their lives.
There's no tires on the front of that Murado.
He doesn't need tires, just need it for cover.
Where we're going, we don't need tires.
That's been the name of the game today, would think. Weibo, well, it's not a favorable circle, but they're still inside, and that's 1 point. Now they are tied. Now they're on the line. 1 more point would push Weibo above D plus Kia. It would send Seoul and the D plus boys out of the grand finals.
And you'd have to think they're going to get it, right? Especially now with GNL having to move out. Their position no longer safe in that circle.
They're inside, but 1 nade.
And Weibo just has to play this as smart and carefully as possible. There's no need to take risks at this point.
No, they know that GNL has still yet to make a play. They know that Freaks are sat on the other side, who has to make their moves forward as well. Right now, if you're Weibo, limited on smokes as well, you're trying to stay calm. Shen is a hard guy to try and keep calm, but right now is when you hold your horses and try and let the other teams do the work for you.
And this is a wide spread here. You don't want to, as you say, stack up all those members on top of each other in case a nade does come, especially from Diffix with that possibilities. So they do have Cold as an anchor on the south side. And
where does GNL push from here? I love the fact that Cold is sat down here, because there is a world where GNL try to wrap across the road towards Weibo, and this is exactly what they're doing. They're playing up towards the roadside. They do not want to see them make their way into the grand finals. It's 1 point. It's 1 point for 16th, and they would just exactly be in. Here comes the nades.
They find a knock here. Shen would love to get his team into that grand finals. It's now Kwangdong Freaks taking shots towards Na'Vi. Again, that team is safe. They are in. They're going. It really just comes down to this. It's just Weibo and GNL.
Maybe if Kwangdong Freaks fall before they could go through too Cold, now realizing they're all coming for him, down to low HP, will fall down to the molly of Neon. Again, it's a single point they need in order to make their way on in a Spaceman. Now, the second in line to try and fend off against this Korean push.
They're not going to be able to get up Cold just yet. That blue zone now actually pushing them back. The circle will post. That's the last of it. This is phase 9. Shen now throwing utility, desperately trying to hold GNL back.
Either get a kill or outlift the teams on the other side, but it's Kwangdong Freaks who are taking the fight to Na'Vi. Bean falls down. One more dead player on the side of Kwangdong Freaks would give them the point they so desperately need.
And this has essentially been two teams fighting, kind of giving themselves space. On the north, we have Na'Vi versus Kwangdong, and in the south, we have
Malmo, Spaceman!
Can he get the kill? None of these are flushed yet! Wait a second!
One kill comes through, 16th place is taken, and now for Shen to try and get the final one. Will he be able to pull it off? 12 HP, as they should now be guaranteed to make their break on through. Shoulder to shoulder, not gonna matter. Roy takes him down, but they got the points they needed.
And welcome to the grand finals. Weibo at 53 points, as GNL will now have to hunt the final member of Kwangdong. But what a final match we have had here.
What a finish
day
to one of the most, if not the most, insane day of PUBG Esports history. What a way for this to go down, with Kwangdong Freaks getting themselves a second place, GNL winning it, and Weibo sealing their grand final spot in the last moment of the game.
By 2 points.
Absurd.
2 points have separated them and shuttled them into the grand finals. VP, your heart breaks for that team. The effort that they put in.
VP almost had more kills in this game than they had points in the previous 11 matches. They went on a tear, and they showed the world that despite the fact that they don't make grand finals, watch out for them come PGS fall.
This was one of the most entertaining, and I feel blessed to have been able to cast today's games.
It's been insane. It's been absolutely insane. But now let's finish where we started with the highlights and take it back to the desk in just a short moment's time, because Godspeed, I
need a shower.
A shower, anything. Guys on the desk, please, let's go back to you, watch some highlights, and let you round off what has been an insane day.
Gördün mü? İzliyor muydun? Sabahta beri bak izleyecektim. Sadece bir baksam bunu. Selam.
Well, when the heat is on in game number 6, in the final game, your final opportunity to try and make it happen, oh boy, did we see fireworks occur here on Miramar. That being said, though, let's first focus on GNL. They get themselves the victory here, and now, obviously, have very firmly confirmed themselves in the grand final.
Yeah, very firm, as you say here, and also, again, Weibo on the very precipice here in the very end, also to secure themselves. I thought there was going to be one more team that could potentially jump in and take that spot, but for VP, unfortunately, not insane match for them, though. But didn't happen here. It's just a little too late when you're doing the very last match here.
Do we talk about it now?
No, maybe. Yes.
Okay.
Before we go to all the.
No, yeah, we're gonna do everything first. Okay, we've seen so many ridiculous things over the last couple of days, and then we see this all of a sudden when before 20-minute mark, it's 19 kills on the board.
It had everyone in the back. Every single coach room, team room, they were like screaming and like, what the? And also, like the amount of kills they got that early, there were so many more kills available. Of
never
course,
see that.
Then you have to push a longhouse like that, and you have a Pantherfaust available for GNL. It's impossible to push and win that.
Yeah, the longhouse especially, right? We're theorizing, maybe you go the warehouse, maybe you have better angles. What do you
completely hindsight, right? You smoke the bottom door, you smoke the top door, you breach the warehouse because then you can overwhelm as 4 because once you have to go into a door, you can max come one guy through one door per right? So if you can overwhelm them, you go to the warehouse, you smoke off the 2 windows that are on the longhouse, then you have basically everything covered on that southern side, and then you take on the warehouse. If it's 2 or 3 players, it doesn't matter if they have the info or not. And then they can overwhelm them, take a 4 versus 2 and potentially stay alive longer with that, get a few more kills, and then potentially get more placement points, right? But they're also fighting kind of direct head-to-head with Weibo, right? So, and Na'Vi for that case, they also had to secure a few extra points for that. So it was hard no matter what, regardless here. So Weibo, 16 team. With that, I wish I saw more from them. What we saw from Shen in PCL, how good he was, like literally a star-studded player, legendary performance in PCL, literally just a couple of weeks ago. I wish we saw more from them, but now he has a chance to prove himself in the finals. Crazy.
Well, despite all of the end game scenario going on between GNL, between Kwangdong Freaks, between Weibo Gaming, we still somehow, some way, of course, had VP. Yeah, unfortunately, you get number 1 in the overall points for this game, but it just came too late, unfortunately, for the boys.
Yeah, it did. I'm a little bit sad for them, of course. If you want to do one very good game, then it's going to be hard. You have to have 2 decent games to get out of here. But GNL, of course, is able to win and take this one home here. Impressed with them, I gotta say. Roy, again, with a good performance coming out of the team here. We have some believers in the studio in him here, so it's good to see him come in and actually take another VMP for them.
Yep, that's his second, right? Across the 2 days that he's been playing.
He had a 5-kill game as well.
Yeah, so good stuff here by Roy at the very top. But again, for GNL, it really was a team effort when it comes to holding things down, being able to make these transitions, make these crosses, and pressure teams when you want to, right? That there is something to be said in PUBG about oftentimes you're like, okay, yeah, we've got a good spot. Let's just sit here and wait for them to come to us. But like, for example, you're moving across the road and really applying some heavy pressure to teams that eventually will have to come over. But why not really beat them to the punch, especially if you've got better utility than them to be expending?
Yeah, exactly. And you didn't expend too much util on the VP push, right? So they would have a lot to spare here.
Yeah.
But yeah, of course here Roy as the man of the match, as you said, impressive. Happy for GNL. Surprising, I would say, a little bit for me to see GNL this deep into our standings overall, for them to go that deep here. Very impressive for them to go top 8. Here, some team summaries. It's going to be Twisted Minds on top for the total kills here. Quite far ahead their competition. 12 kills ahead of New Happy. And 14 ahead of Cerberus here. If Cerberus didn't throw, I would say the last game almost just send it into Picado's circle 1. They could have contested them. But I think that's what I said. There might be a small, superstition / jinx. You don't want to win the group stage because then you're not going to do the final. Actually, I think that could be some of the mindset here. 21 points for VP. Some kind of crazy points in just one game here, considering that they only got 6th placement and 19 kills, and they racked them up that early. That was impressive to see.
Precisely. I mean, imagine if we'd have been halfway through VP's campaign and we saw this result all of a sudden.
Or they started with it.
Yeah.
We turn around, they're like, okay, this is what we saw them do in PC, right?
Their fortunes would have been way different, but here is the overall leaderboard. Let's talk about it. Twisted Minds will win out the group stage. You don't get really anything for that other than what every of the top 16 does, which is you are going to the grand final. However, it is quite the statement. Cerberus will take over New Happy by 1 point.
Impressive, very impressive. One thing you get from winning the group stage is that there's a very high chance that other teams are going to respect your drops going into the grand finals. They don't kind of want to contest when they're such a high level, right? Unless it's like, okay, we can't do more. It's just some of the last days. But yeah, very interesting to see. Overall, a very impressive one. The bottom one here, though, our bottom 12 teams, James, with a few surprises at the bottom. What do you think?
Importantly, unfortunately, we will be losing D+, as Weibo was able to make it happen just at the very end. So all the way down to the wire. This game was clutch, very important. Unfortunately, we will not be seeing D+. Again, if we have to really kind of focus on this for a second, Seoul, our current world champion, with this roster, with the performance that they put out, it just wasn't it.
Yeah, it wasn't. Sad to see. He did try. He did have a level 3 backpack. He had an insane individual performance here, but yeah,
he was climbing Mordor
here. Yeah, he did climb Mordor. He did have some clutch scenarios alone, mostly, playing like the superstar he is. Sad that we're not going to see him. They're going to have another try at PGS4. Our 16 teams, though, here, James. An impressive lineup, I'll say. Some surprises in where teams ended, but then again, you just need to get top 16. The grand final starts on Friday, and that's where the fun begins. That's where it makes many things different in terms of PGS points and prize pool.
The big usual suspects there are, of course, at the very top. I will say I'm impressed especially by TSM, E-Arena, Valley Thai up there as well. These teams being able to take spots that maybe we didn't quite expect them to be able to take that high. Like, I think that's really, really cool going into the grand final.
Yeah, super impressive here. We're starting on Friday. It's going to be the same time as you have seen so far, and we're going to be starting with Miramar. And we're going to go Friday, Saturday, Sunday with 18 games total to find our grand champion of PGS3 here in Shanghai.
Only halfway done here, Avenger.
You are, yeah.
Unfortunately for 8 of these teams, they will not be going home per se, unless they're one of the Chinese teams and they got a gaming house here, and that's fine. They will be on a small break before, of course, they do go into PGS4. But before we really get to that, we have to crown our champion here for PGS3, which we have an awesome, awesome lineup.
Yeah, crazy lineup. Few surprises, I gotta say, though, but still, we have some potential. And I would say, even at this point here, in the 16 teams that are here, it's also going to be the champions of PGS4. It's also going to be our PGC champions later in the year. It's going to be some of these teams here, because some of our teams are on a complete different level than all the others we've seen. A little bit sad to say farewell to 8 teams. There's no double elimination. It's 12 games, and get home to the hotel for 10 days until you play PGS4. But of course, on Friday, we start by finding our first finalists, 16 teams here, and we're going to be finding a champion for PGS3 after just 18 games.
I was going to ask you who you think takes the title. Of course, it's getting a little bit ahead of myself. However, I'm going to rephrase, because quite honestly, I feel like it's difficult to pick between who's been more impressive. Twisted Minds, Cerberus, New Happy. From 3 different regions competing at that level, I feel like it's hard to pick who might take it.
It is, for sure. Like, again, if you want to look at it historically, is this the time for Twisted Minds to take a PGS?
Maybe.
It could be.
Should be.
Could be Cerberus.
Maybe.
Should be. New Happy also looking strong. Having a home turf advantage here for New Happy, and especially they got really well rolling into the second day here, so that's very impressive to see. And also, yeah, Cerberus. Like, if you're able to do things like that, clutches like that, and you're able to do it with that much fun that they're having, let's see when they get game face on for the finals.
We've seen ungodly plays, not only from Hemas, but also
legendary
from plenty of these players here. And of course, Crafton is here along for all of the rides, so a big thank you to them. We have VSPO as well, producing everything and getting it good to go here in the PCL studio. Not only that, but along for the journey is Andersea as well, that we have the full support of. And it seems like Twisted Minds, Cerberus, New Happy, all of these teams performing well in this studio have been able to sit on those seats and get some good performances going as well. And finally, we have Zowie with the 2546X, the gaming monitors that all of these players have been playing on. So a huge thank you to them for coming along with us here for PGS3. It has been a crazy 3 days of a group stage.
Yeah, it has. It's been some insane games here, and we're going to see more crazy stuff once we get the final started.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Avenger. Thank you to everyone tuning in around the world. We have the grand final on the way in a few days' time. But before we do that, let's wrap things up over on the stage.
Welcome back to the main stage interviews. And for our first interview, we have E-Arena's Jacob on the stage with us. Congratulations. You did amazing today. You finished with 28 points on day one, but you topped number 6 on the leaderboard with your 85 points. How do you feel about the progress you made today?
วันนี้เจคอบรู้สึกยังไงกับผลงานของตัวเองคะ
ก็รู้สึกดีและพอใจกับผลงานของพวกเรามากๆครับผม
We are very proud and very happy of our achievement.
I would be too if I were you. Okay. What about a message to the fans that supported you, gave you all the love you need?
มีอะไรอยากจะบอกแฟนๆทั้งบ้านไหมคะ
ก็ฝากเชียร์พวกเราเอเรน่าในรอบไฟนอลด้วยครับจะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับผม
Please support us in the final stage. We will give our best in the stage.
All right. Best of luck to you and GG Jacob. Thank you for the interview. Sawadika. Kokumka. Kokumka.
Okay.
That was E-Arena's Jacob for our first interview. Next up, we have Weibo Gaming's Shen join us onto the stage. Ni hao, Shen. Right here. That was crazy. You made it onto the number 16 on the leaderboard just in time. Tell me, what were you feeling? How are you feeling right now? What was going through your mind?
就是我们卡线进了这个决赛嘛，所以现在的这个感想是什么呢？
比较开心吧。
Just very, very happy.
Oh, it was just happiness that made you? Okay. All right. And how are you planning to prepare for the finals?
那对于决赛有没有什么准备呢？
改变一下打法吧，就是我们的打法就是比较偏 PCL 那边的，然后绷得比较紧吧。
Yeah, they might change their strategy. Like previously, they were on some kind of PCL strategy, but change more into the PGS one.
Oh, so you guys used to play the PCL style and now you're switching to PGS. Okay, well, I'll be looking forward to a good game today. And thank you for the interview, Shen. Oh, 谢谢. All right, that was Weibo Gaming's Shen for our last interview. And that concludes the group stage here at PGS 3 held in Shanghai, China. And now we have the top 16 teams that made it into the finals. We'll have a day break tomorrow and we'll be back with the finals on the 24th Friday, Chinese Standard Time, 6 p.m. Thank you for watching and see you on Friday.
do do do do do do.